There's no way if you have 4 screens, you know exactly where to go. Everything is top tier today, Jenkins.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing T1 play. Like I said, they're one of my favorite picks in terms of on LAN. I think in an interview at some point, might have been DPC or something like that, or one of the tournaments that was online but not on LAN. They actually said like being together is really important for them, and that the fact that they can like hype each other up is super important. And I think it's really obvious too when you watch them play. I remember there was this one play where they lost 23 Savage, who was like way higher net worth than anybody in the game. I believe this was against Alliance, and they smoked without him, 4-man smoke, and then wiped Alliance in front of the Roche pit. And it's like the cojones that you need to have in order to lose your carry, who is the highest net worth in the entire game, and then still smoke. I mean, that is seriously impressive. So I think T1 LGD was on there, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And I mean, every series is a blockbuster here. You speaking of Alliance, I mean, you're saying, okay, T1, you know, they really step it up when they come to LAN, and they
No, they played 31 games in their DPC. They only lost 3 out of both seasons, which is an amazing win rate. But I don't know what happens when you put them on LAN.
Yeah, VP was really interesting, because I remember right after the major, so they got knocked out of the major like first round, right, even though they were seeded into the upper bracket. And then right after the major, ESL comes on, and they ended up winning ESL, beating T1, who performed extremely well at the major. And so it's like, yeah, what is going on with this team?
We don't know. It's going to be very exciting to see how they have prepared and how the training has gone, because we had these 2 extra months. Very curious how teams have dealt with that. And our first series, we're going to have Aster taking on Evil Geniuses. And before we dive straight into the Dota, Insania, I want to quickly hear from you, like, okay, there's going to be people that just tuned in for TI. Hello, love you, thank you, welcome back. A lot has changed since 2 years ago in the world of Dota-2. Neutral items? Scepters? How are you going to explain those?
It'll be a fun experience. We'll just have to take them one at a time and try to talk about them when they come up.
Sure, yeah, that's probably the best way. Otherwise, information overload, absolutely. First game of the day, Evil Geniuses taking on Aster. We're just going to start the normal way. We're just going to ease you into it. So this will be our starting series, of course, as said. There's a stream A, there's a stream B, there's a stream C and D. You'll be able to follow your favorite team regardless, but we are jumping into EG versus Aster, and I'm just really curious, Insane, how do you feel Aster will perform with the stand-in?
I think the same thing you said about VP and Alliance could be said about Aster too, right? They've been really, really strong in China, but then when they come to the LAN events, they don't look quite as dominant as they do in their own region. So I think with a stand-in on top of that, they're playing EG, who for me personally seem like one of the favorites coming into this. And I think it's been a lot of patches leading up to this event, more than usual.
Yeah.
And I think EG are notorious for, like, they always figure it out really, really fast. I think it's one of our TZ's, like, high-quality traits. He's just really good at figuring out patches. So I think they're in for a pretty tough opponent here, starting off.
I don't think there's ever been a hero added to Captain's mode with such minimal data on them.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Is in the game. Insania, what do you think? Is she a support? Is she an offlane? Is she a core?
I mean, I've mainly seen it as a 5 or a 4. And I mean, I don't think anybody wants to lean against that hero. That's primarily like the really, really early game is really strong.
It's so annoying.
So I think I wouldn't be surprised to see it quite a bit in the group stage. I don't know if it's going to pan out for the entire event, but I think you're going to catch a lot of people off guard who aren't used to playing against it. So
yeah, surely. I mean, two months of extra practice before TI. I almost feel like that would be a detriment. you get into your own head, Jenkins, surely.
Yeah, I mean, you could, but I also feel like people are spamming a lot of these heroes in pubs, and I don't really see much changing for at least in terms of like Dawnbreaker. I don't see much changing in terms of like the general build and what people are doing. So I feel like teams will be decently used to it, but yeah, I think laning is the biggest pain in the ass for her. But the build is like generally the same. Everybody's just going holy lock every game.
Yeah, I think it's primarily like a heal-based build where you play on your ulti. I really like the Aghanim Scepter. I think it's really, really strong.
I think it's core.
Yeah, support. If you can get to
No, is it
it's a
core
core
on
item.
Yeah.
I'm not sure because I haven't seen the hero too much. I'm not like I don't know exactly what the perfect build for her is, but I do think the Aghanim Scepter is very, very strong, and it's 60% evasion, which is one of those things that you don't really notice it when you're playing against it, but just 60% less physical damage overall. So
yeah, and we talk about EG Aster, maybe not the most even playing field that we're really gonna open the day with. How do you feel the playing field is in general for this the TI compared to other Jenkins?
You know, for every TI, I always feel like the meta shifts so quickly because of the human emotion involved with the stakes being so high. Like we talked about money, prestige, with the whole COVID era and 2 years waiting for this. Finally, people get to play again. So basically, I think that the team that thrives in chaos will do the best. And so I couldn't even predict what team that is. I would like to say it's a team that has like a mental coach.
Yeah.
So I think having Dr. K is like really important for EG. I think that an actual argument for Aster is that there's a lot of stuff that you can see that they do differently online versus whenever they're playing on LAN, which I know that there's not that much data of them actually playing on LAN because they've been knocked out. They'll do things like poking and then backing off when people TP and stuff like that, which is a very mental thing to do in Dota because in order to not commit, you have to really be comfortable with your own emotions and your teammates' emotions. So I think it's a mental game. I think who's gonna do well is who can thrive in the most chaos, and it's so hard to say who that's gonna be because of these strange circumstances with this TI. There's lots of mental coaches. It's kind of on LAN, it's kind of not. It's a little weird.
Yeah, and it's why you think that the three-peat is very much possible, right? Because it's the mental game for OG that they have won twice already.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it. And I think there's something that, to your point about chaos, I think like when you look at PSG LGD throughout the year, they've proven that they can win games where they're losing, they can win games where they're looking strong. And I think that's a very, very good sign for a team that you want to see do well at TI, because you're going to run into some games that are going to be hard. And it's not just going to be like smooth sailing, stomping all your way to the grand finals. I don't think we've had that like almost since TI3.
Yeah.
Has any team that
Welcome back. They waited a while. Yeah, that was, this was not like, to be continued. It was like the worst cliffhanger ever.
I know.
But finally, we are here, and we're here in lovely Romania, guys. The stadium is beautiful.
Oh,
Obviously, we're very sorry that you
It's
can't join us here. It pains us to walk out there and see how incredible it is, but thankfully, our players are here, and the day's just getting started. The group stage is just getting started.
Yeah.
This is where it all counts. It all comes down to this every year or every 2 years in this case.
True. And, I know that everybody's excited to probably go and checking out that mainstream, but this is where the action's really going to happen. We got a grudge match, if ever there was one, to start it all off. Alliance facing off against OG. All 10 players already in the lobby. We're just waiting for this match to get started right at that 10 o'clock mark local time. And at least for myself, I think that this is sort of like... I'm very excited for what's going on in the mainstream because you're going to be able to take a lot of looks around. But the other benefit is that if there is a match like this that you're really interested in, invested as a viewer, you can just pop on over to any one of these streams where there are 4 of them going on continuously. There's going to be some good Dota to be had. So
The best Dota.
The best.
Yes, that's what we're here for too. And thankfully, the best Dota for the first series is right here.
That's true. Dude, we got so lucky.
We really did. I looked at that scout and was like, oh yeah, let's go. This is the one with the coaching kerfuffle, the social media shenanigans. You've all seen it. You're all pretty aware of these two teams, and that this makes the best matchups, right?
Right. And
Rivalry.
Well, and not only that, but it's like, there's sort of this storyline of them playing against each other continuously in the DPC throughout the entire year and a half, year and two. Has it been 2 years?
It's been a while, but
it's been a really long time.
But I had another child. Let's just say, all right, since I last went to a Dota event, I have a child that walks and talks. All right, so that was a bit of a long wait, guys. Okay.
I can't wait. It's going to be so sick. But I think that that's something else to sort of think about, right? Is that there's like this history that's built up and this sort of experience that we've seen of Alliance dominating an online play.
Yes.
And then the question is, okay, you know, we said that the teams are here. Technically, they're not in the stadium. They're back in the hotel room. So it's sort of similar to that.
And you know, they get a little upset, of course, with some of the criticisms towards their team and everything, and so they came in with, you know, they've thrown down the gauntlet here. I don't know if you guys are aware, they're the only team at the International without a coach.
Ooh.
This is like the ultimate pride move. I love this.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
If it works.
So here's the thing, right? Like I oftentimes talked about Quincy Crew as the team that like has a chip on their shoulder a little bit and wanting to do stuff. Alliance is like a tostada on the shoulder. Like it's a big chip. They're ready to go. But then on top of that, like it's just this story of this team that at least for myself when I first saw the roster, I was not a believer. I didn't, but they kind of proved me wrong throughout all of this period of time since they've been brought over as a squad. So I'm really stoked about that, and I think that this is going to be a great match to start off. Again, as I'm sure all of you out there are aware, it is going to be best of twos throughout the entire time, so there won't be that like key deciding game if it goes 1-1. Personally, I hope it goes 1-1. I think that that'd be a really cool storyline.
No, give me winners. Give me losers.
You want that?
No ties. That's not how we do things. All right.
See, this is a personality difference between us.
No. I would just be upset. I know if I was playing and we got 1-1 and we just have to go somewhere else, like no, I'm not okay with that.
And you know that both teams would be like, God, we should have owned.
Oh, we would have won game 3.
We
definitely would have won game 3. Yeah.
There's no question that that's the mentality.
Unanswered questions at the end of these best of twos. But it does make the best group stage, so
True.
I will allow it.
And it's going to be a lot of games. That's the other thing to keep in mind. We've got 5 best of twos throughout the entire course of it, starting at the 10 a.m. mark right around now, which should hopefully be starting in just a moment here, and then going on for a long time. And there's going to be matches that are going kind of constantly throughout. So, you know, keeping up that sort of stamina as a team is going to be really important. We were talking with Insania this morning, and he was sort of mentioning that, like, we were mentioning, because you and I are in the first and the last series of the day, but also the players, like, from a player mentality, you need to be able to keep up that stamina. So we'll have to see how they deal later on today with the sort of struggles. Because I think that this group plays 3 in a row, or 3 games today continuously, so something to keep in mind.
And, of course, with that happening, like, you're playing a lot of games. Everyone is playing a lot of games. And so one thing that often happens at every TI is there's essentially one massive room of fiending. Right. So you have, like, all these screens, and any team that's not playing at the moment, or even if they are playing at the moment, maybe their coaches are there, their analysts are there, and there's all these screens, and everyone's watching. Everyone's, like, moving from screen to screen, trying to say, what's happening over here? Like, what are these guys picking? It's like, is Tiny actually good? Is it really broken? Are we banning Tiny? Are we picking Tiny?
Right. That's
Who are
what
we
the ban is
banning?
made.
Is it Monkey King or Tiny? And this is what ruins your predictions.
Yes.
But that's where everything gets decided. So there's not really much of a fiending room, of course, this year due to all the protocols and everything. So that's why it's really important to have this coach or this analyst on your team, because you need someone who's watching these other games and trying to feed you little tidbits.
Yes.
You know, there's just so much information. It's a massive overload. Much like when you're playing Dota, to try and compete in a big group stage like this, it's all about like how you handle all the information and where you make the best decisions.
Right, and I think that there's this like thought process that a lot of fans have when they're watching these games, that like all these teams are omnipotent and know exactly what's the best and the other stuff. Like these couple of days here are where the meta is made and where the sort of continuation of the rest of TI comes out. And of course there's going to be some pocket picks, there's going to be some of those key heroes that are maybe saved and things that teams have been working on and hiding under the S word. We'll just say, I'm not going to say it out loud. There's no smurfing that happens at Dota 2, definitely not. But as a player,
Unless
like,
they call us it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then
Bring
we're
the real talent, obviously.
But yeah, like who knows? Maybe they come up with something on the first pick here and nobody ends up seeing it. I've seen a couple broods, but I think that hero's like mega dead. But if there's ever a time to sneak one out,
there's always expectations for heroes coming to TI. Of course, I know a lot of us like to fiend the pubs before TI starts. It makes the best pubs of the year, right? You have all the players in a single region. There's lots of spicy matchups happening. Someone gets mad at someone for taking their role. Great stuff. We got some big heroes coming out here, and of course, I'm sure a lot of you have made your predictions. I hope that you got them in there in time. If you didn't, maybe there's still
Is there still time?
I don't think there is.
let me check.
Why don't you check? Let's see here. Your fantasy draft, did it say it's locked yet? If you can't tell, guys, we are waiting for the lobby. We're we're not
Yes.
actually holding up the game just to talk to you guys about fantasy. Would be worth it though.
I actually can't tell.
I hope yours is set there, bud.
I hope that that we're in the line.
Either way, make sure you set them every day to get your chests. Also, you get chests for watching for 1 hour. But anyway, back to the meta. Important things.
Right.
So, you have your hero expectations, right? We've all made our predictions based off of this. We've had the Monkey Kings, the Tinies, Pango's still up there, a little bit of Bane. You got any heroes you're liking a lot right now?
I mean, I think those are the main ones. Monkey King to me feels very cool, and I think that there's some like teams that are going to be more willing to do it and like flex it between those couple of different roles.
Yeah.
I don't know. Also, I secretly think that Night Stalker is still very good. I feel like that's a hero that kind of like the stocks went really high and then they just started and it's like now kind of going under the radar a little bit. Like there might be people that are like not fully, particularly if you're sort of watching from afar, not fully up to date on
That's how I feel about
Chen
Chen.
stuff.
I think everyone stopped playing Chen intentionally.
Yeah.
I think they didn't want the nerf back to come out. They're just like, we'll wait till TI.
Exactly.
We'll bring the Chen back in.
That's the time.
We'll see. This could be the matchup for it, I suppose. But yeah, I remember there was a conversation between Gunnar and Febby at TI9 where they discussed how the meta evolves during TI. And essentially, before TI, we had these ideas that we're discussing now about what heroes are good based off of pubs. Now, for the past week, sure, they've been playing pubs, but they've also been scrimming a bunch, all these teams. And so, within the first, day or two, you get this idea of just like, oh, so I guess this is the meta now, right? The group stage starts, now we have an established meta. Then, the group stage ends, we have the break day. That first day of playoffs is the new meta. Suddenly, things change, right? And then the meta doesn't shift again until the actual grand finals.
Right.
And that's where you get your full, these are the two teams, these are the heroes they like, and they're going to develop their own meta based off of these picks and bans and, what you're comfortable playing against the important and established tools that that opponent has.
It reminds me a lot. I think we've talked about this a couple of times, like the TI8 meta that existed, and I think about that one a lot, where there's sort of the question of Venge and Earthshaker, and in our heads we had sort of said that we feel like Earthshaker is eventually going to be really good, and what we saw in the group stage was that Venge got picked over and over and over and over and over again, and it really fell off by the time we got to the main event, and so it ended up being that Venge was the most picked hero in the entire tournament, but then it wasn't picked almost at all in the main event. It was much more Earthshaker that got picked a lot through then, which is so interesting, right? Just the developing of what people think is good versus what actually ends up being the strongest stuff. And sometimes it might even be a situation where the strongest thing doesn't even end up being picked at TI. It's afterwards we're oh wait, this other hero was actually crazy strong. We didn't even get a chance to try it out. And then that hero dominates the next major or something.
There are always hidden heroes, and we're hoping to find one at TI. That's ideal, not after, right? Io has snuck in as a hidden hero, of course, most notably last year. Right? No one was really on the Io that much. I'm sure there's some discussions, and it's core Io. All right, that's just where we're at. And, speaking of Io, I guess, this is getting delayed a little bit, so we'll have to start getting a little bit sneaky here, guys.
Now, here's the question. Can you reveal the things that you want to talk about? Is that allowed? Do you know?
No, I don't. What?
No? Do you know any
nothing privileged. No privilege.
All right.
This is public. Seb has been spamming Io.
Oh, okay.
12 games.
Get him, everybody. Go.
Off-lane Io. So, we might be getting a little bit of that. I could see that being a first phase ban here, just because,
That's the question. Is that the fake out, right?
Dude, that's so worth, though. Because, they're just going to ban support anyway. I don't want to deal with that through the whole drafting phase of just, where's this Io going? Because, it could be a massive bait. And well done if it is Seb.
To me, that feels like it's a massive bait, because he's playing it, on his main account now.
Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, but is it?
Have you seen Mech? It is very cheap, guys. Back in my day, playing your support, you couldn't buy a Mech unless you 800 mana.
Right. It's
now,
so much
that
mana.
one's 125.
Was
no stats though.
275 mana or
I
something
don't know.
like
It was
that.
a lot, man. It was over. It was 250 plus. It was brutal, and it was expensive.
Yeah.
Now it's dirt cheap. It's 1,800 something gold.
And you get different things from it, obviously, but it's still a situation where that item can make all the difference in the world. It's like Dawnbreaker, right? You sort of have this situation where.
I told her that hero actually exists in this. All right, cool.
It's one of those things where you see that hero picked up. I mean, I think the reason that we're forgetting about it is because we're assuming it's going to be banned every game, right? You don't think so?
I'm a meh. I'll let her prove herself.
Okay.
I'm not a believer.
I don't know.
I agree she's annoying, but I don't know if she's major ban material quite yet. Listen,
She
you
needs
see
to
that
flex
little
her stuff a
hammer
little
come
bit.
out, she tosses that thing, and you just die no matter where you are. It feels like, oh god, that hero's so annoying to play against. But I think that it also, part of the thing that fits with it really well is that you're talking about that mech, right? You think about rushing that mech on a Dawnbreaker, you get that pretty early on. Suddenly, you know, the ulti comes in, you pop down there on the
Wait,
ground.
so
it
let me
heals
just,
around. Okay.
and this would be an off lane? Is that what I'm saying?
No,
Dawnbreaker?
or position like a support. Why not?
So it's but just to be clear, it would be like buying a mech, and it would be like globally moving with a heal.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. I think I
So
understand.
why wouldn't I just be Io?
Because she can kill people too. Io just is a little ball following people around. She's the one that makes the plays happen. Now here's a question: Dawnbreaker and Io.
Whoa, that's a lot of heals. And it's AoE heals, so we double up on the if someone's tethered.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Some sauce. And you'd be like a big global relocate too.
Exactly.
Wow.
Although
Look at this, guys. Yeah, you can't do the preemptive.
You would have no stuns though. That's stuns don't win Dota.
I mean, that totally works for Nigma, right?
Yeah.
No,
God,
okay.
too soon.
Okay. Well,
Ooh. All right,
that'd be the easy one with the no stuns. Sorry, girl. My bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we're still.
You're gonna get
still
destroyed.
waiting,
You're gonna get blasted.
we're all just waiting, aren't we? Is that what we're going for here?
That's fair enough. Oh God, I can't wait though.
It's I mean, we talked about it's been 2 years here, guys. We're relaxing now. This is when you know the delay's coming in. When you ask time and there's no answer,
Yes.
that's when you know things are settling in. So stay a while for a session here, guys. It has been 2 years since TI.
Yes.
And do you guys remember what Dota was like then? Do you know neutral items didn't even exist at TI? I was rewatching the replays, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is a completely different game. There were shrines.
Yeah.
Shrines.
Wait,
Shrines.
Wait, really?
Yes, in the jungle. There were shrines. We still had shrines at TI, guys. We were doing the, hit the showers.
Yeah.
Value shrines.
That blows my mind.
Yeah.
That one's crazy. Because to me, like that feels like it's eras of Dota. So we haven't had even like the outpost things.
No. No neutral items. No outposts.
And so that also means
Think
no.
about all the changes to neutral items that have happened just in their existence, and
Yes.
they weren't even at TI.
And so Void Spirit, and then was it Snapfire the other one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Void Spirit, Snapfire, and Dawnbreaker
Yep.
are all the new kids on the block. Yeah, I mean that's going to be interesting. I think that like when you look at heroes that sort of define things, Dawnbreaker to me of those three feels like it's the most like game changing of them. Because like Void Spirit, you kind of already did it with Storm and Ember.
No, I'm
right?
not on this.
What do you
line.
mean? Okay, all right. Hear me out. This is the
Oh,
idea.
okay. I see what you're saying. Are you
Yes.
saying that like she's very different compared to the other two?
There's very few other heroes that are
Okay.
like Dawnbreaker. Like,
Okay, but there's literally only like 3 other spirits.
yes, but they existed, and that was like a position that existed within Dota, of like
Okay,
the
alright.
hero that goes in and like makes a little bit of chaos, and like Puck sort of fills that role as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's an archetype of a hero. And Dawnbreaker, I guess the only
Okay,
other one is
alright.
Io, actually.
Yeah, she's very similar to Io.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's kind of cool, but then like a more aggressive version of that hero. And then Snapfire is sort of weird. I don't really know if there's another one like
She didn't
that.
get her chance. She got owned because TI got so
Yeah.
delayed. You know, she had some sauce. She's lost a lot of the sauce now.
Now here's the thing.
Hmm.
What about Snapfire either offlane or mid?
We don't need the theory crafting right now,
Oh,
Gabe.
it's gonna be so good though. I know that's gonna get played at some point in time.
Some teams still like it. Some teams that aren't at DPC like it, but some that are at TI but weren't DPC liked it. Some teams here like it. Beast Coast, they often play it mid. They love it because they used to pick Hector, and he's sort of a stun in the safe lane, and then Snap would just TP and just kill whoever it was off the stun.
I like it a lot with Clockwork too. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that out of like Secret, for instance.
Yeah, okay.
I could see that happen. Like a I mean, I guess it would probably need to be like either a Zai Clock or Snap, but he could probably play it either way.
Jeez, I'm gonna have to get my bag of props pretty soon here, guys.
I know we're
I have a
chilling.
chest of just all kinds of. Okay. Turns out there wasn't enough room in my suitcase. I'm sorry, I don't have like big foam fingers or anything to rock out here. That would have been good though.
Yeah, another
Oh,
one of
okay.
your jerseys again potentially.
Yeah, that went over so well last time.
Can I tell you another quick story, since again we're waiting to fill a little bit of time, figure out what's going on with the players and making sure that they're all good to go. But at TI8, for anybody that doesn't know, our wonderful man, Mr. Trent here, what was even the name of the stadium that y'all were in?
Rogers Arena.
Okay. Who's
in Vancouver.
I don't know anything about hockey. Who's the team that plays there?
Well,
it's not the Leafs.
It's definitely not the Leafs.
Okay. So he wore a Leafs jersey.
Yeah.
And I didn't really understand.
No, he was excited. He was like, "Oh, that's nice."
Yeah, I didn't
They like that.
I didn't understand the cultural connotations that come with that. So we go up out onto the stadium, into the ground floor, and I think we're up there with March.
It was March and Chobra.
March and Chobra. Camera turns on, and suddenly I hear this sound. There's 25,000 people just booing. Boo. Now, when 25,000 people boo it as you show up on camera, the thought isn't oh, they're booing at him. It's, oh, they're booing at you. I did something wrong. I offended Canada.
See, I'm used to being just booed constantly, so
okay.
It wasn't
You
your
knew what
face.
you were doing. You didn't prepare me for it. That was crazy. And then, of course, the other big thing that ended up happening in that one was, just in general, that whole experience every time afterwards that he came on camera. I feel like I heard one or two.
Oh, yeah. No, they were good boos. It was worthwhile. Yeah.
But, still waiting. It does look like, again, all 10 players in the lobby just trying to sort out their issues, and hopefully we'll be able to get this game underway in just a couple of moments here. I know that we will.
It has to. I mean, honestly, we waited 2 years, guys. What's another, 20, 50 minutes?
It's true.
I just want to hang out here. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, Sunsfan and Sin are on another one. They have a podcast. They probably just started another episode. You guys might be missing what we say things right now.
I think that you should stay on this podcast, though.
Oh, wait, you don't want me to send away the viewers?
Get out of there.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this.
They're not even on right now. Don't look away. Don't check those ones out.
Some people probably just have it muted because they're just waiting for the actual game to start. And so me just doing a bunch of hand motions is probably very confusing. If anyone's just muted their tab.
Yeah, well, they're probably not watching. That's fine. I think that the other thing to me about this matchup that I sort of I'll go down this analogy route.
Okay, we're going back to the Dota now.
We're gonna go back.
This
to
is
the Dota.
dangerous. What if we still have another 40 minutes?
So
good. There's our names. Just so you know who to report. Just throw those up there. Yeah, that's perfect.
So the other thing that sort of stands out to me about this Alliance roster, this was something that I alluded to earlier. If anybody out there has seen the movie The Replacements with Keanu Reeves, it's from 2000. And the idea behind it is that you have the NFL that goes on strike in the United States. Okay.
They made a movie about this?
Jeez,
they're really digging for content. Now imagine a bunch of millionaires no longer want to play sports for money.
That's the point of the entire
In
movie.
a world.
Exactly. And so what ends up happening is that Keanu Reeves comes in and they're going to field a new roster from all replacement players. And they're the scrappy underdogs that come in.
Wait, but are they just playing other scrappy underdogs?
No, they're playing the main team. So
it's only like one team goes on strike.
One team that goes on strike.
This sounds like a terrible plot.
Listen,
why is one team going on strike?
Don't analyze it too much, but
okay.
it had Keanu Reeves in it. Okay, that's the important part.
Yeah, that's fine.
The
like
cyberpunk man, right? Exactly. So he
don't label him as that.
I know he's
the Point Break guy.
That's true.
There, boom. Now it's something we can agree on here.
What's Johnny what? Johnny Idaho?
I don't know.
Idaho?
Silverhand is the cyberpunk one.
Oh,
that's what you're going for.
No, the character from Point Break.
I can't remember.
His name is Johnny something. Go check that out.
You think I would know because I saw it like 80 million times growing up on one of those channels. It was just one of those constant.
Oh, that movie is so good. Anyway, it's
probably actually tried to get back to Dota.
I'm trying to get this. We're gonna get there.
Okay.
So the idea again with this this analogy, right, is that you've got this roster that needs to come out and be the scrappy underdogs and pull together a bunch of people from all over the place.
Inspirational speeches.
Think about how old some of these players are. Like Nico Baby, he was sort of like that tier 2 player for a really long time. He had to travel around, go to Southeast Asia, playing with them, and then
then he looked sick.
Exactly.
And I was like, oh damn, all right, we want this guy.
And so many people were writing him off. Like at TI8, I feel like I heard so many people that were like, oh, that guy's terrible, that guy's bad. This was before he started playing.
Yeah.
and then he came in and dominated. And that's really what it is it's like these people that people have written off. You know, how many times has Limp just like, you know, failed because of Kyle? Think about that, right? Like, that's the other thing.
That's fair.
Limp and Hanskin, they come back in now and they're making this team in like the twilight of their careers, trying to make a run at TI, all held together by S4. S4 is Keanu Reeves.
I think
That's what I'm trying to say.
I think we just bingoed. Like, if we had a bingo card of like talent filling time, so far we've hit like irrelevant movies. You know, we talked about the good old days, about old patches.
Yeah.
Right, that's good. We made fun of Kyle.
Yes.
We have the free space where the coordinator went down for a second. So that one's good. And I'm not sure what our fifth bingo was. Probably just, you know, awkward. Haha, fill time.
That's great.
That's a fair bingo.
Is it 5 for
Congratulations.
bingo?
Yeah.
Okay.
bingo. Oh my god, dude. Are you okay?
I actually like bingo a lot.
Okay, so here, your scrappy underdogs. That was OG.
It was.
That was just, I mean, they were literally the replacements. So your analogy is, you should have used that for them.
Well, but I feel like this OG is a different version of that.
Okay, yeah, but TI, okay, fair enough. So now Alliance is the new replacements, but TI8 OG was the original replacements. So they're just a
Exactly.
rerun.
Yeah, they're a rerun. Well, now they've become like, you know, they've sort of turned heel a little bit throughout this
That's
past
true,
year a
actually.
little bit.
Yeah, they really weren't, you know, they were just scrappy underdogs. Like, oh, that's so nice, they won. No one thought they'd win, and then TI.
It's just what happens when you become a winning team, right? Like naturally, there's going to sort of attract.
They help
that thing.
themselves a little
They
bit.
know you're not wrong there.
They
Absolutely.
took those steps to ensure the image was there. They did the heel turn themselves.
That's a fair point. I would not disagree with that. I mean, the other here, I didn't even talk about him yet, but FNG as well. Like another one of those that like
that's an old guy.
left his own region. I feel like this is one of the older teams that we've got at TI, if I remember that correctly. I feel like
You don't like think of them as being old, but yeah, that's pretty true actually.
yeah, and I mean, Nico Baby is somebody that I think a lot of people think of as like an older person or as a young gun, like a new face on the roster. But really, he's been around for a very long time, so it changes up in that regards. So.
Man, we were just making fun of Kyle and he walked in.
Yeah, how's it go, Kyle? What's
That's
happening,
pretty
man?
convenient.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez, they can't see him though.
No, I know, it's nice.
It's for their
though.
benefit.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He wants to yell at us. What's that, Kyle? You want to watch the game? Yeah, the game's not actually started yet, so I'm going to go back talking to the stream. Is that cool with you? Is that all right with you, Kyle? Is that cool? Thanks, bud. All right, then we have more questions. All right, thank you, Kyle. It's so nice here.
That's so good.
Do you guys have a podcast title that we could use? You got any leftover ones or something? I think so.
Yeah.
It's been, I don't know how long it's been, but we've just been podcasting here for quite a while. What time is it? 10:20. We've been podcasting for 22 minutes.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, they're podcasting on the mainstream too. All right, cool. Wow, you guys are already at 1/3 of the way to your free chests.
Yeah.
Because after 1 hour. Oh, 5 podcasts? Oh shit! That's some fans sitting there winning.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Ah, darn. Yeah, I go to that podcast too. Bye, guys. Thank you. Not you. You guys stay.
Exactly. Don't go anywhere.
Kyle can leave.
Now listen, if they do
You're
want to
trapped
hear
here
from
with
them
us.
again, they can go over to stream C and they're about to hear from Kyle and Cap.
Well, not right now though.
Well, probably.
Wait, so why aren't they casting right now? How come they're not podcasting?
Because they're on like the 3rd series or something.
Oh, okay.
The
That's what I
second,
thought you
third
were saying.
series.
All right.
No, I meant that they're going to go over there and interrupt them like they interrupted us.
Oh, yes. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well said. Yes, they'll probably go interrupt Stream C.
Perfect.
Great.
Well, again, back to the replacements. The best thing about that.
So where were we?
The best thing about that movie was that they had what's that song? At first I was afraid, I was petrified.
Yeah.
Kept thinking I could. That song's in it, and it's really. I can't sing anymore.
Yeah, you're solid. That's me, DMCA. You're so.
I'm very in tune.
Yeah.
I will say that that's one of my favorite things of all time is karaoke. I love going karaoke, but I can never do it at events because if I go out singing doing karaoke, like, first of all, it's COVID, so that's just not great.
No karaoke right now, guys.
But the second part is that if you do end up doing that, you're gonna throw out your voice after a little bit, so that's no good at all. So it does look like, again, waiting on the time for everything to get going. Is there any chance that we could go to a quick break? Our wonderful producer. I think that he's talking to somebody right now, so he can't hear me.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well, why are you gonna leave the people?
Well, the only reason is because they're telling me that we need makeup touch-ups, potentially.
That's a strong word.
Get out of here. What's wrong with you, man? I know, they're leaving. We don't need them. We look beautiful.
Yeah, thanks. I don't want to ditch these people. They're here waiting for the game. We will wait with them. We're
That's
not going to
true.
take a break and go hide
Well, no.
and cower away when there is a production snafu.
Yeah.
We're here.
I meant that if they wanted to touch up my
I know
makeup or
what you
something.
said. You look great.
Thank you.
You don't need to touch up. He's fine.
I do
Everyone
look
tell me
great.
he's fine. Just little claps.
Yeah, you can hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah.
Or Trent. Get
Yeah,
down to
that'd be
those
good.
as well.
Get some follow numbers so we can get some sponsor stuff. That'd be great.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
good. This is the sell.
This is what you do at TI, right? You just endlessly chill. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Why
Just making
not?
sure.
I think that the other thing that's really interesting about the sort of this whole process here, right, is wondering what's going on in the players' rooms. You know, trying to think about if they're right now like also sitting there, sort of talking it out, if they're thinking about the draft, or if they're just like, something tells me that like one of them went down to eat breakfast or something.
It would be really in my head at this point. It'd be like, if we want to play like rock paper scissors right now,
Yeah.
then we just go. But if we were just like, oh, hold on here.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that in a second though.
Yeah.
See, if I had to wait for 30 minutes and then play, I would just overthink pointlessly and forget my original game plan, which I obviously think about a lot, much like a team preparing for Dota. Okay, so how do we do this?
Well, so here's the thing. This is another quick story that we can tell, right?
You don't need to tell us.
You know the story. He knows the story. The other day we were playing Terraforming Mars, and Ken Chen, the wonderful Mr. Hopbit, told us that we need to do rock, paper, scissors to figure out whose plants were destroyed.
I don't like
If you
story
haven't
time.
played Terraforming Mars before, you'll
I don't think you need to
don't
explain the
worry
game.
about it. But anyways, the point being that plants are good. One of us was going to lose them. We did it. He was like, all right, do rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Trent goes, rock, paper, and then just went. And
Yeah,
like,
he does 3, then shoot.
yeah, but here's the thing. You agreed
Yeah,
to
I
do
know
it
I
the
did,
other
but
way first.
I've spent like 30 years just doing bah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard, you know.
So what is the that we don't do that either.
Which one?
With like the hand on the thing. That's
I
not
do that.
Yeah, no, we don't. I don't know. I say we as in all,
All
of us.
of
As far as I
Canada?
know in the Maritimes, that is not a thing. I feel
No?
like people see them on TV and then they start doing it.
I
Well,
know
you
it's
guys
probably
obviously just
it.
did. Well, yeah, because you make the TV.
Exactly.
America.
So you don't watch our TV? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm just not so easily swayed. I
Okay.
stand by my old traditions of
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're right. Even when it like causes
Yeah.
you to lose
All
all
right,
your
go.
plants.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Now, none of this. Okay, all right. So how are we doing this?
I mean, this probably looks
If
different.
only we could
on
do
stream as
predictions
well.
right now.
Predictions. All right, you ready?
That'd be so good. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna get you 3 times in a row. You ready?
What?
It's
Okay,
gonna
but
happen.
how are we doing it? Is it 1, 2, 3, shoot?
No, it's just 1, 2, 3.
Okay, all right. So
Ready?
it's like rock, paper, and then throw.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
Rock, paper, and then scissors.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm
Yeah,
ready.
yeah.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors. That's 1.
All right.
Get nervous. Don't start sweating.
All right.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors. No! I almost
He
swore.
thought I
I
flexed.
had it. All right.
Can you imagine? All right.
Ready?
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Yes.
All right,
Victory
all right,
is
all right.
mine.
All
I
right,
also
that's
just
2 to 3.
dropped this behind me there.
That's another minute down.
Nailed it.
Cake. Mm.
We're killing it here.
Yeah. This is actually the best possible way to start the group stage for us. I mean, it's only uphill from here. Like, this
True.
is broadcast starts. Game starts. You know?
That's true. I think that it fits within the motif again of like us needing to build that anticipation and excitement for what's going to happen.
I thought you were going to say needing validation from the crowd and the fans. And
Sure, yeah.
trying to
That
think
too.
our lives have meaning.
No.
That's the one I was
Wow.
going for. So thank you for the
Very
validation
deep.
as the numbers start to dwindle.
No. They would never dwindle. I don't believe in that.
I'm just looking over the mainstream. Yeah, they're still just couching. They're
They
just
look
chilling. Yeah. They also waiting for the games. We're waiting for the games. Turns out everyone is.
True
You guys
enough.
are waiting for the games.
Yeah. I think that it's also nice though because like at least at the beginning, I feel like there was always this time when TI started. Before we started to work it, I would always like watch, and I would love to watch the group stage start off, and I'd have 4 different browsers open, or like the multi-twitch
It's the
thing.
most beautiful multi-twitch you guys have ever seen. This has 4 pairs of us all.
Yeah, hey, look at it. But like, I think that it just becomes so crazy chaotic and like exciting what's happening, and sort of keeping up with that. And that's why I'm excited about the mainstream, because I think that the mainstream. I sort of tweeted about this, but there's been this like thought that I've always had where when you're watching games at an event, like there's this sentiment that happens in the green screen in the green room back behind, where like everybody's sitting together and watching the games and talking about like what's happening, what's the meta that's evolving, what heroes are good, what are people picking, how are people playing Dota in general. All those things start happening, and it feels like you sort of have I don't know, like not like the meta is being decided, but it feels like you're trying to decipher a puzzle. And I feel like that's what the mainstream is going to be this year a little bit, where it's like people just talking about what they're seeing around in games all the time. So that's cool.
We got some big brains. We got Insania showed up. Confess, that's pretty cool.
Wait, is that revealed yet?
Well, yeah, he's there on the screen, so.
Okay.
I'm throwing out spoilers here. Come on.
Maybe.
I'm not gonna tell about all the surprise secret people coming.
Ooh. I don't know if there's
dozens. There's just dozens of them.
I don't know if that's true. Is there a crowd we don't know?
Can I just make some bold promises here? No one's even listening at this point.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
it's been a while. They're just waiting for the game, much like us.
Way to bring that back around.
the game is eventually gonna happen. Maybe. I don't make any promises.
I do. I will promise that there will be a game.
Wow.
I'm
That's bold. You don't know what could happen. You don't have that power.
I wonder if I could join.
I know your name's Gabe, but you're not that Gabe.
I wonder if I could join the coaches slot.
And please don't. I don't want them to click the start and then you're suddenly a coach and
they can hear me. That would be the real meme.
That would be a problem.
That would be the real meme again.
Okay. All right. Jeez.
I think that it's going to be an interesting time watching that mainstream though and checking out what everybody's doing.
All right. So now that we've weaned out the non-diehard fans, and just the diehard fans are left, who do you favor in this matchup? Who's winning this? Is someone going to 2-0?
I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. I think it's going to be a 1-1.
Okay, could one of them 2-0, or could either of them 2-0, or do you think it's just like...
I mean, this is really my problem with like all of these teams beforehand, is that you come in with preconceived notions of what they're going to do, but realistically, like there's so much that's been held back this year because of that extended break before TI. I don't know what anybody's form is. Like I think that people could have powered up, hyperbolic time chambered it, and then become like really freaking good, and like we wouldn't know about it.
Okay.
It's like it's mostly scrims, but like we don't have access to that information as much.
Okay, so but which team did you dust all of their player cards?
Oh my god. Why are you doing this? Why are you
No, I'm just saying. Last night, did you or did you not remember? You're under oath.
Yes.
Did you or did you not dust all 5 player cards from one of these two teams?
I may have.
All right. Now, may I remind you again, you are under oath, sir. Which team did you fully 5-man dust, including a gold card?
I may or may not have needed to get the like maximum amount of player cards so I could get that objective.
Oh yeah, sorry, my apologies. It's a 4-man dust.
That's right.
Yes.
I needed to get that.
Yes.
No, it was a 3-person.
I believe it was 4 because you had 2 other teams that you needed to get. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They were the least likely out of your 2 teams. Yes. Which one was it, sir?
I may have dusted Alliance.
Yeah.
I may have. But so here's the thing. And
you should have seen how sad the player faces look. There's a gold card just disappearing from the screen. He's like, I need your dust. I need your soul power.
So the reason that I did that, it's not an indication of a team that I think is necessarily going to go out, but it's an indication of a team that I don't think I'm going to play their cards. Right? And I think that there's a difference there.
Okay, but do you or do you not have a 5-man lineup of OG?
I don't actually. I think I have 4. Maybe
I'd like a verification, sir, please. I mean, we got time.
We do.
Guys, I'm looking. I'm checking. I'm checking here. All the
way
way down. All the way. Oh, I see 5 OG players.
I might have them. I'm not playing any of them today, though, to be fair. No, I think that the main reason is just because I think the type of gameplay that Alliance has is not necessarily one that's conducive to fantasy. I think that they play a different way. Which don't...
Losing?
No.
What is not conducive to fantasy points?
No. I think that, I think certain players... I think that Nico Baby is a good play, but I'm not sure if there would be many games where I would want to necessarily play him. If that makes sense.
Oh, he hits a lot of creeps.
I think that he's the one that's probably the furthest along, but everybody else, it feels like they sort of play, there's not that big standout player, if that makes sense. It's like everybody kind of fits within that middle road. So they're like the Detroit Pistons from 2008 or whatever.
I actually watch basketball then, so there you go.
So it's like you had, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, you
My
had
guy.
Chauncey Billups, you had Rip Hamilton, you had Tayshaun Prince. Right? They're sick. He had the mask on.
Dude,
He had the
was
mask
so
on
good.
before it was cool.
He did, yeah.
So this was like this is the roster of like a bunch of role players that all play together, and it's not like
this
that.
is another bingo space, by the way. Irrelevant NA sports ball.
Exactly.
So we've just hit another square.
So to me, that's sort of the role that Alliance fits. So like, for instance, you think about a team like what's one to think about? Maybe. Fnatic, is that a decent idea here? I feel like Raven is a pretty good play because it tends to be like all about him. I feel like in the way that they play.
Okay, yeah.
And so like you would want to play that card, for instance. And then maybe you play something for a team like Quincy Crew. You might think about like a Laslau because he tends to get a lot. I feel like on his off lane role.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So that would be a more likely thing that I would want to do there. I'm just justifying this.
Yeah, I can hear because I mean it's not like Alliance just play completely around Eco Baby or something. That would be a wild thought.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah. They don't. Definitely not.
Fully dusted. Again, I remind you. Your Honor.
We've had one player leave the lobby now.
That's not good. That's our first down this whole time.
No-Tail got to get back in here. Hopefully he will soon. And we'll be able to get this one.
This is not good. That is not a good sign.
Being updated.
So far we've been sitting here with hope. 10 players, all equally. The other worrying part is they haven't said anything in the lobby chat this entire time.
No.
And I have to say that you've clearly grown as a caster and you feel like you're in some sort of place because you actually typed time, ? Which you never would have done in your first TI.
No, definitely
like,
not.
You would have been terrified to put an emote in there.
Yeah.
And you
I
just,
would.
like you see anyone else typing? Maybe that's a problem.
That could be a problem.
Maybe there's a reason no one else is talking.
Yeah, they're going to get kicked off the broadcast. I put it all on the line. I needed to let the people know. I'm trying to relay information from the lobby chat to the people. I think that's the big reason.
You did not get an answer, though.
No, I didn't.
No.
But that in and of itself is an answer to the people. That's information. That's important. That's what you want to do. You're just looking off.
I'm just looking at the mainstream. It's like, oh, please. I'm waiting for like a graphic to show up because maybe they'll have information. I feel like that's where the information would go.
Yeah,
It can be sent to me from the mainstream screen.
Yeah.
But that is not the case right now.
It's
I'll
true.
lie here and wait.
I think that one other thing that's going to be pretty fun about this one that I'm excited about.
Wait, you're not having fun right now?
I am having fun
okay,
right
good.
now.
Just
But it's
making sure.
another
Alright.
thing that's going to be fun.
I mean, once the game starts, it's going to be a lot more boring.
I
But
was thinking
anyway.
the chat lines. We've got a whole new slew of them.
Yes.
And I think it's pretty cool. We've got a bunch of different broadcasters that are on scene now this year. I think that they've opened it up a lot more. Spanish broadcast is going to be on site as well, if I'm not mistaken. At least I've seen a bunch of folks from the Spanish broadcast bumping around and stuff. I think it's pretty exciting. We've got like a really good crew of people that are working, and a bunch of voice lines that are going to be coming in, potentially from casters. Yours is the only one with crowd noise in it, so
I may have been tactical.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That was an impressive move.
Thank you. I tried.
Uh,
I'd like to get it once. That would feel pretty nice. I'm not gonna
if
lie.
somebody did, you're
I feel pretty good with that. I'm not really one for the all chat. When they weren't all chat, I was a little excited because like sometimes they're a little bit too spammy. But I mean, what is it without the all chat? You need it.
It's
true.
true.
Sometimes it's a little overbearing. You're just like, oh my gosh, I need to try and think, and people
Yeah.
are just spamming at you. But you know what? It's okay.
I
It's
need
kinda
to
worth
double
it.
check that I don't have any of the players muted, because there was a broadcast where I muted a bunch of the players, and then I entered in, and then I was like, they just say GG. Wow, that's intense. Oh, maybe I have them all ignored right now. I should check that to make sure that they're not down.
So far, so good.
Yeah, no ignores yet. If there was a team that I would ignore, OG feels like one of them because of all the spam of lines.
They're
that
actually
they
trying
have.
to add you to their friends list. And just, this user has ignored you.
Oh, I did have one.
Oh my god. Who was that? Saksa?
Yeah.
Oh, you Saksa and Seb muted?
Yep.
Wow,
And
even
Sumail.
Sumail. I like how you didn't have Thompson muted, so you were a fan of his all chat apparently. Wow.
What can I
Who's
say?
really the toxic one, if you dare mute him?
I liked his, the Zeus. Wait for it. Wait for it.
I mean, he set the meta.
He did.
That's kind of incredible when you think about it. Other players are known for things like, inventing stacking camps.
Right. Do you know that I was casting their games in that run from the open qualifiers on? It was awesome because I
Yeah,
came
true.
in. We were at the BTS studios, and I came in like 2 days early so I could cast the opens. And I got to watch their run there, and then I was covering the European region through the regional qualifiers, and then obviously we got to cast their games at TI as well. It was sick. I got to see it all.
If I'm not mistaken, they were one loss away from losing that qualifier, right? They went
It
game
was 2
5.
losses away, I think.
Was it?
So I'm not
I
sure.
think they went to game 5 versus win, right?
I thought they did too, and then I went back and I checked through it when I was actually doing an interview with March because March was coaching that team, and I didn't realize that until I went back and looked through it all. And then it was only the 4 games.
Yes, I know what I'm thinking of. The last time they lost a series before that TI was at an event in Toronto versus someone. I think it was Immortals.
Yeah, I think so
It was
too.
the Immortal stack with like Dubu. Was the last team to actually defeat OG before they won TI.
It's crazy.
That's what it was.
It's so nuts. And yeah, that Wind and Rain team almost did end up taking it. But yeah, I was following that because we were sort of talking about. I was doing the interview with March. He went on to do that, and then to coach for that team. And then when it didn't work out, ended up actually coming as talent, which is the classic.
Ah, yes, that was good. That was a good one.
And then afterwards, tried to re-qualify again with the Genespris lineup.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, we watched that whole qualifier.
We
together. That was a sad one.
Yeah, and that one, like, again, it came down to the last second, trying to sort of focus down and get the last towers. They went all in instead of going back for Roche.
Oh,
it was devastating.
That was insane.
But that team, 23 Savage and March, and then you look forward to now with T1. March played against the Geek Fam roster, pulled the Geek Fam roster together with the exception of one player, which was Raven, who ended up going on to Fnatic. And who did he decide to pull back with him again?
Yep.
Brought back 23 Savage, and now they're here at TI. And it's interesting seeing the way that those teams sort of like evolve, where it's naturally like, okay, like this player, I've played with him before, I want to try and build this synergy together. And then you have teams like Alliance, where it's just like, we're going to pull everybody together, you know, and build this roster from the best players that we feel like we got, the replacements.
And build this game.
That's right.
Yep.
Deep.
To eventually happen.
Eventually.
Maybe if we all just focus really hard, it'll just like start.
Will it to be so?
No, it didn't work.
No.
Sorry, guys.
You probably
but
didn't
no
try
time's
hard
back.
enough. He is
That's
back.
good. So we got 10 again.
Oh, I gotta see if I have him muted. All right, unignore
You
user. I did.
jeez, dude.
Dude, I had all of them muted except for Thompson. What the hell? That's not great. Well, I'm glad I caught it now,
that
though.
actually kind of makes up for the fact that you dusted all of Alliance's cards. At least you didn't have them
That's
muted.
right. So I dusted all of Alliance and I muted all of OG.
Yeah.
I'm just a toxic
You
caster.
just tried to eliminate all of them.
I did.
Yeah, except Thompson.
That's right.
So not only are you toxic, you're also biased to one player. Apparently.
Toxic and biased.
Wow, you're hitting all of the perfect check marks as a caster.
I think that's what people think of when they think of me. Toxic and biased.
Yeah, sounds about right.
But yeah, it's I think that the other thing about this, who do you favor in this? You asked me, and I get a chance to ask you.
I'd take OG.
You think so?
I think they have more of just the
You think
the
2-0 OG?
mentality. Yeah, I'd probably take 2. Although I will confess, I do have 2 Alliance players as fantasy, I believe.
Okay.
Because I'm just YOLOing. I felt like I had some gold cards. I was like, maybe
They've
they'll
got
have
3 games today too.
Yeah, they got 3 games. Maybe they'll be able to pull it out. That'll be kind of fun to watch them. I like hedging my bets,
Right.
So maybe, I don't expect them to do well, but they do well. Maybe
Right.
I'm wrong on broadcast, but I get fantasy points.
True.
So I got wins somewhere.
I think that this is a team that and again, maybe this is just my own personal bias. They've consistently beaten the expectations. that external stuff, I feel like it doesn't necessarily get to them a ton.
I think OG are powered by external stuff. I think Alliance just everything just kind of washes by.
That's true. Yeah,
I don't think
there's
they
more
care as much.
Exactly.
But I also think that they don't have that same sort of like, I don't know. Like I picture the old like complexity with these guys where they did like the the huddle and like the
Right.
I don't think this roster is doing any of that stuff.
Well, they grew up.
That was good. That's some quality, bonding, motivation. That's very. It feels very North America when you watch back on it.
Yeah.
Oh, they've gone to a weight screen.
Oh,
They've abandoned the mainstream.
interesting.
Welcome. Yes,
so
we
we're
won't do
here.
that to you.
No, we're gonna stay here. We're
Okay,
hanging
well,
out.
unless we're told, because sometimes they're gonna tell us to take a break, maybe. So.
And I'm gonna say no for you people. I'm not gonna say
No,
no.
dude,
I'm
that's-
definitely not gonna say
You
no.
don't have the last time I said no to production, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not end well for you.
They're gonna make my voice all squeaky for the rest of the tournament afterwards. They can take
Now that's
retribution.
content, yeah.
That would be great.
That's good. We were talking about this because healing is very expensive. So,
Okay.
Yeah, you can't really just do that constantly.
Wait, when were you talking about this?
Don't worry about it.
We have the what's that?
We have to go to a break.
All right, and with
I'm
that,
sorry.
we will be
We've
back
been
in just a
told.
little bit. All you wonderful people out there, we'll be back when the game is ready to start. See y'all then. And just like that, we're back after a very short break. Trent, it is all going to happen again. Should we do the whole thing again?
No, not that. Not
that whole thing.
Welcome to episode 2 of Chuck and the Canuck. I'm the Canuck, he's Chuck. So, you don't want to be Chuck? Chuck sounds good.
Chuck is good.
Yeah.
I like it. It also rhymes with Canuck.
Yeah, so that was pretty fast.
Canadian?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. We have all the lobby issues sorted out.
Normally. Normally.
You talking to me?
Namoy! Normally, normally.
Shane? You talking to me? Shane? 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 Shane?
As
long as we stay positive, we'll win.
Easy, easy.
Normally, normally.
Не такая радужная должна быть, просто потому что там идет про...
是的，不过这个对线的话呢，就是对于蓝子来讲，他们是有击杀机会的。就是他们这边如果说配合女王毒标消耗，再加板柱，对于冰魂来讲的话是有这个生命危险。大跌不给你。
Уже в дальнейшем не на линии. В принципе, сейчас мета Медова, она представляет собой возможность уйти и потерпеть где-нибудь в лесах, особо не выходя на линию, кроме как, когда выходят уже сами крипы под тавр.
Да, тут крепкая душка идет со стороны УГ, то есть сидят и Марфа прибывает из зоны, почему понимаем, да, связка вполне себе стандартная, уже такая привыкшая публика к ней, потому что Морф стоит, перекачка фулл ловкость, соло рип 1, ты фулл хп переливаешь как тебе надо, и, то есть Марфа с такой линией обычно брать тяжело, но тут именно продушивает на первом уровне, когда никакого соло рипа еще нет. Кейн из зоны пытается откидаться, но Морф не может ему сильно помочь сейчас здесь, и из-за этого мы видим, что не дофармливает 61 у него, и он, ну, на уровне Хантера того самого, вот они вместе стоят и претерпевают.
Ну да, у Клинза ситуация получше сейчас по крипстату, но увидим уже, как это в дальнейшем будет вырисовываться. Пока ФНГ нормально, Сепа пытается гонять, Сепа как силач страдает все-таки тоже каких-то крипчиков может терять из-за того, что он лишний дэмэдж у него забирает таким образом. И видим тоже 16. Продолжает спамить, Тайтхантеру в принципе уже становится немного все равно, но он, видимо, успел себе фласку принести отпить, но пока никаких последствий.
К нему летит курьер сейчас с чем-то, то есть можно просто посмотреть. Я думаю, что ботл, но это не ботл, кстати, это армор плюс тангус, такой вот интересный выбор.
Потихонечку готовится к сбору фейза, в принципе, сейчас это единственный личный ботинок на Тайтхантере.
Просто почему именно фейзы, то есть в этом плане вот смотришь на концепт линию, не проще было купить какое-то там кольцо условное, да, сразу с выходом в худ, потому что смотришь на героев противник. Тайтхантер как раз таки к магии чуть-чуть поуязвимее, чем к Физе, точнее, к Кракеншеллу.
Тут еще Лим будет отжимать баунти-руну.
Ну да, в таких ситуациях обычно ты идешь просто на вражескую. Забираешь ее.
Хански пока что у нас живет, у Нутелла некоторые проблемы с ХПшкой были, но Хански не дадут подойти, на блинке ему приходится отступать. Третий уровень у него вкачал себе блинк на двоечку, Shadow Strike, который продолжает спамить, и тем временем все-таки отдается Тавру. ФНГ, да. Был экшен, но не было.
И перезарядился. По-быстрому, то есть дал немножко денег, понятное дело, да, но вот мы видим, что здесь, опять же, из-за того, что подконтроливаются руны, очень круто стоит лимп. Топ крипстарт, топ динай, прогоняет Хантер постоянно куда-то, то есть в сторону там, и подвышку стой, нечего тебе тут делать. И добирается высоты, понимаешь, что Линя потом вот будет крайне опасным героем, потому что с фас-6 бегаешь по карте, то есть опять же можешь подключаться, герой быстрый, тревела берет, билдам обычно.
Да, в целом, да, как обычно, скорее всего, такая будет Лина с выходом в физ-потенциал такой.
В дальнейшем, да, там все физы будет, да, ты интересно придумал, то есть видно, что отводит у нас Альянс сюда крипов и подманил пачку, чтобы не встретить в другом месте, то есть не дать зафармить на халяву, но все равно мы видим, что справляется СФО и пачку в плане денег отсюда выносит. Но да, Боник 26-4 сильно лучше дела, чем Марфа, то есть мы на него уже давно не смотрели, но видишь, там 17 на 1, он не умирает, он свое кольцо купил, у него зомби на подкрепе, но вот он не мешает особо сильно Легионке, который мешает ему. И вот на этом мы видим, что центр хорошо у Альянс, но потом дальше идут чуть-чуть дела получше уже у ОГМ по остальным позициям.
Но здесь Легионка не из торопливых. Нет какой-то попытки собрать суперфаст Bloodmail или суперфаст Гин для того, чтобы составить драки. И это имеет смысл, потому что трудновато с кем-то это составить. Кем такого мощного нюка, чтобы
да, тебе нужно шестой на аппарате, то есть вот у тебя могут там шестой быть, у аппарата еще могло не быть. То есть толку тебе от этих слотов. Опять же, Bloodmail, но здесь же играют не совсем типа сильные какие-то. Ребята могут не бить Bloodmail. На самом деле, из героев Херполов контролирует свой урон, я здесь вижу, наверное, сколько-то квапу, который ты можешь стягивать и на момент там крика ультимейта чего-то одного из двух успеть нажать. Но в остальных случаях, опять же, то есть если смотрим вариант, где Fast Blood Mail, ну то есть, опять же, как подойти к условному Марфу, как завязать дуэль, чтобы он себя сам убил, нужен даггер снова, то есть 4000 голды. Поэтому, возможно, выбирать какие-то вещи из этого списка попозже, да, то есть ПТшка, соул-ринг и там вот это все прочее, и потом уже под команду, чтобы было с чем играть. Не голый регион, а стата, то есть, который мне нравится, одного каста, 64 уровень, 1120 хп. Довольно приятная цифра. Учитывая, что противник маг раскаст у каждого героя, то как раз таки контролируется с большим количеством хп и маг резистом.
Пока тут он остался один на линии экспица.
Да, Шейкер ушел по лесам, и видишь, тоже даггер не торопится делать, то есть Soul Ring, базилка и дальше делает.
Да, в этом плане вообще Альянс некуда торопиться, им нужно, чтобы Мор переоделся.
Наверное, умер.
Ну, пока тут не особо видится шанс на выживание, возможно, получится задонается облесных, но нет, он выходит. Конечно же, потопсанный якорь получает.
ФБшечка.
Ну что ж, вот и первое убийство, наконец-таки. У нас тут был Deny of Tower. И на этом все закончилось пока что. Что ж, у OG появляется первый фраг, так вот случайно получилось напороться. Вильган расставляли, и как раз таки там ФНГ оказался неподалеку. У Марфа заявочка, ну, кольцо есть, впоследствии может его грейдить, вероятнее всего, в линку. Думаю, что против Легионки это совершенно не помешает. И можно будет уже рассматривать такой вариант билда довольно часто и в последнее время. Ну а Самоил тем временем собирает себе молнии, хочет Глипнир выйти. СПО пока что тут подзамедлили, но получилось выйти у него из-под атаки. Хаски также ничем не рискует, у него имеется блинк. Аккуратно, очень аккуратно играют у нас обе команды.
Ну, слушай, тут потому что каждое очко это ночная вес золота. То есть разыгрывается, если опять же ничего не путаю, у нас одна победа, одно очко.
Да.
Следовательно, ты можешь заработать максимально 16, минимально 0. И поскольку если ты заработаешь 16, следующая команда максимум делает 14, то есть тебе на самом деле крайне важно забирать в ситуации, где ты можешь делать 2-0, делать 2-0, потому что 4 х коэффициент ты выиграл, считай почти в винерах. Почти гарантированно.
Да, в этом плане тоже абсолютно классическая ситуация с группой. 9 команд в каждой группе, 4 проходят финера, 4 лузера, и одна команда вылетает. На этом последнем месте не хотел показаться никто. Хотя за последнее место все равно $100 тысяч ты получишь.
Нет, это, конечно, все здорово. ФНГ, по-моему, опять умирает. Очень тяжело с такого уйти, его выкидывают вниз. Есть еще свой план, действительно. В этот раз выживает. Но не очень приятно. Очевидно, это что продушка идет серьезная. Так, здесь СФО, на Тейл мансует и вымансовывает.
Видимо, здесь это был использован ультимейт у Шейкера. Да, не до конца, кажется, все-таки подцепил. Крик был, но СФО забирает себе фраг. Как раз для него возможность еще себе заработать золотишко. Сейчас играет и через блинк, и через загоним вместе в одном билде, как правило. Увидим, как здесь Шейкер построит свой билд, пока у него куплены такие промежуточные предметы.
Вот так и выставляем. Но вообще я тут подумал то, что по поводу траты ультимейта на Шейкере, что это вообще цель номер 1 в этой игре для Альянса Тудайт Парада. Потому что если Марфа не будет закинуть его ультимейт, то как бы все, то есть герой работает. Если закинут, ты как бы теряешь персонажа, а это твой керри, который деньги там кидаешь, все дела. То есть им максимально важно, чтобы вот Морф не получал ультапарата.
Но этот ульт все равно, видишь, уже появился, причем достаточно рано для 5-й позиции.
Ну, ему оставили эту линию, Боник ушел нас.
Да.
Лесничать.
Так, и на Тейл видим то, что он...
Пошел ультимейт вниз, кстати, куда-то. В сторону Морфа его закидывают, что сейчас ты его никак не видишь. То есть на фоне должен стоять уже Сакса здесь, должен стоять на Тейл. С клавишей. Попадает, но вот пока, видимо, в рамках продушки, да, то есть никуда там всех не бежит, не пытается подцепить. Добивает свой бэтмейл, забирает деньги.
Не тот кулдаун, на котором стоило бы переживать, так что разве это ультимейт такой прилетел? И видим то, что пока это ничем не закончилось. На первом месте по Нетрусу у нас оказывается Сумаил. Следом 2 игрока команды Альянс. Первая и вторая позиция. Ну и пока совсем не остается.
Где-то зомби, да, разорвался в центре. Ну, они нападали на этого, Кто там у нас был? На Рубика, типа, нападали. Не получилось. И тамба, пошел в аппарата.
Решили аппарата опять придушить. У аппарата есть возможность выйти под квадратор.
Помощь нужна какая-то. +1 ты где?
Ну вот Топсон идет как раз таки, но он не успеет, скорее всего, притянуться. Буквально разочек ФНГ осталось, он ее делает. Сам ФНГ продаться за это. Не отдает свой фраг Смайлу.
Дает тамбу. Кстати, надо бы отдать Зубонику. Все забирает +125. Но опять же, имхо это на самом деле нормальный мув был от Артема, просто потому что ты забираешь героя, который максимально вам мешает. И чем у него будет меньше, тем меньше вероятность того, что у него появится какой-нибудь там Айон, какой-нибудь Ю, то есть, ну что-то, чем он себя может чесать, там Гливер какой-нибудь. Ты потом всю игру сможешь набивать и всю игру не ловить от аппарата.
Ну и даже просто не давать возможность ему максить эту ульту, получать дополнительный левел. Пока никакой реализации Нутелл еще не находил для себя, но за ним слово будет еще сказано позже. Пока мы ожидаем, когда нафармятся первые предметы, Легионка сейчас уже готова вырываться к блинку, у нее имеется блэдмейл, и там можно будет и попробовать поговорить с Морфом в том числе. Никабейли тем временем разменивает Т1 вышку вместе с Себом, который внизу это делал. Себ тоже сейчас уже заберет дефолтный размен, дефолтные тайминги. Никто никому не мешает, все пытаются играть максимально АФК, поэтому видим то, что максимально пассивная карта выходит. Это похоже на первую встречу интернета.
Это, во-первых, максимально похоже, во-вторых, очевидно, ОГ играет от слотов, от таймингов, то есть у них есть понимание, что это нужна 20-я минута, нужны шарды и так далее. Мы пытаемся что-то сделать раньше, но в целом и некуда торопиться, играть будем потом. И то же самое Альянс Я, то есть Шейкер там, ну, нужен Дагер, то есть Морфила, нужны слоты. Все играют на мид, лейт гейм, когда вот у них все будет. И ты видишь, что Морф краски выбирает вариант такого вот сейф сбора, где у тебя ПТ и дальше сразу Рекинсфера. То есть слот не на дэмэдж, слот не фастагони, вообще ничего из этого. И поэтому мы в игре его с тобой не видим еще довольно долго.
Да, Морф в любой сборке, как мне кажется, не сказать, что быстрый персонаж. Даже если пытаются собирать магического Морфа, все равно не выходит это сделать быстрее, чем минут за 30.
Первым слотом, прям вот сословик Морфа, того же Нуна, как выглядели. Приходит тапочек, там ботл, Яша какая-нибудь, и поехал сразу Этернал бахнул. Этернал себе тоже слотов дает, просто на фаст-левеле с центра идет и продушивает. И тема хорошая. Здесь у него на самом деле, если рассмотреть на глубокий лейт, то хорошая комбинация и с зомби. Вторую тамбу там поставить, все дела. У тебя хорошая комбинация с Шейкером. То есть можно во что-то такое интересное выйти. Потому что сами ОГ много пробовали в этом году, в прошлом году вот именно такие комбинации пытаться смутить. Не нужно морфом дожить и потом когда-то показать, как он работает.
Максимально ничего не боится, фармит в чужом лесу. Здесь вижен имеется у команды OG, и вижен причем на очевидном споте, но снять пока что нет.
Тяжело, да, прийти и это сделать.
Ну, просто лес контролируется пока OG. Альянс не имеет туда доступа. Они могут пойти во вражеский, скорее всего, точно так же без проблем для себя. Не хватит ресурсов задефать его, в том числе и команде OG. Топсон продолжает наглеть. ПТ один вышку на миде хотел залезть. Но тут видно то, что Альянс успели нажать смог для того, чтобы атаковать какую-нибудь цель, которая на этом миде. Это будет аппарат. Да, аппарат сейчас можно зацепить, фиссур, и получился у застаний, и получился у ограничений.
Замечательная нейтралочка, что просто выйти.
Тамблер стоит, а которые не поставили на кулдаун как раз таки, потому что фиссуры не попали.
Да, обида.
По крайней мере, не факт, что получится забрать, но видим то, что Топсон горой стоит перед ней и не дает возможности к ней даже подойти. СФО. У СФО есть блинк, он хотел бы его показать, видимо, под этот блиндагер и делался смоук, но не закончился. Никакими фрагами, зато Себастьян нападает на Хвапу и мигом получилось ее забрать. Первый выигранный дуэль, первый дэмэдж. Поздравляем.
Десяточка, судя по тому, что есть голды на руках, возможно, что-то еще подлетает к нему. Потому что денег у него на самом деле на топ-2 Нетворса. Где-то вот, возможно, это дагер.
Да, дагер.
Да, это он.
Но первый, видишь, фраг получился составить без даггера, причем против Хвапы. Но Хвапа здесь у нас с первым левелом. Блинка, возможно, на тот момент он даже в кулдаун не был. Кулдаун просто огромный поначалу.
Может быть, что угодно. Может, сейчас просто типа легионка вот свиш, она левел большой же. Там важный момент таланта на 10 уровне. Может, взял его? Он его взял, да. Видишь? Да, если это то, из-за чего легионка сейчас максимально хороша, потому что ты именно подцепляешь с того двора. То есть не нужна линза, чего-то еще, потому что раньше, допустим, был патч, там против какой-то энигмы, ты там сидишь, ремейки собираешь, еще что-то пытаешься найти, чисто чтобы снимать. То есть теперь здесь ничего не надо.
Хотел еще раз рисовать и снова нападение на Хаскина, но тут уже спот останавливает, не дадут забрать цель так просто, но и дуэль закончилась, правда, так, что никто урона не получил, но Смайл разменивается. Отдаст свою тройку.
Что там Рэвидж был потрачен буквально в молоко, то есть все в залез, команда его не залезла, его цепляют на Тейла.
Ну, должны будут забирать Топсона, у Топсона вообще проблемы с ХПшкой, и Сакса погибает уже. Топсон пока что еще продолжает жить, еще продолжает мансить, еще пытается убежать, но здесь есть свои формы у Ника Бэйби, так что заканчивается его жизнь также. Да, очень плохие новости для команды OG, но размены также последовали, ПНГ СПО отправляется в таверну 3 на 3 в общей сложности, но по позициям, если смотреть, то OG, конечно, побольше потеряли. И тройку пострадали у Алайенса, а уже отдали мидера, тройку и четверку свою.
Да, но видишь, типа из ситуации, где было все очень плохо, они все равно вышли пару разменов, то есть, возможно, слишком далеко зарезан забойником. Видишь, да, там он и денег успел подзаработать, так является топ-1 Нетворса. Вот, и в ситуации, где противник отдал Рэвидж, и вы вышли в хороший размен для себя, они сделали отдачу своего эпицентра и выход, более-менее нейтральный. То есть можно было обойтись без этого всего. И зная, что у противника нет ревиджа, у вас есть ХСВ, просто пойти Рошана забрать, навязать какую-то драку за вышку. То есть реализовать во что-то большее, чем просто размен. А тут поспешили, мне кажется. Не оценили все риски, и теперь вот опять паритет, потому что легион с дуэлью уфлейнеры, можно так назвать, наверное. Так что Хантершейкер без своих обилок, и могут теперь все хитаться, и таргетный дэмэдж у бойных с легионов явно побольше, чем Марфа сейчас.
Но они как раз, видимо, искали какую-нибудь залетную цель для того, чтобы еще дуэльку зафармить. Пока легионка так с одной уходит, и Смаил есть возможность это сделать, зацепили ПНГ можно забирать, Смаил поможет, вне зависимости от того, получится себе стан или нет. Так оно и выходит. Еще плюс дэмэдж, плюс 20 теперь уже. Хорошо, такие точечные пиков получается проворачивать. Самое главное, то, что находятся такие цели. И ПНГ, он в попытке поэкспиться периодически ловит на себя такую вражескую неприязнь.
Он выиграет время, Марфу, типа, напали на меня, говорит, они на тебя.
А вот и Аганимчик как раз уже фармится Марфом.
Вот у него, окей, посмотри Шекера, посмотри зомби, потому что у них фармится, здесь видишь, что БКБ делается.
Да, а у зомби...
Зомби просто нет денег, пока нужного количества, то есть пока что это Аганим просто ради Аганима.
Не скоро этого что-то выльется. Но видим то, что размен таврами у нас, видимо, должен происходить. Смаил готов уже разбивать два вышку, Бэктор Протекшн спадает и
Они должны это быстро забрать.
Ну хорошо, нажимают еще больше спейса, теперь этот лес точно принадлежит им, и ближайшая драка может статься и будет из Рошана даже, потому что теперь есть возможность заняться аванпостами. И нападение теперь на СФО, который решил прыгнуть из леса, получилось явно плохо, он погибает, и Топсон дальше продолжает рвать всех, это минус еще и ПНГ. А Лимп в стороне, прожав БКБ, не смог.
У них пока нет урона, то есть ни ДК, ни БКБ, у них такие статы, которые плохо позволяют себе убивать героев, тем более Хантер просто с руки. Да, в итоге среагировал Сеп, то есть как бы глаз один, а видит по-старому. Также хорошо. Тупо на реакции пошел, сыграл.
Кстати, интересно, играет он сейчас в повязке или нет, потому что, как я заметил, он не фулл-тайм не ходит, то есть все-таки может. Хотя на игровой день сегодня предстоит долгий, у команды OG в том числе.
Первый, третий и пятый матчи.
Сегодня 3 будет, да?
Да, они играют 3, поэтому, собственно, фэнтези-команду их многие покидали к себе. Именно из этого расчета, что обычно они просто много зарабатывали, так как любят подраться, то есть за тимфайт карточки много зарабатываешь.
В любом случае, была вероятность, что Сеп не сможет поучаствовать на The International, но получилось так, что и без замены обошлись. Он сам лично участвует, в привычку уже прыгают, либо поймали, либо должны будут убивать. Это уже очень плохие новости для Alliance. Как здесь разбираться? Тут увидим то, что уже начинает контролировать пространство, они просто не дадут выйти с хайграунда.
Они просто по макро не очень понимают, где находится сейчас УГ, то есть что может осуществить нападение, то есть ты не видишь легионку, ты не видишь Бонника, они могут быть в любом месте, если ты их не видишь.
Ну потому что один день, вот видишь, один единственный вар стоит, который скоро закончится.
Совсем, да, ну нет, у них был в своем лесу, его сломали, еще один в своем лесу им поставили сейчас, вот около Т2 в центре. Но опять же, это не совсем то, что тебе надо, не совсем то, что чем ты можешь, скажем так. Кто точно знает, что вот на меня сейчас здесь не нападут. И не было подкрепы спины, потому что тот же зомби, допустим, приехавший, если бы он кинул свой рыб, условно, могло бы хватить, или там какой-нибудь, не знаю, там шекер, физуру положим, то есть какие-то варианты, если бы только вариантов, все могло бы получиться. Но всего этого не было, теперь имеем, что имеем.
Это большие трудности создают для Alliance, потому что жадный пик нуждается в армии. Они хотели бы иметь как можно больше пространства, а Хаскин неужели заберут, господи? Последней тычки не хватило с моим...
Причем именно не долетела, она вылетела. Да. Он был снайпером, он убил. Но...
Анимация быстрее, да. Делаешь. Но что ж, выживает Хаскин, по крайней мере, какую-то лишнюю голдишку не отдал. Но надо думать о том, как прокормить команду, где выиграть для нее спейс. Еще рано драться Alliance, еще очень рано им драться, но придется это делать, на хайграунд неумолимо зайдут.
И наоборот, надо драться, потому что сейчас у них есть ХСДМ, противника нет, Рэвиджа. Но вот опять же, да, то есть БКБ плюс ЛНК, 2 сейф-слота, которые тебе это выдают. Тут слишком мало в плане вот именно килл потенциал. То есть представь, да, здесь же был какой-то там даже базовый крит, и Ирина просто идет и вот Хантер, вот если ты бьешь его на 100, допустим, 40 абсорбит, то бьешь на 3/5, да, получается, на 60%. А если у тебя будет 200 тысяч сверки, то все, то есть он тебе же 40 блокирует. Совсем другая история.
Но Alliance пока пытается воспользоваться пространством, которое дает OG. И тем временем OG решили сами пойти на Рошана. Давно это напрашивалось, решили снести побольше вышек. Один вышку на топе взяли, и теперь Рошан будет доставаться им. Первый Рошан, которому только гидро бессмертия. И можно, в принципе, я даже не знаю, кому угодно Себу можно отдать, чтобы просто ворвался в смирение. Но решили Смаилу оставить.
Причем у него и БКБ, то есть на самом деле не то, чтобы сейчас чего-то сильно боится.
Да, видимо, и по крипочкам тем более.
Видимо, рассчитывает, что надо будет ему бить хайграунд, и в него могут напасть, но когда он сильно этого не ожидает. Но теперь его еще можно пускать первым. Сканирует свой хайграунд, понимает, что враг мог быть там, они там были буквально пару секунд назад, и в погоню вражеский лес можно будет сейчас пойти, когда они увидят на своем вижене условную главу или кого-то еще. Это непонятно, да, то есть вот.
Пока, видишь, как-то аккуратно, так ощущение, что не знают об информации.
Да, они ждут, караулят втером, то есть понимают, да, то есть у них слева пушится Т2 вышка, там никого, центр пушится под Т2, там никого, то есть противник тоже где-то гуляет, они это понимают, но не понимают точно где и смакуются сами, будут искать какой-то выход. Это довольно интересно, потому что у противника появился.
Да, они вот решили дать бой, они
тут аппарата.
В аппарат врываются, аппарат быстро лопает, здесь Сакса будет следующий Ли. Пока видим то, что у него получилось отступить, за Себом также погнались, Лагуна просто полетела так проверочно, я бы сказала, и тем временем по аппарату удалось. Есть Рэвидж, Марфа могут быть трудности, но надо его чем-то зацепить, надо с ним что-то делать. Исход также отбегает Смаил, Смаил пока что пробивает Лину, Лина должна будет погибать, а тут дуэлью, это еще плюс дуэль для Себа, и размены пока идут не в пользу команды OG.
Да, Шикерос там уже этот Морфошекер скорее нормально наваливает, то есть у них контроля порядочное количество. Очень неприятно против этого играть. И вот прыжочек. Хорошо.
Сеп нападает на него, очень быстро погибает. Остался один Смайл с Аегисом, которого все это время просто игнорили. Но он делает трипл-килл, может сделать ультра-килл. Полетел уже от аппарата. Может помочь, не попадает по Никобэби. Он успел нажать свою форму. Исмаил подгорает под Спирит Вессел, который на нем висит. Каскин. Ну, минус Аегис. Второй раз уже не пойдет на эту войну Исмаил. Он выйдет из этой драки. Но видим то, что реализация Аегиса прошла не так хорошо для уже, как они надеялись. И Айлайнс явно не была ошибкой нажать на смогу по раз. Они явно понимали, что Сплатон достаточно.
В хороший момент времени все-таки сюда пришли.
Ну и причем они же нажали смог, вот как раз здесь вард стоял, про который мы столько говорили. Потому что они нажали его не под вардом, они так и стояли.
Да, нет, тут чего, знаешь, что они, опять же, напали на аппарат, то есть первым били аппараты, дальше, то есть как-то выманили грамотно Тайдхантера по ХП, что он нажал рэвидж в итоге, в который никто не дал дэмэджа своего, то есть тот же Боник мог бы накидать очень плотно, но он не был в позиционке. И, то есть, первый хороший мув, второй, третий, и суммарно весь файт это 4 плюс Аегис в троих, очевидно, для Альянс плюс. Сейчас смог очередной вот под этого морфошейкера, пошла душечка, и, походу, дело продано.
Продано. Но все было изначально...
Слушай, Мор прыгнул дальше, там ниже Мор прыгнул еще раз.
Мор прыгнул еще раз, и Никобэби на плане Никобэ пока что присутствует, но Тейл начинает избивать, Хаскин не может ему ничего противопоставить, маловато дэмэджа, но Смаил зато пробивает, дай боже как. Минус 3 выполнения Никобэ. Это смоук. Решили скрыться, чтобы думали, что один Смаил бьет хайграунд, а все остальные находятся вне зоны действия, но... Пока отбиваться некому. Алайнс ждут, видимо, развода на байбеке какого-то, но никто не будет его прижимать, слишком мало времени до респауна. Им легче отдать Т3 или сторону, но я думаю, что барак еще максимум сверху должны будут успевать забрать. Но ждут.
Сейчас вообще очень крепко заходит. Можно в зомби ворваться прямо сейчас.
А вот, паньки плюс дуэль есть, легион команд, 110 дэмэджа, теперь уже 130 у нее выигранного с дуэли. Ну и теперь можно отбивать в сторону.
Зомби взорвет, рискудного не будет, Мор готов прыгать.
Мор готов. Но команда его, видим, то, что пока...
Ну, команда не может фиссура еще от Рубика. У нас 3 фиссуры будет в файте, по ходу дела. Ну и Барка не доели, можно отойти, на самом-то деле. То есть эта линия теперь постоянно будет продушиваться сама по себе.
Можно отойти
у Бонника, и суммарный перевес 9000. Это не самая приятная цифра, с которой ты хочешь начинать игровой день.
Но видим то, что сейчас все-таки пока еще OG вполне себе могут проиграть драку. То, что их можно поймать. И самое главное, это одно грамотное решение по макро, которое надо сделать. Какой-то грамотный мог, еще один выход. Потому что дэмэдж действительно очень много, с морфошейкером ничуть не хуже, чем раньше, действует очень-очень хорошо. Ну, смотри, по дабл дэмэджем уже нарезает вышки.
Ну, это звучит крайне хайпово, то, что ты говоришь, но проблема в том, что у противника появляются шарды, и проблема в том, что легионка набирает урон. То есть каждый файт, она даже если погибает в дальнейшем, то есть вот ты говорил 110, вот 130, то есть следующий файт 150, 160, и в какое-то время, если ты вот не будешь сильно ошибаться, то будет слишком сильно.
Сразу на Тейла, но что спасает форсом. Хотели его много не смело это получилось, что ли.
Ну, то есть, Боник, вот не хочет прорваться слишком. 120, есть МК. Подвыпал сразу же начинает.
Сейчас чуть не хуже. Его абсолютно и не побивает. Бить нету. Разрыв такой как.
Да, это не доело. Это проблема большая.
Пока. Так, забрать.
Ты скажешь, что ты сам чемпион.
Но минус это. Они ждут ворваться и дать бой, у них есть какие-то в ближайшее время. КБ. На этом закончится эта и пусть высчитать.
Сэвидж, может, не нужно потратить.
Не нужен.
Байбеки есть.
Как же на тоненького играли Алайнс, как же здесь было.
Мог победить. К сожалению,
да. Хорошее начало, такой еще и дэмэджем. Теперь можно И, в принципе, ничего не делать, продолжать Рошан, который... Таким образом, наш баланс могут быть очень серьезно бои.
Видишь, за карта очень серьезно идет. Шар уже все тоже не добавляет вам в том, как уже как раз именно важно находить ее как-то, то есть очень удобно.
Но, видимо, аккуратно пытаются в большинстве своем держать байбэк. Здесь нету бэка, только сейчас купилась, и он хочет подраться. Добавление дополнительного таймера Рошана. Так. Лучше. Смаил.
And again, a 4,000.
Ты вообще не запарился? Это куча бэков.
Это даже как старая игра на Денде, где уток сбиваешь с пистолета. То же самое здесь случилось с Маилом.
Да, тогда кто получается та хитрая собака, которая тебя выносила удочку?
Это хитрая собака. У нас, я не знаю даже кто. Я боюсь, что это может как-то оскорбительно прозвучать, так что будем считать, что...
Просто собака?
Да, просто собака.
Хорошо. Значит, попытка от Липа хотя бы отыграться.
1. Теперь компания Ника Бэйби. Есть возможность еще у Хаскина выкупиться, но у него ничего нету. Ника Бэйби сейчас очень сильно рискует собой. Как бы сейчас Мэй его еще и не прижал. Видимо, тот, кто ПВП не выдерживает Ника Бэйби. Очень
Еще не выдерживает. Ну, там скайп появился. А теперь представь за секунду, что аппарат хотя бы одним ультимейтом попал. Насколько бы сложна игра была для Альянса. Потому что если они даже без впитывания ультимейта аппарата вот не могут файт за файтом больше ничего с символиком сделать, декатор вырывается.
Действительно, мне кажется, очень большую роль в этом всем сыграл цеп на Легионке. То, что получилось засноуболить эти дуэли, дуэли всегда заканчиваются результатом, неплохим для команды. Либо он сетапит драку, либо он выигрывает дуэль, в конце концов. Исмаил, который просто дождался своего часа X, у него огромное количество шмоток, даже с появлением шата он уже показывал очень-очень серьезный уровень доты. Ну а теперь видим то, что он стремится к долеталось. Тут у нас, кстати, второй уже Рошан. Шардец как раз еще плюс 1 можно будет себе залутать.
А кому он здесь нужен еще остался? Вот в чем вопрос. Забирать этот хантер нормальная тема, будет сильнее кросфлэш работать, и по идее они должны появиться клопу в топе вот прямо сейчас.
Если поймает, то она пока нажала блинкаут, но далеко не улетит. Подцепил Сакса и не дает сделать ни шагу в сторону. Ох, трудно становится. По байбекам ситуация не самая лучшая команда Alliance. Ребят, вот в новом интернете, если что, вот здесь вот показываются байбеки. СВО, видим нападение на Саксу. Сакс получится ли забрать, не получает. Это погибает, это Шейкер, есть Тревел, и Томпсон приговаривает команду Alliance поражение на первой карте, потому что байбеков нету у 3 из умерших. Тут надо заканчивать. Тут, к сожалению, уже не похоже на то, что Alliance могут успеть дать еще одну драку. Alliance соглашается с своим поражением, это ГГ. И первая карта Best of 2 серии достается команде OG. Очень крутая игра по макро. Alliance показали тоже несколько очень достойных файтеров, но этого оказалось мало. Этого оказалось просто мало.
Герой несешь больше магического чистого урона к концу игры.
Дэмэдж это теперь агонимный Тайтхантер.
Получается,
ET doesn't have the ag sector yet, so this does on the you choose to plus when you bomb, right? So let's say I'm stomping onto either or you can get on remove the outcome. So more blast them immediately during a start tempo. But at the same time the reward good and source trust.
And he had 6,000 gold worth of items in addition to what he has. Plus what?
I have no idea how that makes sense.
And just listen.
Yep, listening.
Again,
learned nothing. All right.
As a tier 3 tower down, Fly is doing so much damage with the addition of Emo at his side. With his Aegis, I can't blame T1 for not even attempting. So the Aegis, plenty of time. Right, you just go for another set.
Yeah, I think you just go mid. I don't even know if you need the creep wave. Maybe they do want to ensure it.
Play it safe here.
Yeah, they have time. Aegis with 2.5 minutes is more than enough to push out the mid wave and go next. So they're going to take it nice and easy.
Yeah, the anchor smash shard we should mention. I'm going to do this every catch.
Right.
When people complain. But actually, no, I'm not. You get the extra damage on anchor smash, and it damage and does damage. Even more pushing potential. The lines that they have, it's not needed, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, I guess that's why Fly was hanging on to it for so long. They were like, man, none of our shards feel amazing. Which one is least bad?
Yeah, Lena's is really weird. I mean, Lion's is first.
I think they should have given it to Lion, honestly. I think the Lion one would have been better than Fly, personally. But just because it gives you a line of protection against some potential plays.
I think the issue with that is that it ends up being a waste when Night Stalker blinks on. Can't do anything.
Let's go Scepter for that at least. So you can outlive that and then maybe monitor in the follow-up.
So the Void is going to do like 800 damage? Less than that.
Yeah. I mean, so far everything you've said about numbers has been like 100%
just
off.
Ignore the numbers and just listen to what I'm trying to say. Not very eloquently, but yeah. Tier 3 down again.
Waveformed into the rocket, a little bit of mistake there, doesn't matter though.
Good effort.
And he's just going to keep pushing. They still have 2 Siege as
well. He came far on the back line and he'll take out Ollie right off the bat. Very nice play. Has to buy back into the game now. Trying to find something in the back line as well, but do the clockwork for now. But I think T1 probably back to the high ground they go is to relocate to just avoid the homing missile through. And with that BKB dissipating now, IG prime position to take not only second rack but potentially game.
They know the relocate's coming back. Nice stomp timing there.
There's the Radish to follow it up. It looks like that's going to be an easy peasy kill into 23 Savage. He does have buyback though. Carl's going to get connected. There. Try to go on him. The Google jumps in quickly here, but has to now the BKBs are down. Endosoft's going to connect on 23 Savage. Just TP'd it. That's a triple kill from Black Lion and a dieback on the 23 Savage. So game 1. The laning stage didn't go that well, but they did come back. Yeah, they had good presence. It just felt like they had one hero that was doing a lot of others. Dragon Knight mid, we talked about the pitfalls.
We didn't really see that too much, but didn't have too much of an impact because it's all about that timing. Once it's there, then you go. Before that, you're just chilling on your side.
That's I was reading an interview. It was the boy Arthur Leon. I'm probably totally butchering it. Does he go by Leon Arthur or Arthur Leon? I don't know. But I was looking.
It's Leon.
Leon. He's popping off on Reddit these days, translating a lot of these Chinese interviews. And I was looking at one with LGD, and they were actually saying that they think a huge reason that they're beating, and especially a lot of the other Chinese teams, is based on essentially picking a timing that they know is stronger, and then just saying, you come at us. And you're not good enough to, you know, to break our defense, essentially. And they said that they didn't win every game like that, but they take those games when they can. And often you can get those where it's just like, they literally said the word turtle. You turtle and go late. That's it.
So during Secret's era of dominance in the online period, this is what it felt like, because we played against them all the time. And it just felt like Secret, they would pick some heroes, they would do whatever in lanes. You could beat them sometimes, they would let you outdraft them in lanes some games, and you could beat them in lanes, it was possible. But then they just set up the wall. There's a puppy on a high ground, you know where he is, you don't see him, but you know he's there.
Yeah.
And then they just wait for you, because they know if you go up that hill, you're going to lose the game. And the map hasn't fundamentally changed that much in that way, so I think like the concept of that way of playing still works pretty effectively for them. And I think a lot of the teams right now have understood that that's the way to do it. And I mean, a year has passed since then, so.
The idea is like, essentially that the high ground advantage is so strong because of vision, the mischance, that even though they have a weaker draft at that point, you still can't run up into them, and then they just farm and wait until they have that strong point, and then they go to you, right?
Or like, you're so even. Like, the difference is not big enough to where you can cross the vision gap that they have for the high ground. Yeah. Sorry if this is getting too complex.
No, this is good.
This is cool.
We have nothing else to do anyway. But then, does that mean that why aren't late game carries more common? Why am I not seeing Naga, Anti-Mage, Arc Wardens? If you have that ability to turtle so resiliently.
So that's part of it, right? You're picking heroes like Lynx, for example, because it makes their map small. It forces the enemy team to group up while you're controlling map, so you can out-farm them and get ahead. I think you will see Anti-Mages, and I think you will see Nagas, but it needs to be in the correct games. It's a lot about matchups and timings. I think like if your timing is too slow, like in the Alliance OG case, where I think the Morphling Shaker is very, very strong, but it just never comes online.
Yeah.
OG went poked high ground at 18 minutes, and it puts Alliance in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it's too late at that point.
Right. So you need to match your timing where it's.
Too, because we talked about this a little bit. People come in with a plan. If it didn't work game one, are you going to throw it out the window? No. It's too little to go off of.
I think Astro will definitely ban Tiny in the next game.
Sure, that is fair. I think
through.
they're also probably have someone watching the other streams like, wait a second, guys, we probably shouldn't.
Can they watch the other games?
I mean, coaches are not in the room, right? So they're watching other games.
Yeah, so then in between games, they debrief and be like, yo, I saw IO Gyro on this other game.
So that's the benefit of the analyst, right? For us, for example, Jabs would be spending most of his time looking at all the other games, while William focuses on Blitz, focuses on our own games. So they have like different info to come with.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, I think
you want to have someone watching
to debrief.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot of. I mean, we just saw that not a single hero was duplicated. It took 4 of us to
Yeah.
figure that out. And now game 2, so I think EG, they're not going to get Tiny again. I think that T1 didn't really show enough on the IO. I think they can.
It's hard to say, right? We didn't get to see the game that much.
Sure, but especially because it was against a Morphling, like you said, and Morph is a great answer to Gyrocopter in general. But
that's a weird matchup because I feel like with the strength of Scotty, it's like gone kind of the other way, and the fact that Gyro will like totally outfarm a Morphling, especially with an IO. So it's like in order to beat that as Morphling, you actually have to. It's not as like easy as it used to be. You have to actually kind of outskill. But we didn't.
As a gyrocopter specialist myself, I was forced to practice it after TI. It was a requirement for my team.
Sorry.
My team was like, Ian,
it's actually a
you
great
need
support.
to play gyrocopter to gold tier at least, just so we're safe for next TI.
Smart.
And then we didn't qualify. Anyway, you have as gyrocopter, you have the advantage that you can outfarm.
back in ready for game number 2. I'm trying to think if we would call that one like a stomp. It felt like the first 15 minutes or so were very close, and then it became like those little things that OG was doing that was building up momentum. Those little things, it snowballed into feeling like there was just no way for them to come back into the game.
There was kind of it felt a little stompy because there were essentially, there's 2 teams and they each have a game plan, but these game plans were actually extremely similar.
Yes.
They were both just trying to get one big mega carry.
Yeah.
And the mega carry on the Dire side on OG was much bigger than the one on the Radiant. And then there's kind of like a potential, of course, for the Morphling that the Clinks doesn't have, where you have these magical timings. Clinks is just a build-up over time. Every item just adds more and more and more and more. Morphling's like, and then giant jump when you actually get the Agnums. Then, of course, another massive jump when you get the BKB. Unfortunately, hit one jump, which brought them like just a little bit below, but they couldn't get the second jump. They got cut off at the knees, couldn't jump anymore, and they lost. I like having this table that I can just bang.
Nice.
This is
What
good.
Are you doing?
I don't know. Feels good.
No. Okay, that's fair.
I don't think I've had this at TI. I don't know. It's a nice, solid, sturdy table. So excellent. Thank you very much.
You're going crazy over there.
Well, games aren't starting. What am I going to do? I'm breaking tables.
That's
I look
fair.
at the game starting.
That's true.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if there were any updates about things that were changed. So it does look like there was, in the second time, obviously, you trade out.
Well
so
done.
Alliance are going to be the ones that take second pick this time, and OG get Radiant. So same situation that we had last game. They're not switching anything up, feeling like, all right, we just got to either execute better or ban out the Clinks. We'll see what ends up happening.
They're switching.
Are they? I thought that was the other way around.
Like, now Alliance have
That's a
priority,
good point, good
and
point.
they took the better thing,
I
which
see.
is second pick.
I see.
But the better side is still
Right.
Radiant, and so OG took Radiant.
Right, so the old flippy did be do. How are you?
Flippity floppity. That's right. Yes, so that was coming into TI. I would say that would be my expectations, is that Radiant is better. I think it plays better. It feels nicer to be Radiant. I like that when you play as Radiant, as the game progresses and you're winning, you start naturally play more on the opposite kind of side of the map. Like you play more in the enemy jungle. And so when you're Radiant, that feels really good.
Right.
You're playing like that triple camp up there, and then you fire back to Roche, and then you fire back to Ancients. That's all really nice.
Right.
Easy to control.
Well, what's interesting, too, about this last game, though, was it felt like OG was able to still make plays. Like, I'm thinking again about that sort of bait that Alliance tried to lay out when there was the smoke that went down bottom, or what we thought was going to be a smoke that went down bottom. But at that point, it already felt like they were a little bit behind, and then, of course, not being able to get the BKB out on Morph for those, like, sort of really key fights, needing to go, like, to a large extent, needing to go for that Linken's. It slows down the rest of those things, right? Yeah. Like, it felt like Clinks was able to just do whatever Sumail wanted that game, and there wasn't really a sort of a thing that freed up Alliance in the same way because there's so many threats.
Dota's a lot easier when you have way more gold. It turns out,
Cool.
you know. I feel like that was just Sumail, just like living his life. Yeah. Like everything was just provided for him. Didn't really have any trials or tribulations, and he just kind of ran around his side of the map, fired up some creeps, showed up on the team, won them. I think the supporting cast of OG just like Sumail gets the star power and everything, you know, because he comes into the end and sweeps up. And it is important that you do that as Sumail, because essentially his first 20 minutes. It's kind of like when you're the goalie, to use a hockey. And you played goalie soccer. I'm sure it's similar. Sometimes your team is doing so well that the puck never ends in your end.
No, I never.
Okay, he didn't play on a good team, obviously. But, you got to stay hot. You got to be ready for when you're called upon, you can't be cold. You've just been chilling the whole game. Sumail's just chilling the whole game. And so when he's finally given the ball and says, all right, now that you're like 8 feet tall and everyone is like tiny little children, I need you to go dunk on some fools. He dunked.
You switched analogies so much
I
there.
need to
When
cover
they give
as
the
many
goalie
sports.
the ball and they go dunk it on the hockey rink, that's what ends up happening.
I'm trying to cover. I understand there's not a lot of hockey knowledge, right? I'm just like trying to pick and choose. Isn't NBA the most global?
I feel like
except for that
football,
thing with the
soccer
little.
still is.
Oh, he called it football. Don't pander to them. Call it what you call it. He
yours.
calls it soccer. All right.
I played for
Don't
17
pretend.
years. Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I think I've said this before on broadcast. When I was in high school, the first game that we played competitively, I was the keeper, and we lost 0-17.
No, you didn't.
It felt real good.
Yes.
It felt real good.
You got? Did you get subbed out?
No. I blocked more than 17 shots.
Okay, that's
just
to
that there
be
was
fair.
17
All right.
through. That was the problem. What do you mean? Did I get subbed out? How would they sub me out? I'm the greatest.
Well, I mean, not if they scored 17. I feel like
that's
it can't
not
get
on me.
much
That's
worse.
on my team. Listen, that's like my team pick and pudge.
That is the most Dota player thing I've ever
Exactly.
heard.
It
Yeah, we
totally
get
is.
scored on 17 times and I'm the goalie, but that's not on me. That was my team.
It was my team.
That's
God
like,
dang it.
look, man, I bought all the wards as support.
Exactly.
One more, yeah, I didn't place them, but like I couldn't because like you guys wouldn't like get it on the map, so it's not
Exactly.
my fault that we had no vision.
You're speaking to a bunch of people that are all agreeing with what you're saying right now.
That is not good. You should not be agreeing with that, or else you're just one of these 17 scored on goalies.
And think about where I am as well. So we're going to get ready. We're going to actually tell them right now that we are ready in chat, so that way we can get the game underway. But Alliance or Zoji, the other thing that we should talk about a little bit with that last game was that it felt like the Lina never really got enabled in the way that you would want. You talked a lot about the idea of like, who's going to make these rotations and make moves, and it actually ended up being Thompson that found a kill in the jungle, which I think was our first blood at like 5 minutes or whatever into it. In the end, Limp only had 1 kill on the Lina. He was like 1-5 and something else. Laguna Blades, I don't think ever killed somebody. Like, it was a rough game for that Lina, and that was the last pick. That was everything that you put into it.
Not to go off topic here, but do you have all chat muted or something? Why do we never see anything in the lobby? Why are we being
Maybe
told so
I'm
red?
muted. Maybe they just don't know.
Did you ignore everyone in the admin as well? I was like, where they're just like, well, are you guys ready? They're like, messaging us. I'm like, well, yeah, we are ready.
Yeah.
They're not saying anything.
No, we're not.
But apparently it's coming soon, so that's the secret. But yes, I would agree that they basically had too many heroes trying to do the same thing. It feels like there was no one who could actually make plays. And especially the most surprising thing is that I think S4 had a better than expected start to that game. In terms of his goal and like getting the blink dagger and stuff.
There were a couple moments that felt a little rough for him in that one.
Yes, 100%. Yes, the late game execution was poor.
Yeah.
Especially getting caught. Like the 2 very specific moments that essentially lost Alliance their chance to come back were based off of initiations by him, which sucks because Earthshaker is not someone who necessarily wants to jump in first.
Exactly.
It's always
but there
better
wasn't
to jump
another
in
person.
second. Yeah, but he had to jump in first, and that's your job this game. So, condolences. But yeah, there really wasn't anyone else to do that, was there?
No, I mean, hypothetically, maybe the Queen of Pain, but like
For vision, she just blinks in and like, guys, they're casting spells on me. That works a couple times, to be fair. That's usually how they won fights. Was like, I'm being dueled. Go. Team, I found them. They can't get away from us now.
And I think that's part of the strength of that Tidehunter pick too, because think about what those heroes are that you would normally fulfill in that role. It would be like the Ember or the Void Spirit or one of those others, and like that lane doesn't sound good against Tidehunter.
Well, the problem too was that the Tide was first pick. Well, Shaker and then Tide Rubik, right?
Yeah.
What was the answer to Tide?
Yeah, they never had it.
There was zero answer to Tide. They had 4 heroes to do something versus Tidehunter, and Thompson gets to be level 15 while his Clinks is level 22 and still feel like a strong hero because they can't stop Kraken Shell. And if you can't get your BKB in time because you're forced into a link, it's like there's so many layers of why the strategy was so good. Because he can't go BKB first because he's going to get dueled and died. So he has to go Lincolns. And then he needs an eggs, right? I'm a Morphling.
Exactly.
I need the eggs.
You have to have. Chaos. I will say, I was wondering if there's
Shay.
Florida Arc. When we're talking about heroes that you were one of the ones that I was thinking.
Well, it's an IO, so
Yeah.
that's always pretty cheeky.
Actually, it's a Slaughter.
Around together and get a lot done.
So to me, I feel like that's the type of hero. You got Chaos, got a big gyrocopter, start the fight, and it not mess with the tangos rolling. Also be or this that fits perfect.
So currently they're most likely set to be FNG 5 Pango, with the IO playing with the slider in lane, and Gyro is the one. Paired up.
All that we were talking about a lot in the guy. IO with hard on the IO. Ember getting some stuns with the rolls.
Okay, alright, yeah, true.
That could be pretty cool.
Also, it could be a core IO with a position 4 Slardar. That would actually work really well with how the core IO functions.
And then Gyro.
No, Gyro will be the 1, the IO will be the 3, the Slardar is the 4. Because the whole idea of this IO 3 is that you pick some 4 that, like, I saw IO Bloodseeker, right?
Right.
The Bloodseeker plays as a 4 because you can, like, zip around together, and Bloodseeker has really useful spells. You remember how the core IO used to work with Helm of the Dominator?
Yes.
And the creep? Slardar would be your Helm of the Dominator creep. He would actually function exactly the same.
Okay.
As like a centaur. It's actually true. It's just an upgraded version.
Dude, I don't know if we'd be I don't know how I feel about S4 IO. All right, Clinks is back.
I think that's the play. Like, it just looks good. They just played it. You know they played on Sumail and Thompson. Don't back down. Go right in there.
Went in. Oh, now if there's any benefit here, it's that Alliance have changed up their draft from last time. Like, if it ends up working for them this time, a lot of what Alliance is, but you're kind of greedy, right? Like, IO Gyro want to farm, their levels up, make all that fun stuff happen. Slardar needs a Blink Dagger. Pango can be active early. I feel like maybe somebody that can play with the Pango. We're assuming it's Pango mid right now, right?
I think it's Pango 5.
You think it's Pango 5? All right.
Yeah, I think they're going to pick some other mid.
Okay. So then what would be that type of mid that
they already like, it kind of depends on how they want to play.
Right.
Personally, I think that it'll probably just be the 3 Slardar and the 4 IO. And they'll probably just go for like another like active sort of a mid. Yeah, you like your Puck or something. Like, I mean, look at the bands, like Storm Kunkka, that sort of idea. Void Spirit, Ember Spirit looks possible. That lane sounds kind of awful though. They need someone that can kind of. I was looking through how well Clinks has been seen lately. He's been struggling against some pucks, you know, in terms of mid heroes, some Shadow Fiends.
Ooh, Shadow Fiends.
Because you're just like out farming in a sense.
I wouldn't mind Shadow. What about one of those heroes that can test the stacks?
I mean, there's heroes that could do it, but hey, and where is she going? You just have to wait it out here.
Okay, I like that way more.
Okay.
I like that way more.
So
Top's tiny.
No surprises around the way, I guess. Well, except for I guess the question of who's taking it, Thompson or Blinks. So, right. Sumail in terms of the tiny. So yeah. I think with the Queen of Pain coming out, that looks all right.
Transformer hand, that thing's terrifying. Grip ya. Coming for ya.
I'm gonna grip ya and I'm gonna rip ya.
Added a little bit.
Tosses them asunder. Can he DMCS?
Probably.
I am Mr. T. I don't know about you.
You really aren't.
I'll call up Massing. It's cool. No.
You do that.
Maybe he'll change my branding.
Giant gold.
Think he'd send me one? He's probably got extra laying around. I can't imagine he only has one giant gold ship.
Although, to be honest, although it was not.
You know what? I think he probably does. It's probably fake gold, so it's lighter. Like, he's probably got the gold for the good stuff, but his everyday carry is just fake, you know?
Okay.
You guys want to talk about Dota instead? That sounds pretty good.
Number 2, OG facing off against Alliance. Alliance.
Oh, that's a lie down there. It says MVP LAN match. False.
No.
I got an issue with that one, Valve.
You're dead. Do that console.
Don't forget to do your predictions.
That's right.
That's always good, right? You guys want to get some stuff.
So, the quick run out. Buddy and Seb gonna do high fives, dropping down. We had a very interesting level 1 that happened last time where we're able to out OG and take down everything.
You talking to me?
Yeah, they went up with 3 of the 4.
Yes.
So it's pretty good with the
You talking to me?
Kyle has clearly paid off Sumail, because I know he planned on doing this.
Dude, and it's freaking Kyle's out there tweeting about it too.
Yeah.
This is what happens. He's like, alright, Sumail's like, alright, I'll spam your voice line if you about me dunking as Michael Jordan. So literally what happens.
Quite the trade. I mean, to be fair, he did dunk on last game. That did happen.
Happen again on how it all goes.
Starting with a bunch of branches. Stick to go as well. If Alliance can... Yeah, a struggle last time around, but I have some hope, particularly with Lardar IO lane.
Yeah, I think to me, there's a lot more weight put more on S4. Like, I think he played really well last game, and up until those 2 clutch moments, but like, at least he got to that stage, and then you, it's tough because you have to play off basically just Echo, right? Like,
yes.
You can do your blink fishers and everything, and other than that, he's essentially a vehicle for the Morphling.
As long as we stay positive.
With the Slardar, no long cooldowns, right? Doesn't have to worry about that, and it should make it easier for Limp to play. Really important. So last game he had a very hard time transitioning that farm into actual.
Gonna be that to travel first and sort of have to do, but it's hard to do it in Ice Hunters. That's perfect. So it's gonna go out and a quick kill in the missile too. Nice. Shredder value.
Yeah, Vijay, perfect. Good stuff. Lanes, probably the most interesting one, I guess, would be the mid lane between like Thompson and Limp. Like, you know, just like, will Thompson push it too far? Or will Limp, right? There's definitely an opportunity there where you're like, if you try and get too close to space for his scream, thinking you can get the finish after all the whittling down, and suddenly you just get blown up by Tiny, and you feel like an idiot. You know, that tends to happen to the Dota players versus this one. Excellent denies you from Limp. I mean, the guy is good at laning. Like, there's no doubt about that. Obviously, his mid and late game sometimes leaves something to be desired. It's a bit of a classic for him, but his laning is sick.
Game. Far from him. Likewise, Thompson has basically done what his bottom getting a little bit more with no Hear it.
This is such a fun hero to play in lane. Like, ET it's like 2 different heroes in some ways. Like, I feel like there's so much about the hero in the laning stage that you have to learn as much as like a normal hero playing an entire match of Dota. Because there's just so many shenanigans you can do with this hero. With your spirit, between like pulling the waves and like stopping them from pulling the waves by throwing out your spirit, and then you get the stacks, you get your bonus damage that you're throwing on top of them. For some reason you can trade like nobody else at level 1 and level 2. Like, look at the aura of this. He's fighting 2 heroes.
Yeah.
That's 2 heroes for a spirit, guys.
And it just doesn't matter.
He's done the math.
So strong. Has the salve afterwards if things get a little bit too dicey. Meantime, up top, a very different scenario, but you can see that OG kind of do a similar bowling strategy, but mainly by virtue of like throwing out this blood right and basically saying, you know, want to get these last hits, if you want to contest for ours, you're going to take some damage for it.
Yeah, FNG's actually so slow that he can't get out of the blood right. Like, he just gets stuck in it by casting it right in the middle of him. He has to be running like right away when it happens, and Seb even running in there trying to contest earlier, nearly gets it.
Careful. So they're keeping the on to Thompson.
No tail, got stunned, bottom.
Dance, and getting there first play.
Crashes out there. He got a little too bold, trying to protect Sumail.
Wait a minute. Punches coming in now onto Sumail. The body blocks coming in on from the IO. Can they find themselves a second trying to get the answers? S4 down low. S4 gets the punch and trading the aggro over afterwards. No Tail's angry about it. Wants to see if he can get some retribution, but will it happen?
Great little micro spacing there from Ponskid between the blocking, but also getting in range of the tower. Because you saw Sumail was trying to get a trade there, and he almost got it on S4, even through the healing.
Action early on here. Creep Wave did end up getting ran through. That will get there just in time to get some more of the last hits. A very scrappy battle amongst. Starting it off though with 2 kills on top.
We obviously had a bit of a rougher start last game. Kind of similar here as well. Already gap starting to widen.
Thompson. Bottle dead.
That's Limp. That's 3 daggers. That is a lot of damage.
Okay. After the frustrations, not being able to play kills, it's okay up top as well. Going in all the way on to FNG. able to find one.
That was huge. All that battling, helping out Seb, obviously, right? Gives himself this immunity bonus. He can just chase down onto FNG, and you know that once he's gone for the swashbuckle, there's no way out.
Dropping into the Predator, killing the missile, getting some nice little solving up. We haven't really talked about that much, but there is already a couple of stacks being built up by the IO here. Dire triangle.
Very nice. Later. Yeah. Only gets the one, unfortunately. Not quite able to get the second. That's fine. Got the Ancients. That's all that matters, right?
Here. Look down. Looking for a finish. Can they bring him down all the way, though? Well, Nico Baby gets the kill. 4-1 start. And down bottom, also looking for more. No Tail in trouble. Gets bashed, gets killed. Another one.
Well, that's hip as well. Nico Baby. Answering back in game number 2, and S4 is just terrifying. With the gloves of haste now and this bracer, turn up the damage. And the problem with ET, of course, is that you don't really have a choice. You have to just keep throwing in the spirit and trading, because once you give up that fight, then they're just going to hit Sumail. And like his gold is not going to look like this, right? It's not going to be at 32 last hits like he is now. So even though it kind of looks like No Tail's feeding a little bit, it is important feeding, nonetheless. And he even gets another stack onto the small camp here, so he's boosting up his damage. And okay.
Scan now, recognize there in the area, and tops him with the pain, so realizes that's happening. Does have level 6, almost level 7 now to if Thompson can actually test for anything here. Is more damage thrown out up top. FNG down low, Cookie afterwards, a couple more punches. Blood right forces FNG to the right hand side with Salva afterwards down low. Sonic Wave down on the mark! Oh, but Seb's still gonna go down. He hit onto Soxo though, and Nico Baby chased down. Doesn't have quite enough mana or time.
How is he still alive?
Well, goes for the deny. Not quite gonna be there in time. Limp again, making huge rotations in this one, and Thompson also up here, but not able to connect.
That's a lang by Soxo. Almost got Thompson a kill. That would have been unbelievable.
S4 down low. S4 gets the kill though. Sumail wants to finish him off with a little bit more regen. It's not gonna be enough. Onskin backs out as well. Dude, it is a brawly game here.
Top.
Number 2.
It's not over.
More?
He went for the combo on Nico Baby, but they threw the missile on the Thompson to make sure he wouldn't get the follow-up after. And No Tail even throws out the tip to S4. Nice trade. All that for me.
The 2 in terms of the kills, but still, top net worth is Sumail.
It's happened again. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
Like, he's, sure, my support's feeding, but you know what he's feeding? He's feeding me, all right? You might think that you're getting the kills. He's the one who's getting rich. Sumail's absolutely massive right now, and Nico Baby just kind of struggling. He's gone now to the mid lane to fill a bottle. That's not what your carry player wants to be doing.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great, does it? I mean, again, there's a nice chunk of change that's built up here with the ancient stacks eventually for this gyrocopter, but he did be able to get there and finish him off. And if you're not careful, you lose a bad fight. Suddenly, Sumail can come on trying to see. Right.
It's all they're thinking about that right now, right? Like, Hanskin just planted there for so long to get those stacks. Nico Baby's going for the stats build, no rocket barrage or anything, so he just wants to hit stacks in a while here. Meanwhile, No Tail is just hiding down bottom, trying to get caught by S4. S4 does not have a Quelling Blade, so it's not super easy to catch where No Tail is right now. It does ping out exactly where he's standing, so he knows.
He got the natural order debuff on him.
Yeah.
They know he's there, and I'm just gonna go find him. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Quick little jump in, slept, but can't walk.
He doesn't have to pee either.
Oh, no. Giving him the tip. Yeah, there's no room there. Queen of Pain's models.
Up top is FNG. Tries to get a jump out of the blood right, not able to get it. Silence and gone.
As long as we stay positive
there. Able to find one in opposite. But is Limp able to be killed? He's here, has the cookie. Avatos, big combo. Limp gets the flick away. Barely able to escape from that. And S42 will manage to get out. Wow, what a combo. I can't believe he was able to get out there.
S4's turning it up. TI time, making the saves.
That's right.
Helping his ally out. Now, of course, that means Seb's a madman right now. Every time someone else is getting a low, but FNG, he's feeling safe enough to show under tower because there is no rupture at the moment.
They were able to clear out the large camp for Go Baby, but haven't decided to take on those ancient.
Austin's pretty poor again.
Yeah, he's not having a great time on this Tiny.
Well, I think they're just doing it again.
Yeah, it's true.
Like this is what they want. It's just that Thompson is I think lowered himself in terms of farm priority for this series at the very least.
Well, and it's interesting too because you're starting to see like the differences in style. And is this 4 Protect 1 going to end up working? As Seb get rolled on a little bit, FNG missed there at the end. Avalanche toss. Thompson. This is pretty bold of him. Takes off that corrosive haze and then the back away.
It's so interesting because I feel like, I mean, this has always been how they play, right? It's not that, but I just feel like it's been pushed to a further extreme. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I feel like Thompson's usually like a little bit closer to the other two.
Relocate in.
Oh, the Bulls?
Oh,
they couldn't do it.
Sumail.
Oh, he got it nice.
Yeah. He's able to get there in time and will be stomped, but the relocate's going back. They don't get the kill. Nice deny comes out there.
My boy's the Bull. I know you love the Bulls.
I do love the
Big fan. Yeah. They'll get a couple kills this event, I'm sure. Thompson taking the top tower right now with help of a catapult though, and doesn't look like there's going to be a contest here from Alliance. We are on the item waiting train, so these are all the problems that you expect from the Earthshaker. Unfortunately, they also get bundled a little bit towards the Slider as he needs to wait for that Blink Dagger. In this game, however, he does have the IO, so that is something where they can at least try and create some plays and opportunities utilizing the relocate, as well as the general speed. Now these cookies.
Yeah, there's no way out of this one. Nico Baby just gets demolished there. Throws out one more cookie afterwards.
He question marked as he walked into the Earth Splitter. Are you kidding? Okay, to be fair.
Yeah, he was going to die no matter what.
No, to be fair, he did tip him in lane.
That's true.
He tipped him in lane, alright? That was a taunt to get bodied, true combo.
Dude, to be honest though, IG started all of this. There's some things going on. There's a little bit of saline flowing in the bloods. I don't have Peter here, but in spirit.
S4 gets a lot of space up top though. This kind of stuff you need.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, that's a ping.
Wait a minute. They know.
It's so dangerous when you just can't farm them with anyone else.
Oh god, this is dangerous.
Dude, they're coming.
Dude, this is looking really. If Alliance lose these, they're gonna lose the game. It feels like they know that they have to show up and fight this one.
Sumail's just like drooling.
He's so ready. No tail gonna get caught. Is there another question mark coming out? Down the last more dead. Now Alliance trying to find themselves a little bit of a turnaround here. Seb is running away from the missile so quickly. He's barely able to back out and keep Nico Baby from dying, but will he end up dying himself? The right clicks come through. Thompson diving under tower gets the finish. The easy tag comes out. Seb just still running around like a madman. The only one left is Nico Baby, and look at your Ancients. They're gonna come take them all.
Thompson's getting that one. He's like, nice. I've been so poor.
God.
Thank you. Now we can finally get over top of S4 on the network chart. Man, those are a target. They want to get some vision in there, knock down the tier 1 tower, and that's going to make it a lot less safe for them to go there. And look at the circle from Alliance. FNG saying we need to secure our triangle right now.
Yes.
Like, that is our bank. That is our chance right now to try and get this gyrocopter somewhere relevant.
Yeah.
We cannot lose that.
Well, and the thing that's interesting about G also is that they're just going into fight. Like, Sumail's not coming to take them. He's farming his own stuff and saying, we're going to go and, like, just stop you from taking them and cause chaos while Sumail keeps farming. Like, that's what it feels like. They're not actually even, like, fully committed to taking them themselves. They're just wanting to stop Alliance from doing it.
They've scanned, too.
Yeah.
They know. Oh, no, he's coming. He'll make his way over here.
I mean, even if he doesn't, like, this is all great, I think, for OG still.
Oh, good ward.
He's doing everything.
Stops as well. Sees what they're doing. Alright, they're going for it.
Now trying to take him as quickly as possible.
Kisses?
Maybe. Gotta be careful. Moving in. The big steal. How many come out? Oh, a couple there for Sumail, but they're trying to force the fight. FNG, he's getting rolled. Is it going to be enough, though? Thompson down low. The kisses afterwards. A good chunk of damage. From no tail does so much damage. Gives him the high five. Oh, let it be so and let it be said. OG is absolutely wrecking another huge win. Dude, how much damage that Earth Splitter?
That was so nasty. Thompson tossed S4 up top into the Earth Splitter as that went off there, too. That damage has got to be all Earth Splitter.
Oh,
that was 3 heroes just getting cracked in the middle of that thing, and not really something you look for as the level 1. That was the big damage.
Oh, another round here as Alliance. They need to come up with answers. They didn't lose all the ancients, but it feels real bad right now. They'll get stomped yet again. No tail.
Such a similar situation to the last game.
It is.
Like, they've got this gold lead on OG, and now we have these big item times sort of need right now. And that's going to be a BKB for S4. He's got the blink, right? He can farm his way there with kills to bring the rest of his team back into this game. And here's that replay. You can see Nico Baby, actually, he does all right. He gets a little bit of gold from this, but so many of them get stolen.
Devastating play as the roll came out, and then, of course, as you were talking
Look
about,
at that toss-up.
it just hits on everybody.
And it makes Seb so fast, right?
Yes.
You're getting a max HP percent minus off for a Bloodseeker.
There's a relocate gank that we missed while it was happening.
That's
Thompson
okay.
ended up getting brought down. Certainly not the end of the world.
And stunned, and they right-clicked him, and he died. So here's the recap, guys. I got it.
Goes down. Trouble S4 backing away as well. Fine. So
I like this, the triple crown build. This is how you win 3 TIs, all right? So he's sending a message with his item build. The triple crown, Atos into Veil.
That's good.
Like,
that's good.
That's genius. Seb's on a whole other level, all right? This guy operates...
Item.
Yeah. He says we've done taunts, we've done sprays. Has anyone done items? You guys drop your items? I'm just going to buy them thematically.
Oh, that's so good.
And all that with just one. How does he do it?
I don't know. Pirate Man indeed. Pirate leg for me.
I've asked. Do you think we should just approach him with pirate terms and make him? I think he's laughing.
I don't think we should approach him. Because he's gonna kill us probably. Everybody that shows up.
You'll look like that. Yeah, they get Atos, they get silenced, and away they go.
12 to 14. In a 5,000 gold. Alliance, again, nothing's impossible. Teams make mistakes. It can happen. But right now, Sumail is 4,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And guess what? That's also his teammate.
Sox's cookies have been so good. He makes this look broken. Like, this isn't a hero that I would say is widely considered to be, like, mega strong or anything at the moment, right? Like, she's had her times in the meta and everything. But so many of these cookie plays in the early game were just absolutely stellar.
Because, you know, just taking that one value win and getting that Silvercrest afterwards, this could be good though. And they bring them down. And Sonic Wave connects onto both. The relocate coming forward, wanting to find a finish. Will it be able to bring down Sumail? This is the kill that they need. They take down the Snapfire, but also get the clinks. That is exactly what they need. Earthsplitter off the mark. OG have to be careful.
Yeah, there's a big temptation for Alliance right now. Because they know that everything's been spent from OG, right?
That was huge. Is everything that they needed and a little bit more. It's now a 3,000 gold lead, and this is all the net that's already gone.
Greedy, dude.
Hobson is crazy and gonna pay the price for it. G, again, a little bit too big for your britches here.
He was thinking, like, if I see them, though, I can blink away, I'll be fine. He was almost right, but gets a bit of a bad blink there. Picked off there, and that lead is just getting absolutely sliced, and I love this. No cooldown Dota, no Echo Slam to worry about. They just instantly smoke. They want someone else. They're trying to catch OG when they're a little bit like tilted, not necessarily mentally, but more like, oh, we don't have quite all of our tools available, and they got him right on that boundary.
Is going to be
counterplay
the finish. Thought about running in there. Has the cookie, has the Mortimer's Kisses even.
They want someone other than FNG. FNG looks a little bit free, I think. And, well, in the end, that might mean they don't even get
Give him the whip.
He was a no matter what dead. They were kind of hoping for like the and one kill.
Right. And that ends up being a little bit weird too, right? Like trading support for support, but I guess again, if you're trading and you're behind, it's going to be beneficial. In Alliance, all time for Nico Baby to farm and start to try and catch up Clinks. Like this early acceleration, this like rapid growth that you see, and Clinks getting where he needs to be is good, but if Gyrocopter starts to catch up, that's a problem. It's dangerous.
He's so long gone. He is getting there. Obviously, it's massive when you do get the Ags, but right now he's in trouble. Has to get relocated out, which means, of course, that it's a sacrifice, but it's one that Hanskin's willing to make. Definitely don't bring him back with you.
Go all the way back to base.
Yeah, oh, she's up.
Good joke. Back.
I'll do it.
Don't think I won't. Better buy that BKB. better than it. Going in towards that S4 towards the BK. Again, this was the big timing that they were looking for last game, was all those alliance that they just never got the chance to get. Now the question is, can OG put the screws to them? Can they try and like close down the map a little bit? Yeah. They don't have the same access to Roche that they did have last game. And like, or rather, they didn't get the early Roche that they got last time. So, it's getting a little bit dicey here.
Yeah, there are definitely some issues once again with like spell immunity and everything though. Like this idea of just like how valuable is the VKB, right? And, you know, OG have some tools that can still punish you. Especially they can just like potentially leave the fight, right? They want to like rock you and run away. It's like they definitely have ideas about itemization in mind to their hero.
5-man smoke. Forward had the kill here. And Stomp's gonna come out as the Atos connecting at FMG, but that's position 5.
Thompson's hunting.
Looks like rest of the line and get out. On Limp, again, there's a relocate potential here. Wow, they find him here, but now they're gonna go into Roche. Oh, this is nice from OG.
Yeah, look at that. Solar Crest. There's so much minus armor right here.
Yes.
This thing is just gone.
PS4 here.
I would hope not. Lurking nearby.
Oh, this could be a kill maybe. Relocate on top?
Yeah, with the obs being there, it looks very tempting. Sucks kind of big. I think Limp is wondering where the rest of OG is.
Right.
He doesn't want to risk it. Obviously, that's what happened last time, is that they were starting to make a comeback. They made a couple bad attempts on pickoffs that weren't really safe, and they lost both of them and lost their momentum back into the game. Speaking of momentum, that's very good. Gold-wise. Get some more stacks back into our gyrocopter here on the side of Alliance. They're going to feel good about that.
After that warm-up game, it feels like Limp is definitely on the right track this time. 5, 2, and 6. Had a much better heading to spawning for some kills. Potential here. Spots him, but they jump right away. Sumail got vision on him. No-Tail tries to go for the stomp, but the BKB is out. Now see if they can bring down No-Tail. But the turnaround, Sonic Wave, they kill off Zuxa. Roll through, FNG in some trouble, tries to live. Hanskin keeping him alive, has the relocate away in a second and gets him out. Away from S4, so the Atos not going to connect.
Wow, that was nice.
Close, but it's going to be pressure onto this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Hanskin using the Holy Locket charges though, just to actually get the save there after you had to jump through with that rupture thing on top.
Not out of it. In the last couple of minutes, you can see the efficiency of farming from Alliance. Brought it down to less than 1,000 gold, separating these two. But it is a tier 2 tower taken, and now the outpost. The Aegis in hand, OG. The ones that are still in the driver's seat is you have a pause.
Shame.
The shame from No-Tail. Always a shame when a pause comes out.
It's like we have a shard there as well for Sumail.
Does look like, for the moment, a pause. We'll have to see what ends up happening.
Do a camera and get rid of the predictions.
What?
So then we could do the.
Oh yeah.
If we want to get rid of the thing, or if we like a wait screen, we get rid of the predictions on the side for everyone.
And have our producer help us out here for a second.
That's well, okay. Sure. Yeah, sounds good.
There's so much behind this stuff that's happening.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. One light's good.
Proper input, because we want to make sure predictions are good. We'll let you know.
This is TI after dark. All right, guys. We only have one of the 2 lights on. All right. Behind. I'm telling you guys all the secret. Came to the right spot. Runs over here and puts the monitor back on top of the table. Go.
Best one
Lyrical.
have.
Trying to remember as hard as he can what the console command is right now. Going through, he's just like, what is it?
It won't let me do it.
Won't let.
Have to have done it at the start of the game, otherwise it stays there forever. So
really,
I think we're gonna go back into the game.
Okay,
now.
we can go back into the game now. This was a pointless exercise where I made our producer
You did a
work
great
for
job.
nothing. Yes.
Good job. Oh man, what a time! What a time to be alive.
Just know I did it for you.
That's right. I personally think life.
I just wanted to see my face a little bit more. That's all.
That's true too.
I'm very vain. Why do you think I keep having so many children?
That vanity?
Yeah, I think so. That makes
the
about
world
right,
could
doesn't it?
use from me.
Exactly. And how can I achieve that? I mean, it's not quite. It's only half of me. Like,
Right.
yawn. But anyway.
We're going down a rabbit hole that we don't.
Okay, how about back into this beautiful game of Dota? Because this one's really tight. This is a very hyped game. And what do we have left? Right now, we have 3 minutes of an Aegis left on Sumail. They just claimed that top tower. That feels very good. What would you like to do, right? 3 minutes of Aegis. Probably cement your vision and take the tier 2 mid would be a good goal, I would say, as OG. That sound about right? Make sure that your next Roche is going to be really easy. Stay the top side of the map. Keep control of Roche. Those are good goals. I'll tell you. I'd like to see a gem. Because I think they're doing great. But the main problem, the way you lose these games, is when the enemy gets some very good vision. And look what Alliance have done. This vision around the triangle is actually very nice from Alliance. We saw the attempts on the relocates, right? These are predicated off of having deep vision.
Yeah.
So you get a gem, you eliminate these opportunities that they try and go for with the IO plays.
Guess the other. Where you go with like about forcing high ground, do you? That's going to be something of like how quickly all that good stuff. Are ready to get back into this. Says yes. Go again. The grudge match continuing, and difference between going 0-2 and going 1 in the group stages for both teams. It's like going 0-2 means it's pretty freaking hard to get into the upper bracket. I feel live, obviously. I think even with, but it's pretty unlikely. Likewise, if you go 2-0 with the starter groups,
feeling good.
Easy.
Where you want to be. That's it. That's all you had to do. Just win. You know, that's always the easy advice.
Guy.
I mean, he's fearless right now. Like, if you can't get a good objective, forcing a bad fight with goals and aims, right?
Oh, he did cancel it. Oh, he didn't have TP. Oh, he's in trouble. TP out. Relocate. That was weird. He wanted to make sure that they got Nico out of there. So Hanskin will die. Looks like they also managed out with it. Io, pay the price. Ends up being brought down in the end by the big bad Clinks. Hero banned a couple times?
Yes, versus OG. After these 2 games, 100%. Win or lose this game, it still looks crazy the way that they're playing it, right? Seems like the perfect carry right now. I love that he can clear the camps without needing to stack, but he can still farm stacks.
Yes.
So like you can see that he's utilizing this this loss on the 15% by just like clearing the camp sometimes at the minute mark. But if a support's going by, they can still stack it up for you, and it's really easy to farm.
I'm sure. KB trying to TP out, and that's for Skinny. Putting the screws right now to Alliance, closing out the areas. Right now, Alliance don't feel like they can fight. Particularly with the Aegis, almost half. How much extra damage can they get in on it before that Aegis expires?
And that's an interesting thought too, is that now they can actually see that, right? Like we know that they have the timing these days.
Healed up afterwards. BKB comes out. Back away. Oh, Sumail almost able to connect there. S4 and throw out the corrosive haze. Meantime, Limb just continuing to farm, trying to get in towards that AC, but it's another tier 2 tower down. And that's all of them across the map done.
That's goals. You know, you can be completely happy with this Aegis. Yeah, they have time. They have a full minute.
This is OG though. I don't know if they're ever completely happy unless they're in your base. And that's one kill inside of it.
All right, don't look. Let's guess FNG's deaths. I haven't looked.
6.
I was gonna go 7. Okay. All right, what do we got?
9. Okay. All right. That's his lot in life right now. But look at this. OG just going up high ground. I mean, again, this is 30 seconds until Aegis is going to be reclaimed, but they're getting in every little bit of action that they can in the meantime.
We're talking about the minus armor. Look at the plus armor that goes along on top of them, right? Yeah. Next, I love the solar and medallion. It's so cheesy looking.
super valuable. And got a slaughter in the game is what you need.
Look at the Daedalus courier.
That's important.
That's awesome. All right, I guess he wasn't that close next to it. I don't know, I guess 800 gold on that farm from Sumail, though, to be fair at this point, with the speed at which he's farming.
Still looking very hard for Alliance, but you can. There's some avenues here, some ways that they can get back into it if they can get those items online. The baby has Magnum Scepter done.
I think the shard on S4 is a really cool tool. Obviously, you're seeing he has to initiate on Sumail in some of these circumstances. And he's always going for the Corrosive Haze and then crushing. Because if he doesn't have his bash prep, that's kind of his only choice, right? Because he doesn't want to just get away with invis or like have to worry about it after. And obviously, they need the damage at this point because he's so tanky. So you get the shard, and that way you get the guaranteed ultimate on top of him right away.
Nice if we could see play before. Like he's what, 5,000 gold up right now.
They actually just scanned the dire triangle, and it was green.
Okay.
But Alliance are in there right now, so this could go a little poorly for OG. Oh. Alone right now.
He is. It's mega in there. Just
they're trying to relocate, but it's too slow.
And like that limp, he's gonna get tossed and killed. And this was the fight that they had waited so long for. And it's just not gonna happen for him. I mean, they're gonna relocate out of here. Don't even get the kill on the Soxa.
As long as we stay positive.
Oh man, that was just a little bit of miscommunications happening.
Limp just got slept. He got slept into Avatos and he just died.
Oh man.
No BKB. That's the disaster mode right there.
S4 was in and not in the place that he needed that fight. They just finished this Aghanim
Here's the
Scepter
thing,
down,
they had that ward, right, in the Radiant Jungle?
Yeah.
And they were all smoked. So good thing OG didn't buy that gem and de-ward that, or Alliance wouldn't have felt safe trying to make that play. Another reason I'm here.
10,000 gold. It's like these moments left this anticipation of something that could end up happening. Finally a fight where it goes well for Alliance, and then
look at that.
Just falls through their fingers.
Yeah, Aghanim's on Seb too.
They're getting all the items now.
He's had a fantastic game.
He really has.
You know, he's been extremely high in the net worth through the majority of this game. Only recently has Thompson actually had a chance to like kind of make his own way back up there, because Seb's sort of been like less involved on the farming side, not as present like in the lanes. Whereas like Thompson gets up to the Echo Saber, now into the full-on Aghanims too. I love Tree Volley.
That was a double smoke, but regardless, smoke. You don't have S4 in it. It happened right there. Now Sumail comes out. Finds Limp. It feels like it's falling apart. Can they blow up Sumail? BKB, run away. The tree volley goes out immediately. They have to freaking TP out of there. Onskin's going to be controlled. They take down S4. Now seeing if they can find a kill on the IO. The missile is going to chase down out of there. They managed to get out on the IO at the last second, but just nothing going the way that it needs to be right now for Alliance. OG looking clean as can be.
Sumail just stands so far back and lobbing this into the towers.
What an interesting spray to drop down there is, oh man. OG looking for the tier 4 towers now, what, 15 seconds away from everybody being back alive on Alliance. It feels like they haven't even gotten the chance to take a fight. They know that there's no BKB available on Nico Baby. He just has to sit there and take it, relocate back. Limp gonna get Avatos, gets the blink away, but the towers are falling. OG throwing the tree volley into the fountain. Where's the answer? Alliance don't have it.
They're not done though. They want to keep fighting. They're smoking out. They see an attempt here.
Oh god, is it gonna work? I mean, it is blink away. Alliance, nowhere left to go.
One second from
BKB. Oh, he just drops. No BKB available. Literally Murphy's Law of Dota happening right now for Alliance and OG. Are they going to be able to back out of there? Nico Baby trying to chase in. Can they take a good fight finally? Soxa down low, tries to pull them out further. But Alliance, have they done enough? Can they do enough? The right click stuff through. Sumail blows them off. Nico Baby down low. They break the tether. It didn't work. Thompson was able to jump in and snag him. Oh, what a play coming from Thompson at the last second. As they chase it, looking for more. Seb continuing to find him. They only lose one in that snap fire. The mass tips come out as there's still some salt in the veins from earlier in the season. OG looking to end this one emphatically.
There were some moments there where they were close in that team fight, but any hope that they had at the end there. Big plays. Now the chase down continues. This kind of looks like a little bit of a beatdown at this point. They're still going to buy back on Nico Baby. Again, not going to give up. They have the heroes with some potential, of course, right? You know, you never know what can happen with the gyrocopter. You have the IO. Keep your Dota, perhaps, a little bit on here, but I'm a little surprised that they're still playing this out. I'm not going to lie.
There's not a 0 at the end of that number down.
No, it could be a while until there's a rapier, for sure.
True.
But Alliance clearly saying we want to play to that. We're not going to give up yet. Even like they want to smoke here.
They head on in. Or head back towards the Roche because in all that fight, I mean, so there is a Roche available.
Yeah, they're going.
Alliance. Great S4. Good crush. 1-2. And ruptured and in trouble. And Cookie tries to back away. S4's dead again. He has been on the struggle. And now the chase forward slept. Another round of the Earth Splitter comes through, trying to roll out, do what they can. FNG, there's one shot coming out from the clicks. Hits the roll on to Seb, but nothing else left in the tank. As it has just not worked Alliance's way in this game number 2. OG, the last couple of minutes, it's just fallen off a cliff and risen up a mountain. OG turn their sights back onto the Ancient now. It's going to be a long day of Dota.
Yeah, they want to hurry it up.
Yeah, they're feeling ready. As the Ancient is getting ready to fall, Alliance still not willing to back out of this game. Want to give it one last go. Nico Baby runs in, Sonic Wave afterwards, dies to the right clicks. Nico Baby in trouble. He too will fall. And there's some GG's happening eventually in the end. As OG gonna end this one 2-0. Very, very solid performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Love here from OG. Both games, a very clear strategy, and frankly, not necessarily a very complicated one. They just play very good Dota.
You are.
Как активен в драке. Кэрри команды на один.
Нормально, 14 раз.
Ну, вот до этого это почти вот эти все выходы, когда ты один доминировали. Легко выигрывать, когда у тебя команда ведет экономически, и каждый контролирует.
Обычно выигрывают споры с ней. Когда команда выигрывает экономически. Когда она проигрывает, обычно и по-близки проигрывает.
Посмотрим.
And IG just pop their BKBs, stand their ground, deliver.
So the Aegis in tow, see how much more damage they can do to the buildings. A minute and a half to go, and I mean they have basically everything. Doom not quite up yet. As I say that, it had probably the window of opportunity to take advantage of having that second life on Troll, who, like you said, gets kited so freaking easily. Carl jumps in, looking for Ema with a crippling fear to fall, but he has to pop his BKB, gets the Searing Chains off onto 2. Ollie's in the vicinity as well. Looks like Carl's going to get out to safety, though. Doesn't have much mana to work with. Attempting to TP out will be successful. Cuckoo in the meantime. Yep, the Doom will cancel it. That means 2 BKB charges for Cuckoo have actually just been wasted. Although I guess trading for a Doom is something better than the original one.
It's something, but that still doesn't feel good. You know you're going to lose some tower now, most likely. Without your Night Stalker in fight. This, and they're actually just going.
AT jumps in with the hoof stomp, pops the BKB as well with the Finger of Death. They're going to be able to blow up 23 Savage very easily. And Carl trying to do as much as he can, but he's all alone now. And T1 are just falling apart at the seams here in the last like 5 minutes. They don't look the same from the rest of the game. Just completely falling apart.
That's the BKBs. That's it. That was that one thing that IG needed to start winning literally every fight.
Yeah.
They got it, and they just get the job done. Nice ball lightning there, but not quite enough. Wave's gonna come in. Aegis regeneration will go off, so Flyfly will be full HP.
It's gonna be at
least
minimum 1 rack.
Yeah, this is something Troll is good at. We found it. We found the thing Troll is good at.
With Abaddon as well, don't forget the Curse of Avernus. Look at that extra attack speed. What a beast of burden. Alright, so we're gonna get mid, transition to top attention. No, they're gonna jump in the skill, force the buyback on the Luna potentially, but no. Cuckoo gets forced out to safety, but not safe enough apparently. Dies right in front of his Ancient, so they're gonna hold on to the buyback. So that's another 20-second discrepancy. You have to wait for the Night Stalker to come back. We talk about the Ags, it's, I mean, in theory good for high ground defense, but you need some buildings, you need some heroes in addition. So this is going to be 2 sets of racks for IG when it was looking very favorable for T1. Also jumping in. Alright, now that Luna's come back. The Mortimer's Kisses as well. Flyfly pops the BKB, and with no way to actually stop that TP, they'll be successful in getting it. Ollie though, again, Sacrificial Lamb, that's the hero you want for it. Abby is dead.
You guys can't see this, but when he said that, he just looked at me in a way like, I am triggering you right now, aren't I?
That's right.
Yeah. Very mean person.
Yeah, this
was
was
a great jump.
Yeah, very good.
Very well liked. And at the same time, why is 23 Savage there, right? With a Dead Night Stalker, you are Luna, exposed to being blink engaged by either a Lion or a Tide or a Doom. It is, no matter how you look at it, that is just a mistake. IG just punish it very quickly. Basically, off of that jump, built themselves what that was the killing blow. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess the game's still going, so let's not count them out just yet. But if IG are to win, that was a very key moment. T1 are going to look for some sort of opening here with their Ravage available. Like we talked about, Tide going Axe means there's no like blink surprise engage, and you need longer fights where Kuku maybe engages on the Lion, Storm does, and then build something there.
Silver Edge now, 23 Savage. Bought the Shard, by the way, so I guess that's still part of the build. We talked about this previously, that it was nerfed, so I wasn't sure if it's like actually buy or Lion Roach extension. Get the crit and get some safety.
Yeah, we already have BKB. No.
Wow, Ollie is going for an Agonist Scepter. Wow. You don't see that very often in position 5.
Baby.
Yeah, that's true. It's a really good Ags too. Basically, anytime your ult is popped, you will heal your entire team. Pretty nice. Yeah, it looks like IG is definitely the driver's seat, and remember, this is the group stage, so only the first series, every team's gonna play each other. T1, one of those teams that we weren't really sure about. Like, we thought the Animator, they were doing very, very well. It looked like one of the best teams in the world, in fact, and then kind of dropped off a bit since then, so I think they're able to bounce back in the game here.
Managing to force out the Dark Ascension Dary's emo, which is big because this opens up for a potential Roche attempt. As soon as that expires, I think IG should just chill. Wait it out. That ends.
You can actually buy Ags right now and all.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's like the fastest Ag I've seen before Abby. Nice Stalker in the trees. You can see Zephyr with the ult. He's not even going to connect on much here. Only a couple ticks. See the Aeon Dish picked up by Kaka. It does proc, so won't have that for this upcoming fight. The Emo has the Gleipnir, by the way, so disabled several heroes now. Looks like they're just resetting into a potential Roche take here, but with that Ag's Gush, it is quite annoying to fight into, no doubt about it. No space here. There's the Gleipnir, up 23 Savage head spot BKB, and Silver Edge, and now that they know that's down, that is an open fight here potentially for IG. He pops his BKB though. Focusing on Whitemon for now, doesn't really have much damage to speak of though. As Cuckoo initiating on by JT, looking for the Doom target potentially, but Cuckoo has to pop that and Back away for now. Searing Chains from afar. Again, so much havoc from afar right now. Cuckoo looks to be the first to die in Sydney. One time his buyback though. They're gonna get tied as well. He did have Ravage, but still has the buyback in addition. So we'll see if they end up trying to defend Roche here. And that's one. I'm pretty sure you likely just go for this. And all he does have his Ags now. Is this the fastest one you've ever seen? Oh my god, 23 Savage takes a tumble, no buyback to speak of. That means it's a 5v4 advantage despite the buybacks coming out from T1. And they lose Whitemon again. That is a dieback. So this is a free Roche. That's going to be Aegis, that's going to be Shard. And that's likely going to be game.
That was such a quick jump too. No hesitation. They have these perfect 2 wards here, pre-placed IG, and they see a key hero, and Kanga's just dead. Right away, you're gonna see it here. Instant Hex, just full on burst. Lion as well as Storm and the Doom Stomp. Huge advantage for IG once again, and looking more and more like a 2-0 by the minute. Kyle testing his BKB, it still works, but yeah, that's a fitting line at least. They can have a laugh at it, that's good.
I mean, that's going to be the important thing going forward, is to keep morale up in games like this where... I mean, this one feels worse than the first one because you were in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you're doing well in this one.
A couple pretty key mistakes, I think, objectively say, ended up kind of snowballing this in IG's favor. Pushing out the lane now. He has his Agnes. So he picked up the Shard, by the way, so that will give... One's kind of hard to remember. Don't show me, JJ. Don't show it yet. Test my trivia here.
Testing what?
The Shard for Ember is you get the remnants do damage over time. They leave a remnant on any dead body around you, and I can't remember what else. There's a third thing.
You restore a charge of your ult every time you get it.
Every time you get it. So pretty cool Shard. I like it. I mean, the rest of the team, we talked about Lion already, and it's really just Doom. It might be second place. This is kind of cool. Has the old level death effect.
Yep.
Love to see that someday, as he has the refresher now to go along, so that's double BKB, double...
Is there some sort of lore for like what Doom is based on that makes the whole concept of level death make sense? Like in the lore of like Satan or Lucifer or whatever, does he like to gamble or something?
Oh boy, we're gonna have to hold that thought. 23 Savages. The pressure was used. Double Shivas.
He got all.
I would have to ask Slacks. I believe that he worships Satan.
Doom also has a voice line that says, "I gambled, you lost," right? Maybe it's because it's a sin or something or whatever.
Yeah, like when the devil comes down, and there's a lot of movies about that, where somebody bets their soul.
Right.
So maybe
so level does that.
It's an old mechanic we wanted to bring back. Understandable. T1. That's true.
Oh, Kanga. Nothing's happening.
Ollie gets his ult off, and you can see that Zags is doing almost nothing.
Yep, that's what happens when nobody takes things.
Yeah, that's true. And this is going to be Mega Creep, so IG going to take this noise zero.
Shannon, there's still a range direct top.
My mistake, guys. I forgot that range direct.
Surely it will not be taken in the next 30 seconds.
30 seconds to take it out. Will they do it? That's the big question of the game. No question of who's going to win the game. And there's the Mega Creeps. It's going to be an eventual GG, you would think. Trying to create as much space as possible. Whitemon gets off his Ravage onto the zip back in by Carl. Wi-Fi just able to get his ult off in time, and we'll get the trade very easily there. And already at half HP with that Scotty now in tow. Blink Dagger as well. They're just gonna hold out as long as possible. I mean, it is TI, so understandable. You never know. If they dive your fountain 10 times, you can come back.
BT1 predicted longest game of the tournament to be 40 to 50. And they got there now. And then you could call it now.
Yeah. Maybe they'll hold it in 10 minutes.
Very bold prediction.
This is a phone game. It wouldn't end anytime soon, that's for sure. Oh, Carl jumps in, wants to kill really bad in line. Looks like he's going to be able to get it. So Kaka takes a tumble. 23 Savage. Gets off the eclipse with a whole bunch of creeps there to tank it up, and GG is finally called. So IG take it 2-0. Overall, pretty convincing.
Yep.
The T1, you know, a little bit sloppy from their side, but you can see the potential.
For sure. I think this game more so than the last one. This time the lanes went better, and honestly for me, the moment in this game that really cost them the most is when they Ravage and Dark Ascension, right? They end up losing 2 or 3 heroes, and they lose that Aegis, and it just gives a much better game potential for IG, right? So if you could have avoided that mistake, that one key mistake, this could have definitely still gone T1's way, but IG just snowballed off of that one. At this level of play, critical errors like that are game losing.
Hopefully T1 is able to bounce back in whatever their next match is, but I mean, at times like this, when you have a loss that, again, might be a bit heartbreaking,
No,
on the edge of your
they
seat,
weren't like
but
super throwing.
there were a couple mistakes that they definitely noticed. It's one of those things.
Welcome back, everybody. That's right. We're going to be taking over for the wholesome duo of Lyrical and Trent. You're going to have to deal with the...
Shadow Fiend.
What a surprise!
それはどうかな。
哎，你很机车哎。
来呀来呀，来打我呀！来呀来呀，来打我呀！
的话呢，其实打原木的效率也不高，所以潮汐应该是不会穷。
上路的话是找到一波机会啊，杀。地上这个针眼，它的位置有点刁钻，它不是很有机会去反，那个树也没有去把它破掉。
是的，前期 Fnatic 在这个自己的上路线上还是下了本的，就插的这2个针眼在前期的一个作用还是应该要体现出来。
对的，
毕竟人家投入了嘛。
是的，因为你选蚂蚁，如果线上被对面这个蚂蚁打出优势啊，这个英雄就有点强度有点高。
是的，
是好多针眼啊！
哇，真是下本啊！他应该是用那个针眼分掉了大野，同时线上的这个针眼配合找机会看能不能击杀，然后再放那一个针眼防止对方来分自己的小野。
对，
这本是真的下足了。
拉满了。中路的话，补刀上影魔占优 ，DP 也没啥办法嘛。影魔这个补刀越补越顺的。DP 从这个弹道攻击力上来说，对于一个魂已经收起来的影魔不太补得过。
看下路 DY 配合 POYOYO 2个人在这边的一个线上对拼，这一毛回去，不过因为马尔斯自己的一个状态值也不是特别的好了，
是拉比克也没
不了击杀节奏，只能消耗一波。好消息是大牛身上还有一个大药可以喂，那可以确保自己的这个大哥能把状态值给补满。
拉比克对线一般碰到那种水人什么的，他还稍微有点压制力，不然的话对线强度不是很高。
是的。
但是在后面，如果说他能偷到个什么潮汐大的话，会比较有声音。
上限就会比较的高了。
对，这局好像就偷潮汐大啊。
偷潮汐，偷大牛，偷影魔。
他如果站位好不难偷，因为
其实最想偷到的是什么？如果说我是个拉比克，我最想偷到的是蚂蚁缩地。
哦，缩地前期比较好偷嘛。
是的，而且偷过来性价比会比较高一些，它可以一直用。
是的。然后打团就是潮汐想上来跳大路，他站位站得远一点，然后秒偷。秒偷的话，潮汐马上给毛鸡也是来不及，要被偷掉的。
是的。老11是真的凶啊，他真的是一个刀都不想让对方补啊，就直接已经在5分钟的时候冲到塔下去强压了，而且感觉有机会啊，毛鸡一下撞一下杀掉了，
漂亮，
勇啊！所以我非常喜欢老11这样性格的选手。
他就是抓人的机会和。就是击杀的这个机会抓得特别好。
是的，他基本上在自己取得优势，或者说他判断自己取得优势的情况下，他是不会有任何撤退的举动，他永远是会选择压着你打。
是的，
就这种打法的话呢，观赏性会比较强一点，当然也会伴随着很高的风险嘛。就一不小心，如果对方有人支援过来，很有可能他就会死。
对。哎，再来挂上蝗虫。
这就是小小难受的地方了，他 A 蝗虫特别吃力。
是的，因为他前边没有到20分钟，没有买那个魔晶的时候，他的抓树 A 人是有次数的嘛。所以你这样抓了个树用来都 A 蝗虫了，就很尴尬。
而且小小是这个出门零甲单位，而且他没有敏捷成长，没有到6级之前没有甲，被这个蝗虫挂了以后是真的很烦。
对，就是他的巨浪加上蝗虫嘛，等于说是双减加。
对，感觉 VG 这场比赛刻意放小小也是有研究过的，想试一下看一下这套到底打小小的效果是如何的。
对，小小其实对于比赛节奏来说不难针对。
蚂蚁过来帮忙来看一下符。
现在3路优。
POYOYO这个位置有点危险，但影魔包过来了，再接下补光。大牛这边应该是能截到，
对他想省个 C 炮吧，本来压了其实就死了。
因为上路的兵线现在感觉对于 VG 来讲已经算是站得比较死了，所以说就解放出来的蚂蚁可以让他去做更多的事情啊。
对，
可以去打一些信息出来。
DJ 这边家里在屯野，到时候小小让他过来收一收。他如果能一直VG 能一直保持这么肥的话，就非常对他们阵容来说非常乐观。
是的，
因为 Fnatic 的阵容是会比较极感的。
本身 VG 这个阵容就不惧怕于拖后期的阵容，
对的，
并且被他们前期取得了一个比较好的现优。
们
小赶紧过来
的这个阵容，如果是跟 VG 打后期，VG 这边双核心都是一个后期站桩能力很强的。
对，他们对于装备的继承效果会更加的明显嘛。
对。
然后以及像潮汐这种英雄，他在后期的团控能力也要比对方的马尔斯更强。
是的。
所以感觉 VG 会有更好的脱控资本。山崩街头制啊，这卡位的话应该是稳杀的。而这波的话呢，他吃了对方死亡先知的这个大，感觉倒也还行，能接受。
对，这个时间点，Fnatic 一定要找节奏的 ，DP 的大，马尔斯的大。他们8分钟就起了一波 DP 开大的节奏，还是比较快的。
看一下这场比赛，其实 VG 的一个整体视野做的感觉还是挺到位的。无论是他们在出门的时候帮中路出了2个，先看那边正面右门被找到了，应该是稳杀，因为潮汐还有大，就看他的一个走位，杀是肯定杀了。
2个人头，甚至可以逼一下上路的外塔。
对，而且他们很早其实就在对方的这个前哨站位置那边做下了一个偏向于进攻型的视野。就这个视野提供的信息，看一下他们能不能够利用一下。这一波应该不太容易了，因为这波已经逼到对方的塔前，他们知道位置了。
是。这个塔应该不难守了 ，DP 大前面也教过了嘛。
对的。
没有什么打架的资本了。
而对方潮汐接握有大招，始终是保持这样一个威慑嘛。中路派 DY 在这边线上补一补自己的一个等级。马尔斯也只能说是赖死这条线，在没有跳刀的情况下，他的一个支援能力并不是很夸张。幽鬼出的这个装备在之前其实被大家称之为骗钱之刃，就一个猎鹰战人，但现在好像被很多人认可了，觉得他这个道具的一个性价比还可以。
对，之前AME 整蛊，他在打路人的时候出2个，然后骗了
强敌属性是吧？
对，骗了国外的选手也去出，然后后来他自己不出了，发现有点贵了，因为一个1100，两个2200吧，2200买的这2个装备，又占格子又贵，后来他就不买了。
他是不是跟这个社区论坛里面学的？
确实啊，好像是
就是在社区里面学的。
他学了试一试。
我想起来之前有一次采访他说那个7分钟裸闪时的力丸，就是他当时是怎么想的？他说我跟社区学的。
是的。
但这个道具现在就是做单件来讲的话，性价比还是可以的。很多人现在应该都是在考虑做这个道具，
因为它的回蓝嘛，它的回蓝就是1100的话来说性价比比较高了。
对，有点像是这个变种的天鹰戒嘛，有点像原先那个变种天鹰戒。
对，因为我记得回应战刃是削了嘛，它好像只有1.6还1.7，就是没有这个性价比高。因为之前幽鬼不是流行过出回应战刃嘛，但是后来回应战刃被削了，然后就不出了。
确实，Fnatic也是要确保自己这边主野区视野的一个干净啊，因为队友还是很依赖于这边野区资源的。
对
，DJ 过来赶紧把这边野区反一反。就从现在的一个经济情况来讲的话呢，小小已经开始逐渐的跟幽鬼拉开差距了。就小小这个英雄的一个 farm 能力还是明显要比幽鬼更强。但核心位置单上面来讲的话呢，这个影魔现在显得有一点点拔群了。影魔现在已经是领先对方的这个死亡先知有差不多1300块钱了，这个还算是领先的比较多了。
但是Fnatic要开始起节奏了，
他们要开推了，
他们肯定要开始打了。
对，因为这边马尔斯更新出来了非常关键的切入型道具跳刀，然后沉默有大 ，DP 也有大，就现在来讲，我觉得对于 Fnatic 是一个比较好的进攻时间。
他们最好是能把潮汐之后，然后能打过对面的团。
明显感觉到 VG 他们是有所防范的，他大概知道你这个 Fnatic 人现在的一个进攻意图是怎样的。
是的。
还有一个比较弱的潮汐顶在塔前，你也很难进攻，就浪费了 Death 很长的时间啊。找对哥这一波挂机挂在中路差不多1分钟没干事儿。
是的，就是现在老师只要一直捏着大，Fnatic 不是很敢冲塔。
是的。
所以他们最好有人把大家骗出来，然后再去开一个团，就很 VG 就很难对付了。
PIW 去别人脸上皮了一套，这个视野 Fnatic 这个视野还是给到了蛮多有用信息的，但是大牛配合潮汐过来赶紧反掉。
这个眼讲道理插的有一点明目张胆了哦。
是的，就这个眼插下来，它最大的意义是守着这个眼打。
对，
就是说你要反这个眼的时候，我突然给你干一波，但是他们这个眼放在那里没打起来，其实就有一点送了这个眼。
确实，
因为在
专业啊。
对，就在这个时间段插这个眼是非常常规的一个举动嘛，就他们来中路打肯定是要插这个眼的，但没打起来，这个眼是一定会被反。
嗯，因为他就插在一个视野最高的一个地方。
对，感觉 Fnatic 在刚刚那一波进攻没有成功的情况下，应该是要等小小再跟个装备了，就等他引刀出炉吧，也很快了，刷的比较快吧。
是的，现在小小就是标配连击刀、大引刀。
那幽鬼的这个标配出装 A 仗的套路也在逐渐的成型着。
对，小小的大引刀其实打幽鬼还不错啊。
是的，
这
个
潮汐啊什么的，但是他的这个大引刀还没那么快。先出个小的，
小的跟自己的马尔斯打一波呀！这马尔斯现在急死了，我跟了把跳刀，然后发现没架打，
找不到人，然后大还没有机会放。
他已经在这个对方的野区闲逛好长时间了，就一直找不到机会。
这段时间两边都是在 B 站啊，这个 VG 都是在 B 站，然后 Fnatic 想要找的话是找不到一个突破口，
忍不住了，
直接冲。后来秒这边最弱的潮汐挑战一顶，大招一交，自己还没死，但是好像被偷了一个大，自己还死了。
是的，死。
来呀来呀来呀！来呀来呀，来打我呀！
С Топсоном все изначально хорошо складывается. У него имеется уже Shadow Blade, он взял себе саблю и дальше будет грейдиться в Silver Edge через плиты. Это уже, как правило, говорит о Тине очень-очень многое. БКБшку бы, наверное, какую-то оформить или что-то в этом стиле, но, возможно, будет полагаться на крепость бытия и свою команду.
Это хорошо. Или так? Ну и КВ, есть, да, вопросик по итогу исполнения первого рейвейджа. Ну, ты видишь, что он делает себе БКБшку. На Тайтхантере первым слотом даже все получилось.
Опа, а SF-то поймали и убили.
Его нашли через Шаботинника.
Да, вот реализация подъехала.
Только что принес, я то, что БКБшка просто один, я буквально второй. Я думаю, когда они их дофармят, длится. Как и на Марса будет плевать. Найс Сумансуал, кстати.
Да, хорошо, живет до конца.
Потому что герой будет плевать на Марса, герой будет плевать сколько на Сайленсера, герой будет плевать полностью на Рубика. На самом деле, идея-то по итогу хорошая, пока будешь купить в этой игре. Другое дело, что, знаешь, Тайтхантер, ну ты реально не привык на этом герое такой слот видеть. Потому что по итогу у тебя ДП там или Тиник просто бьют с руки. А с Даггера можно было бы просто прийти первым слотом и... Ну, попытаться навязать свою игру. Опять же, Тайтхантер прыгает, спектра вырывается, у них какой-то подчет. Сейчас они просто, видишь, стоят и просто по одному где-то на карте фидит. И мы только смотрели с тобой серию, где подобным же методом играла команда Альянс. Она тоже ничего не делала. По большей части, когда вот у ОГ появились слоты. И там, здесь мы видели, что раз ультимейт, героя убили, вышку забрали, туда-сюда. Второй ультимейт, раз героя убили, что-то Рошана забрали. Ты сидишь и понимаешь, что вот время мы еще в Доту не играем.
Причем интересно то, что Fnatic проигрывали линии поначалу, но тоже собрались вместе, начали с появлением каких-то скиллов у себя, драться. Сейчас Никит Арена, Глобал, они могут очень много всего подойти навязать, даже вот совсем в ближайшее время.
Ну да, пойти там за вышку престижника, да, реально подраться. И вот Рубес может подтащить Тайтхантера, но, видимо, по каким-то причинам решили этого не делать.
Ой, Дэс решил наугад поставить арену, не поставил туда, куда хотел.
Причем, опять же, Рубен мог подсветить, мог поднять. И зашпагированный драться зачем? Ну, сейчас нет арены, сейчас будет файт.
Так,
под Аегис. Тини на подкрепе. Рубен, кстати, ворует отличный спел, шикуча.
Да, очень приятно воевать на Рубике с этим спылом. БКБ появляется у СФ, и это, кстати, может что-то доизменить. Как раз таки арена не будет такой проблемой, Тини не будет такой проблемой. Да и вообще мало что будет проблемой для него, как для персонажа. И надо будет теперь раскачиваться в дальнейшие слоты там на урон, на статы, на прочее, но драться в случае чего с командой он может. Хотя вот видим то, что пока он не собирал себе никакой предметной инициативы, в том числе там, допустим, Владар тут же. То есть не хватает ему этого пока что еще. Ой, ДС. Так нагло прыгает, конечно, но...
Сейчас его не наказать за это. Там, кстати, курьер умирает у Деса. У того самого у него в нем лежали запчасти БКБшки и ТПшка, теперь всего этого не будет. Но, получается, свои БКБ чуть раньше будут ребята из Вича.
Да нет, вот он все равно не успеет за эти 2 минуты, мне кажется, 1000 золота где-то достать. Хотя...
Да. Вивер. Целя. Значит, не огоним. Знаешь, сидишь и думаешь, у тебя есть клавиша победы, а ты его не собираешь. А Спектра уже в такой полукондиции. Она уже может играть активно, и то есть надо именно Атиком теперь понимать, что всегда может бежать Вивер какой-то, Спектра может прилететь Хантер, Спектра влететь и так далее. То есть где-то может влететь. Вот любой вижен. Например, сейчас снизу.
Hold-11. Видим, что пока как-то вроде контролирует ситуацию. Опять же, БКБ он собирал, и мы это наблюдали прежде. Как она будет работать в ближайших файтах, мы это увидим. Но теперь у нас Вичи Гейминг такое ощущение, что их начинают зажимать. Вроде как нет какого-то огромного преимущества по золоту, там, по позициям. О, баньки, а вот Hold-11. А что, не удивлены, да? Ну да, Дэс такого явно не ожидал. И сейчас у него есть некоторые трудности с выживаемостью, его могут прижать, кидать дагер, и есть Рэвидж. Hold-11 дает его, зацепил
дагер.
О, господи.
Не дагер, это Рэвидж снова Рубиком.
Так, ну а теперь надо выжить и убежать куда-то с ним. Или дать на отход, потому что сейчас из БКБ не хочется его нажимать. Получилось это сделать на смоке, на развороте будут драться. Дивай. Отлично, Реван с собранным уже себе рейджем показывает, кто здесь.
Сам еще дагер Рубику пролетел, по идее, прямо сейчас должен был, он его покупал. Все, может сам прыгнуть и начать файт. Да, вот он у него теперь есть. Они не знают, что у него есть. Теперь знают.
Но пока ничего не нажимается, СФ в стороне где-то кастует реком ему в соус.
Просто догнать.
Ну, я догнал, в принципе,
да, Хантер это живет, я думаю, то есть летит дерево, слушай, летит дерево и не попало. То есть в ту сторону куда-то, видимо, кидал, не в героя.
Ну что ж, пока видим то, что Аегис остался при команде Fnatic. У них по-прежнему в наличии имеется Рэвидж снова. И они могут за счет этого поддавить еще где-нибудь. Правда, тут Д2 вышка, кажется, пока еще слишком недоступной. На миде Д1 они снесли, так что вот тут даже не знаю, может провалиться где-то в вражеских лесах, пока есть такая возможность.
Они будут пытаться дальше искать, нападать, то есть Тиника очень активно играет. Опять же, они не тратили глобал в драке, он у них, если они не тратили Рэвидж, у них есть, и ты всегда и везде можешь попробовать просто подстапить халявный какой-то фраг.
Рэвен. Ну хорошо, СФ просто делает БКБ ТПА, да, вот Дивая придется продавать. Его уже ничего не спасет. Глиф прожимается для того, чтобы еще и крипочков отпушить, которые будут нести вышку. Но они переживут этот глиф, и можно будет сносить тавер.
Выходит в размен в центре пока что. То есть отдали ультимейты в этом гейм. И центр пытается Вивер там начинает пробивать. Пытается что-то сделать. Тут диджей. Ну так напрягает, конечно.
Так, и диджей все. Уже никуда не денется. Это был легкий фраг, на который можно было рассчитывать, хотя Спектра решила... Вот это догорает. Там жуков, я так понимаю, все ловить. Следственно?
Мне так кажется. Нет, жуки то. Просто как вариант, что погиб он именно от этого дела.
Спектра начинает собирать статы. У нее Аганим уже есть, да, собран, как раз таки его она также показывала в деле, и погибает сам Вивер, который несколько задержался около вражеского аванпоста. Так, 11. Блиндагер все-таки практически дофармил тоже. Звучит хорошо, а вот СФ к Сильвереджа только-только начинает фармиться потихоньку. Что Fnatic могут показать хорошего? Тиника мы уже видели, и у него сейчас заканчивается Аегис. Помимо этого дальше будет появляться БКБ, который спасет его от многих горестей, которые предлагает Вичи Гейминг. И ДП... Она решила, кстати, без иммунитета к магии обойтись.
Да нет,
она...
по идее...
Гилу хватает сшибы.
Нет, я про то, что у нее Огракс, Варклап уже лежит, и возможно у нее просто собрано. Посмотри, там курьер летит.
Да.
Это может быть...
Да.
Это именно она, да. То есть БКБ у нее, БКБ у Марса уже тоже готова.
Так, Тайкантер. Половина хп.
Ну, это паут. Не хватит его успеть убить.
Но все равно видишь, как больно Рейвен-то лицо разбивает.
Очень неприятно, но недостаточно сильно. Даггер он прикупил, все готово. То есть 2 БКБ. Фнатик, третий делается. У Вичи 2 БКБ, по идее. Третий не делается. И вот нападение на СФ не дали ему ничего провязать.
Да, СФ пока ведет второй кусок, пытается нажать напоследок. Никакого дэмэджа, конечно, тут не получается из этого, но продолжить драку тоже кажется, что не будет возможно представляться. Хотя и Толдулев, он врывается с реведжа, это делается минус по мизеру команды Fnatic, и Дэд будет следующим. Поджигает его через свой нелюбимый Spirit Vessel. И это смерть.
Мне ок просто очень дорого. И...
Но видишь, Юрий тоже.
Ему-то его максимально ок, да. И следующий слотом, опять же, доделает себе Роду Фатас. И появится еще один зацеп, и вот ворвались СФ, урона не хватило, то есть Тиник не поддержал команду остальную. СФ разультился. СФ нажал Silver Edge и этот, чтобы не виделись неуязвимость, все, то есть просто ушел с файта. А ведь если бы его убили, если бы за ним так далеко не порезали, то есть по фокусу можно было бы сильно лучше файт провести.
Ну и хороший момент Old11 подобрал для того, чтобы начать драку. Это помогло подрезать парочку. 2 кора все-таки погибли у Fnatic, это дает некоторое преимущество команде Vichy Gaming. И вот они как раз, в отличие от команды Alliance, смогли остановить какую-то стартовую агрессию, какую-то попытку сноубола, и сейчас получили возможность еще пофармить, а это спектре крайне-крайне нужно.
Это так, но она опять же в файте поучаствовала и не погибала сама, то есть сейчас закупит себе условную манту. Это будет минус проблема с Селансером, сколько-то. Это будет минус проблемы с тем, что у тебя не хватает урона, потому что 2 иллюзии с дизалайтом по соло-таргету тоже нормально объясняют. И в ситуации, где ты дерешься против спектре и не выигрываешь, а проигрываешь, она усугубляет с тем, что она заработает с этого денег. И в следующий файт она будет еще сильнее, а ты и так ее уже не убиваешь.
Звучит грустно.
Да, это так, и очевидно, что поэтому надо ждать второго Рошана.
Ну, второй Рошан появится у нас, возможно, очень скоро. Основной таймер заканчивается через 15 секунд. До 3 минут дополнительного таймера впереди ожидается. Сколько определится. Ну и Манта Стайл действительно уже появился у спектры. Пока поставился гиперстол.
И БКБ. Все-таки будет делать.
Да не помешает, в принципе-то. Все-таки ульты, даже анонимный, есть возможность закончиться в ненужный момент. И жить как-то надо, драться как-то надо, и желательно не скакать при этом, а вот именно возможность принять лицом к лицу своего соперника. Рейвен чем может ответить? Он хочет ответить впоследствии, кстати, интересно, чем конкретно. Вот есть у него ривер, что это будет? Overwhelming Blink или Сатаник? Потому что собирали и то, я как-то видела на Тине и не раз. Что он хочет, мы узнаем еще. Потому что пока у него и обычного дублика нету. Но пока БКБшка. В любом случае перед этим будет. Вивер. У него будет Лотус, максимально на команду. Аганимы здесь конкретно нету, и я думаю, что не планируется, раз уж такая у нас пошла ситуация.
В глубокий лейт, я думаю, все равно от этого никуда не деться. Как минимум с этим там с 4-го какого-нибудь Рошана можно будет забрать. Просто видишь, типа он именно не пытается выформить его для себя. Он не планирует играть спектру, которую бьет, он планирует играть спектру, которая бьет. То есть из-за расчета, что мне не нужно никого спасать, я не делаю аганим, просто все бьем. И каждый выживает как он хочет. Потому что, опять же, в рамках, допустим, его текущей и запланированной покупки, это, по идее, Лотус. Лотус, по идее, позволяет тебе не пасть в воду Сайленсера. Что живет глобал, ты никого не спасаешь. Лотус ты спасаешь кого угодно, но в дальнейшем.
Смог прожали Fnatic. Хотят подраться за ближайшего Рошана, до которого осталось всего лишь 40 секунд. И появился тем временем Сильвер. У СФ апнул он свой Shadow Blade, и дальше будет делать Сатаник. Так что драка здесь сейчас может быть очень серьезной. Смог на смог, этого Рошана очень важно законтролить. Vichy Gaming может даже игру позволить закончить, если драка будет очень хороша.
А Шардес еще не прикупил по планам. Вообще надо нажимать, прыгает чуть выше.
Получается, Элевен запрыгнул, пока еще не нажимал свой реведж, но зато есть экзорцизм от Чуаня. Чуань потерял очень много лица, но СФу тоже приходится непросто. Его прожигают, и такое ощущение, что могут сейчас и остановить. Да, пока закончилась и арена, его стало останавливать. Это минус СФ без байбека. И такое ощущение, что здесь надо сдаваться в этой борьбе за Рошана.
Не знаю, мне кажется, врываться, жать. Смог сейчас прыгнуть, борозда.
Опа, есть борозда, будет ли? Но пока Дэд избивает, очень ему больно, борозда пошла отлично, много дамажа она нанесла, у Рейвена также осталось не так много хп. И надо его добить. Там спектра у нас бегает за одним, за другим, это минус 2, минус 3 и минус 4, может быть, даже потенциально. Рейвен застрял.
Ребят как будто 5-й инки смотрели. Там тоже узкий проход ребят зашли против шейкера, против аппарата там и так далее. И здесь вот ты идешь, противник только что подрался, нажал 3 БКБ, не было реведжа, не было борозды, и ты это знаешь, куда они полезли, на что они рассчитывали.
На то, что они убили одного из дэмэдж-дилеров главных команд Вичи.
Хорошо.
Как мне кажется, возможно, знаешь, дело в том, что слишком зарейтили СФ.
Может быть, я про то, что он все равно свой дэмэдж успел, да, то есть что-то на себя много всего выманил. И в итоге Спектра с ультимейтом, Тедхат с ультимейтом, Элдер с ультимейтом, учитывая процентный урон, этого вообще вполне достаточно, чтобы справиться. И, как видишь, они бежали и не убежали.
Ну так итог. Ресается СФ. И есть шанс теперь побороться за Т2 вышки, отнять их у Вичи Гейминг. А Fnatic начинает себя ощущать все хуже и хуже.
Копье.
Дивай.
Ну вот, ворованная борозда сейчас надо похоронить, что есть здорово. Но не здорово то, что Спектра Эгис. А это значит, что мы получаем ориентировочно вот эти вот там 5 минут полного счастья и свободы, и ты добираешь слоты. И мы понимаем также, что в глубокий лейт играть против Спектры это не то, чем ты приехал заниматься сюда. Ты вроде выигрывать хочешь, но у Спектры не победить.
Да, Спектра.
Ты вообще, так сказал, по кор-потенциалу, и даже сам концепт того, что Спектра под SF уже сильнее выглядит, чем Тиник.
Ну, СФ пока у нас, я думаю, что точно будет себя хорошо ощущать только с появлением Сатаника. Пока немного не хватает ему крепости бытия. Спектра, видим то, что очень неплохо разогналась с появлением Киперстоуна у себя. Дальше будет делать БКБ. И такой поздний БКБ, как правило, лишает себя большого количества проблем. Тут всякие арены, которые могут ее остановить. Опять же, Сайленсер, который в случае, если ты хочешь манту применить на нанесение урона. Хотелось бы этого тоже избежать.
Все так, все так. Ну и опять же, то есть противника такие контроли есть. БКБ контроль нет, так?
Глобал нажимается, СФ, БКБ тэп-аут.
Хорошо.
2 минута потратили ради призрачной попытки забрать, да?
Если бы получилось, можно было бы сказать, что типа ок. Но поскольку не получилось, можно сказать, что совсем не ок. Что типа делать дальше? Ты запустил сейчас кулдауны обилок своих, а тебя развалили уже в одном файте без СФа. Теперь под Аегис, под все это дело. Спектра реально просто сейчас будет дофармливать свои слоты. То тоже БКБ, например, и четенько забежит в вашу команду. Вообще, видишь, купил даже либо сам, либо кто-то ему дасты. То есть у Спектра можно просто залететь и зафокусить нужного героя. Это прям нормальная тема.
Да, она готова.
Я как-то играл в игру, где против меня Спектра собирала, ну то есть я там типа саппорт, форстав, там ЕУ, много сейф-слотов. Там Верифайры в ход пошли, рефреши, рейбисовы, все что угодно, просто чтобы этого героя одного какого-то дорезать.
Так, видим то, что пока у нас Т2 вышку сходу снесли Вичи Гейминг, не встретили особо никакого сопротивления. В то время Fnatic внизу линию толкали, здесь также нету Т2 вышки. И что будет происходить от Вичи? Они хотят найти кого-то на тройке, но всегда высока вероятность найти кого-то на тройке, когда ты таким образом через смог нападаешь, но...
Ну, Fnatic, конечно, прочитали этот момент и просто ФК на базе. Их не взять, их не убить, их не найти. Но опять же прикольно играть с Спектрой, потому что ты можешь четвером пойти в смоке, она просто будет толкать тебе линии.
Внизу надо толкать линию, там неплохо пропушили Fnatic и много крипов бесплатно умирает. Рубик.
你不如出来搏一搏，就是抓一下你这边人不齐的情况，因为很多队伍他带队，他不一定是5个人在一起的。
是的，
就是他如果不敢出门，一直在高地站的，这把就是必输。
不过这个盾的时间也快要到了啊，就看一下这边等幽鬼的这个盾还有大概1分15秒消，等这个幽鬼盾消以后，他们冲出来能够找一波机会。
是，
但VG通过这个盾应该是已经差不多压制了有3000块钱的经济了，就这个盾的性价比已经打出来了。
对的。
胜率现在是给了一个你看93%对7%，
是的，
比较标准吧。有鬼是有钱人嘛，全款提了个 BKB， 不需要买任何配件啊，我也没有盒子在。
真的太稳了，看你有把粉单杀啊，快追！哎呦，这个幻象没了，再开个大。
哇，他是把这个 A 仗大跟自己的这个一大都开， 了，2个大招全交强杀。
他觉得不杀掉我好气。
而且这个第2个大，我觉得他其实是想看一下对方到底有几个人在蹲，因为他第一时间已经意识到对面有一个那个 DP 在脸上了嘛，他肯定要判断一下到底能不能杀。
我感受到来自风追翼的这个能力啊！
快来啊！
这个 James 发了一整场，然后幽鬼忍不住了，这个大招直接甩掉了。
那什么，广东省第1壮士方唐镜。
这里上路想要动老11，老11又有 BKB 又开挑战的，杀不死。这时候盾没了，
盾的时间到啊，然后继续打压制。影魔下一波可以更新出来自己这个撒旦。
对，
然后幽鬼也是有一个 BKB。
这局看下来，我感觉跟我们赛前的一个想法是差不多的。
差不多的。
对，因为本来那个就感觉对打 VG 很吃力。
我觉得今天好像没有说是出现爆冷的一个情况啊。
对。
就几场比赛看下来的话，感觉跟我们在赛前的一个预测还是比较一致的。
是，现在可能还不好说，因为毕竟其他路什么情况还不知道。
是的。DP 吹风 BKB 用来自救啊，赶紧往回走。现在VG的目的很明确，不要下高地，请你在高地上面老老实实的挂机，让我们刷出装备来带你走。你下来以后，我就一定要打你。
这把是感受到 Fnatic 拿到一把节奏较快的阵容，但是没有找到断对面刷钱的一个节奏的机会，导致对面双魂一直稳固刷钱。
是的，
导致于这局的失利。
他们也
就中路那一波那个潮汐嘛。
他们也确实尝试过，只不过他们拿到的战果不够大吧。对，虽然说杀掉了潮汐，然后同时好像杀了一次影魔，对吧？但是对于对方关键核心，毕竟是这个双核的一个阵容，你杀一个没用，他另外一个点还在刷。
我刚刚看到骄阳的 KDA 221，这局刷手了。
没关系，没关系，队友强啊，队友强。VG 也不急着上你高地，反正我就锁在你的这个主野区，你不能打钱，你难受就行。Fnatic意识到现在问题的严重性了，继续缩在高地，无异于是挂机等死啊！必须要出来看看能不能找个机会。
对啊，现在是一个没盾的阶段，
就现在不打，接下来就更难打。
是的，
被迫硬着头皮也得打。
DP 这个英雄，他即便出到了西瓦，还是吃不住对面这个物理的输出的。
看一下这一波黑天利用轨迹之物能不能够找个机会啊？最好是能够把这个酱的优先秒了吧，比如说把那个大牛蚂蚁2个点秒了，然后风筝的打。那这2个人其实现在也没那么好秒了，他这 VG 也是选择同一时间进行一个轨迹之物来包一下。两边潮汐这边过来一脚大招，但是被对方2个 BKB 直接给挡掉了，侧翼是收掉了一个沉默。潮汐跟幽鬼2个人是选择交双大来开这个团战，不过 Fnatic 应该是中路河道那个视野，可能在破雾第一时间看到了这个 VG 后排的人，所以说给到了一些信息，让他们把 BKB 给按出来了。
对，2个 BKB 按出来，只死了一个酱油。
对，如果说可能没有这个视野的话，Fnatic 但凡少按一个 BKB， 他们这一波可能就很难受了，就意味着很有可能会丧失控盾的一个主动权啊。VG 也意识到了，就这个按 BKB 好像是对面有信息啊。
对，然后眼也反掉了。
没办法，拿命偷时间。
是的。
他现在只能说是用自己的命来换线。
感觉东南亚那边，马尔斯这个英雄还是不是特别的，就节奏不是掌握的特别好。他的这个等级虽然很高，但是团队节奏没起来啊。
确实啊，
就没有那个。
主要是跟这个 JT 一比，好像这边就差了一点。
不是说跟老11比较。
我的天哪！这死亡先知我根本就来不及说，他就已经死了。
偷了一个，好像是拉比克偷了一个 大招，但是没有什么机会用啊。
偷了一个大牛大，看一下这边正面战场，哦呦呦，一个人顶住对面2人输出，再给贴一个这个大勋章，稍微缓和一下自己的状态。因为幽鬼和这边潮汐2人状态均不好，所以说只能派曾教阳同学往前顶上去，啊，没控制，哇！这一飙还是把这个人给飙死了，但潮汐也交出了自己年轻的生命，赶紧捡宝石啊，宝石捡回来。
周老师一是怕他就活着回去嘛，想要补一下伤害，谁知道这个镖已经把他杀掉了。
然后老师也回家了，还好有蚂蚁帮他把这个宝石给捡回来了。
对，还好局势上来说不太影响，现在盾还没刷嘛。
对，还有40秒的一个时间净刷。
对，而且现在2万1的经济，阵容上优势上应该说非常舒服了。蚂蚁是后再做 A 阵。
对，帮忙蹲到了一个奥数神符，让影魔过来吃一下。
他们有钱之后，后边的容错率越高。就是蚂蚁首先可以莲花自己解沉默，然后再用 A 杖大招救队友，完美。
还是让 VG 过渡掉了自己可能最怕跟对方接团那个时间段嘛。就现在这一切，感觉在 VG 看来就已经变得比较简单了。本来这个被迫出来打工啊，这毕竟到了要出来报4级物品的时间了，不出门也得出门了。影魔外加幽鬼双方的控盾效率还是比较快的，刷新球碎片拿到。
刷一球碎片，到时候递给潮汐或者幽鬼，反正都行。反正这个还是比较有韧性的，虽然是局势已经裂成这样了，但还是在找机会。现在最后一波开悟。
哎，先手找到了一个影魔，但是影魔带盾，潮汐直接反手一脚大招，将对方踩到天上去，配合自己队友幽鬼的降临，秒掉了这边的马尔斯莱加纳米克。侧翼蚂蚁也找到这边沉默，推对方想自救。蚂蚁去管理这边的沉默，剩下的影魔正面配合队友来找这边的小脚。
刚才 DP 真的就是那个大半血一巴掌就没了，
融化了呀。
是的。
而且这边打完以后，潮汐他还有一个刷新碎片，他还有一套。
刚才老师很关键，就是他们本来去秒影魔的时候是影魔 BKB 还没摁出来，但是潮汐立马踩了个大招。
我看那个画面静止，有3个人在天上飞着，他踩到天上去。
虽然说就算没踩也无所谓，因为影魔还带盾嘛，就算我给你秒了，我还有个盾。
但这个肌肉记忆还是要产生的啊，就是我该救我队友，每一波我都要这样救。
是的。
那这一波打完，在3万经济的加持下，VG 也是非常自信的冲到了 Fnatic 的高地上面。潮汐刷新自己的另外一个大招，再来小小倒地，那这边应该是可以恭喜 VG 拿到了 U2 的第1局。
是的，恭喜 VG，
打得很漂亮。
哎，你很机车哎。
Fnatic 还在坚持啊，不愧是 TI 啊！就如此劣势的情况下，他们依然觉得可能对方万一失误了还有机会，但实际上已经是没有办法了，无力为战了。好的，那么恭喜 VG 取得了这个非常关键的首胜啊！
are looking very good, but there's the burrow strike. A blast.
Seekers down block right, and the Ren and the ball lightning, that's all they have. Nothing else from the supports really that can clear out these waves and deal with the push from a distance.
Because they're able to make
if they had triple kill on top. Oh man, that was rough.
And I feel like already we know the hero's strong, and in Secret and Zai's hands, I don't feel we're going to see the scenario where Secret get a 4th pick profit happen that much this tournament.
Get the BKB this early and you have a Naga on your team, the game is potentially going to go fairly late, right? So
yeah,
it's.
I mean, Naga always makes the games go long anyways. Are you just saying that like BKB is worse when you buy it early?
That's my only concern, I guess.
I mean, with the timer stopping at 6, it doesn't feel quite as bad as it used to. And frankly, just buying Yules isn't going to be good on Chris Luck this game. Like, they're going to find Stinger once again. He looks a little dead. But you know, if you buy Orchid, it's not that good.
See, we got a shard on Weaver.
Quite able to get it off at the start of the fight.
Collapse is also just completely stagnated too, right? I feel like he had 8K net worth at like 10 minutes ago or something.
Sure.
Like that. I feel like he actually has gotten next to nothing because of the way that the game state has gone.
I mean, I guess this is one of the things with Tusk when it's the off lane, right? It can fall off pretty heavily if you don't keep that momentum.
And if they itemize for you with Atoses and Orchids, really strong as Nisha finds himself. Quick and easy freebie.
15k lead now for Secret. Full control of this game.
And Toronto Tokyo is 5-1 and 0, by the way. So, exactly. The Storm is still having a pretty excellent game, but they can't fight versus the team fight. They can't fight versus the whole squad of Secret. And they're just very simple.
They can't deal with this PL with the heart.
No, they have
already they didn't have the wave clear the AoE, and now once he's got this amount of HP,
and the stun!
Instant catch there from Yap.
He was ready this time. And there's that second death finally for Tokyo. Second racks down. And yeah, I think they just look good to end it. Matu's unkillable.
I think it's really going to be a case of Spirit thinking through what they want to change it, because this one did look pretty difficult from the draft, didn't it?
It did. But they made the lanes work so well that I thought they'd actually be in a good position, but then yeah, like that slip up mid was really just so massive. The slip up mid got them a kill onto Collapse, which stopped his game, which got a rush, which then kind of caused the following scenario. This Collapse, he's in.
He's trying to get out there, but they just can't deal with Matu. There'll be 3 buybacks coming out. Yapso's able to get the Wukong's command down. Zai will fall.
They're gonna get 2.
But Matu's still alive and ready to fight. The Spirit, they've got to head back and away from this PL. As jump forward, Mirror. Is there going to be enough damage with the Soul Burn? It will.
And Matu's still hanging in the air. He actually jumped back.
They just can't kill the PL. They can there, at least with the buybacks, get other kills, but killing this Phantom Lancer, it's just not a possibility.
Gonna try throwing everything onto him with the blood right, but he gets the Manta and the double.
He's out.
And he's out.
He's out. He's out and he's away. Mirror's trying to chase. And see the silence come down onto the Storm. That's going to be Toronto Tokyo. Out and down for 95 seconds. Yutoro's trying to get in there, but he hasn't got the damage. It's 4 dead. GG is called. Team Secret will take this game 1 against Spirit.
They look good early game. They really did. Like first 15 minutes, almost flawless moves. It just, yeah, mid was just such a weird play to me. I'd have to like look at it again to see what they were really trying to get out of it, because mid tower had already died. Yeah. They already got the tier 1 mid. They already got like a lot of things out of it. I feel like they should have just like backed up, start to play around all these other things. And then also when they go for the kill onto the Aegis, Yutoro's what, like couple 100 gold away from a BKB being finished up too. So 2 things really delayed, and Secret just, you met momentum. And when you're playing versus these top teams like Secret, who's proved themselves time and time again, one mistake can lose you the game.
Absolutely. And I do feel Secret, they got themselves a nice lineup.
They did.
I mean, yeah, as I said, in particular, Zai getting the profit later on in the draft. And I mean, any time really, in any meta, any patch, and on any team that he's been on, Matu getting a 5th pick PL, that's pretty spooky. You know, I don't know the straight up stats for how much they win when Matu wins games when he last picks the PL, but it's going to be pretty pretty darn high. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 will go the way of Team Secret. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Game 2 after the break between Secret and Spirit.
Your armor, it feels like you have armor. You get rebuked, that's gonna be annoying.
So what kind of heroes do you want to be picking against a draft that involves an eye?
Usually,
how do you deal with this IO coming in, keeping people alive and throwing out damage from a mile off?
Heroes that get him. It used to be in the past, it's like you pick with lots of team fight because IO was played as like a relocator, but that's not the case anymore. IO's played as a healer. Play heroes that can get to the back line. Maybe Snap is just coming back because we're seeing a lot of attention on Snapfire.
Yeah, a lot of bans this time. It's in.
Good versus Mars. If the hero who gets speared to the wall, you cookie them, you get them out of that ulti. You also don't take the damage from the wall anymore, so very good to protect that one. Burst, hero that gets to the, doesn't need to get to the back line. Mortimer kiss to the back. IO is stunned, he's just gonna die to the kisses. But yeah, I think the biggest thing really is just cookie disjoint on the target that gets all the spear walled.
The secret, is it still a team that you expect Tiny to be most likely to matter as the carrier, or is there?
So the flex, it's the Nisha or the Matu, yeah.
It's one of the two.
I don't want to see. And even if it's like a bad Tiny game, I think it's just.
You farm Dredge, you farm Echo, you kill someone.
Yeah, what's a bad Tiny game? I thought the Undying game could potentially become. Ban, another hero. Popular. So the IO pairings.
Now how does sort of the gyro slip in? Stood down. Something we'll see again. Is it that a carry that can play well into a Tiny or not? Does the Tiny just too much damage and blow up the gyro at most?
Gyro is still very popular, very strong with the IO.
It's good with the IO, you've got the control from the mark.
They're looking at Morphling for some, just because I see the ET. So I'm wondering why
Some sort of agi. It's got to be
either like
yeah.
TB, Morphling, PL.
Well, they like the Deucer, don't they?
They do like the Deuce. It's just a weird IO pair.
Well,
Morphling is too, I guess. I don't know. I guess you don't have to have like a full pairing.
Well, why do you say why is Medusa weird?
I mean, it's just not like.
Yeah, it's this huge sort of beast that you keep.
Yeah, I guess it's fine because then also the stick and everything is more
And also,
valuable.
you know,
Giving mana and
get the Medusa in a good position with the relocate.
yeah, you know, honestly, actually. It's a weird. I guess it depends on where the lane goes. If the IO is going to be 4, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't like a 5 IO with a Medusa. I found my words. That just feels really.
But why does the IO have to be a 5 then?
That's what I mean. Like they should move it to a 4. And
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
And then if they pick Medusa, I'm cool with it.
I thought IO's been more played as 4 nowadays anyway, right?
I think it is, but I
good-
think there are also still gonna. Hey, we've been seeing a lot in pubs play as a 3. Seb's playing it like every game.
Hey, Collapse was playing offlane Tuslov. But I get with the Invoker, the Mars doesn't have that.
Tokyo.
See, and fight to throw down into that arena. And also another buff. Alacrity, IO, you know, you can get some. I think there's quite a good few options of brilliant carries to have here.
Gyro Medusa.
Gyro Medusa, one of those,
cool.
one of those two I'd like to see here. I think Gyro probably fits better. You get to do a bit more, but then again, I feel like Spirit they prefer the Medusa, at least they haven't previously.
That's true.
Maybe Medusa fares a bit better against that.
That's exactly what you want versus a hero to get into the back line.
Yes, jumps in.
So now you can just literally coil the IO and then just snapfire, yo, I got the IO, lay down the rain, and just bomb him from the back line. So that could definitely be a possibility. You just take the IO out instantly. And it's good lane.
And you're struggling to catch the puck right now with these heroes.
Get out of Mars, you can poker.
3.
Lots of burst damage also on Secret right now. Obviously. The Ogre. Good Veil game, so if he does want to go Veil again, also, Veil plus all the magical nuke that Secret is gone.
I mean, now you've seen the puck and the Ogre, you were saying earlier, like the morph, do either of these heroes make you less likely to want to play the morph this game?
I think, yeah, the puck. The puck and the snap also, and even the tiny. I mean, I still didn't really... I don't know if I feel about Morphling. People were talking about how they really liked it right now, but I feel like... We're getting everything. Morphling's like you don't want to get...
Lion.
They need the puck, something to address. So that's a 5 lion. Bottom lane might be.
It's got to be one. It's going to be an Agi carry. Multi-hero hits do still feel the best, but you're right. The laning situation might be rough.
Yeah, it's just like, is he even gonna get one of the stronger ones? That's the thing. It's like Secret's gonna know what they want.
Sure,
Gyro's gonna be good.
I don't think they'll ban Deucer.
Yeah, I
think they won't care too much about it, but
actually, Medusa's looking better now with the Invoker that got picked up afterwards too.
that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of ups. It's a good Deucer / Gyro game.
And you have now double int heroes, so if you get the snake on either Ogre or on Puck, it's actually quite nice. You get.
Man. I mean, I feel there's one that's pretty dead right now, but Slug, man, that's a bit.
That's a.
Yeah, sure. It's just still surprising. I didn't see much Slug. I think another hero that we wouldn't see a lot of, but I feel like in the past would have been good.
Oh yeah, that's a
You know
Yatoro
what I mean?
special
It,
too.
it
Yeah.
really fits in with the buffs and against these burst heroes like Tiny Puck having that second line, but that hero is just kind of in the dumpster, right?
I think Wraith King could work, and I think the other one I was thinking is maybe it's just like there's so much burst that makes me scared for like everyone. That's why I like Wraith King. I was thinking Luna, but there's just so much burst damage that I don't know if it's gonna be.
But
nice.
it's going to be a
It's just
tough
gonna be
Luna
too
game.
squishy.
I don't think they have enough to keep them.
I don't know. You're right. You might be right. Yeah.
Clinks.
Woo! Okay, we get a Clinks. And now it's like, well, who's mid? It's Tiny. Secret Soul. Or I mean, or is it Puck? Or is it what the hell are the lanes, right? Right, Puck mid. Tiny off lane. Tiny support. Snapfire 3.
No.
Puck mid, Clinks safe lane, and then Tiny Snapfire off lane. Probably. That's the most likely the op. Spirit's running low on time too.
You know where you go. They go with it.
You got it. You were right.
I think this is what they always wanted to do anyway. I think they would have preferred the gyro, but this is the
Okay.
gyro.
So Zai Tiny. Matu Clink. And that's okay. So Medusa plus Lion Lane.
Yeah, I mean, I like this better for Spirit.
I'm a
than
bit
game
scared.
one.
I'm a bit scared for the lane. I gotta still be honest.
I'm not. I think this is better than game one's draft for Spirit. Like, it just makes a bit more sense. It doesn't feel like they're much, sort of as forced into a certain way of ending their draft. Like, you knew that they wanted Medusa or Gyro. They got one of the two, so that they're able to do what they came at. They set out to do. Let's sort of panic with the last few picks.
She could get buff enough.
It's a lot of buffs.
They might just lack some damage. Clinks is gonna have to have the damage to be able to that Medusa.
No, I think as long as they don't get crushed in the early stages, they've definitely got the tools to set up a good team fight for the Deuce to pop on.
I like their draft way better than the last.
Yeah,
because it's overall better. You actually have team fight. You're not all full single target. You have ways to hit towers. You have ways to do pretty much anything. And you have ways to actually catch Nisha. You have a lion, so you actually have a real stun, multiple different. And Secret could run out of damage. The first 4 heroes versus Medusa can run out of damage, but Clinks is the X factor.
Yeah, how's Clinks at the moment? Would you say in your eyes?
He still feels really strong. Still feels really strong. And with the nerfed and then buffed, right? Nerfed and then you got the barrage buff.
Yes.
That talent is insane still. It takes a little bit longer now to farm, but I'm wondering now maybe instead of just straight rushing Maelstrom, see an early Falcon Blade into the Maelstrom. Takes a little bit longer, but you're back up and farm around Ancients.
And you think they've got enough ways with this Puck, actually Blink, Tiny, Blink sneaking around to get to the IO and make the game hard for them to survive.
And the Snapfire can just do it from so far. It's like you won't get stone gazed or something. But I actually feel much more comfortable drafting a much better shot. I'd give this one a much closer one. I'd say this one's like.
See what we have going on here, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get ourselves in game between Team Secret and Team Spirit. See, can Spirit hold things off and indeed build this incredibly stacked Medusa, buffer up around the game, or is Secret going to once again open it up around that? Those plays going.
Poshka mid. Ward there, so as soon as it breaks, boom, buddy. Tokyo again, so this is the second time now we've seen the Invoker. Both times they've gone from Wex into EMP level 1. Polska, he's gonna camp. I believe it was spotted though. Yeah, they have that ops wards. 2 times now we've seen secret place that one. And I think that was really necessary. They're playing Invoker mid. A hero cannot really utilize small camp. No, you have to block. Down it.
Bottom lane. Last time around, we did see Puppy die a few times. I think this game it's going to be a little less likely. Mars and I are going to do quite as much damage as the Weaver Tusk of last game. 3 levels?
No way. I think this is going to be also a harder lane for the side. Mira has to be careful. Flap shouldn't be Mira.
And Matsu will farm pretty safely.
Yeah, I think Matsu should be. Puppy is the soaker. Mira might just die. Very careful, jeez.
Close to doing so. Flaps will at least manage to trade some damage back the way of Matuma Man, force him away for the wave. Are rather low, so might get an eyes in here. Matsu's still kind of low. They hit the 2s on Spirit. Yeah.
They've got a double range creep push. Cliff is not available just so. Die under tower, so farm these. Oh, Puppy. Mess up the left. Monster. Not bad.
Dora.
Yeah, pretty mid lane. Does have another wave coming up. This is not what we want. There's like a wave coming in because this is gonna make it a lot harder for Invoker to last. Probably one tower. And that's probably tornado.
He's going to be pretty on his own.
Yeah.
Playing game right now, doing anything over.
Look how confident he should. Toronko. Got a couple of them there.
He's got friendly fire. It's not going to save him. Zai picks up the Christmas tree, gives him a big slap around the back of the head.
That to happen at some point soon for sure. Level 3, 4. It's gonna happen. But at least he's secured. Well, he's up to 19-1, so not the worst stats he's gonna do. Good trick. Following that one. Don't think he died.
Yeah.
Okay, he's just gonna straight up rush, so not gonna go for any type of early thing. Rushing Maelstrom. I guess because he's. Just.
That's there. Nisha. Head over and catch some of the small camp. Most of it will be cleaned up though by the tornado of Toronto, Tokyo.
Water rune. Catching back up. 20 to 10. Two of those are moving nicely, and we are seeing why, you know, the Maelstrom, of course Maelstrom is a very obvious one on the clean script, but why he's rushing it only because Yaps are the race. Level.
And we're seeing that play from Shroud. I guess this is one of the ways, right, to deal with it if your small camp gets. So if you're playing against a hero that can't really clear their crazy and just take theirs rather than bothering to de-ward the sentry on your side.
Yeah, that is a good point. They never rush. Oh, they pinged it a lot too, but I guess
they knew exactly where it was.
I guess just like, yeah, just letting you know.
Yeah. Toronto, Tokyo, small.
Like that. Again. Secret, I believe. Some sacks coming up.
Medusa.
Yeah, not that many though. Just have to be cautious. He gets the tree throw there that you see. You see how much damage does something that people like getting the most 200% splash. Throw next, throw right beside them on three. Be a double mission.
So it's got a decent area as well.
It does. Oh, bro. Zai's is really looking to just bother him.
Just walking. I was just gonna have something to say about that. Some Zai.
He's fine.
Dan HP here on the line. Walking up mid lane. Tokyo, terrible, come across 10. Toronto Tokyo's.
He's got him!
Zai, he's actually going to get away as well. Neutral to not Zai. Getting himself a quick the base. He gets it out.
Damn it. So that close to combo. He was baiting so hard, dude. It was very close to him dying. Puppy steals a bounty rune. See him there on the side, Matu. Oh, get the attachment.
They do get the spear latch. He's got the one charges, and with the stun out onto Mars, is he going to get away? No. They're able to reach in, dive into the tower. They do get that kill.
Couple of
unlikely story. Kill Matu. Boop. TS lag. Oh, there we go. Secret's gone.
They spot the stack. I think Zai did spot one of the one stack, I guess. Yeah, the pressure has been applied top. Yatoro is now going to have to just go to jungle. As top, I think whenever Yapsor's there, I don't think how much Zai can do. But lane all top, not bad. Better than better than I thought it was going to go. I don't know why I thought it was going to go.
No, I think you just don't expect Medusa to have. I mean, it's a lot, yeah.
The line just makes me
when you
feel
have a line
very,
5.
Yeah, it just scares me always. When you have like these weaker 4/5s, you don't have like you don't have the beef, you know, the laning phase. Sure, in the mid game you'll have the collapse Mars, be that block, be that big.
Imagine that stat firing. Without a scratch.
He's like pretty much the same exact. He didn't die, but he's still the same net worth his claim. So
Yeah.
playing Smatu did die, but 20 seconds. Had it. I think most of these would be, yeah, like you'd expect these, you know, the Puck leading versus the Invoker. Anisha, he does have an Arcane Rune bottled, coil. Next. So we'll see what they're going to do about bottom. Could actually be a big problem for... Maybe they look to bring Anisha bottom with him, but...
Do you think that Matu will return to bottom still at this stage?
He's that's why I was like, when I see the... Die and then they just ruin the game. So yeah, moving into the stacks, since they did have that deep ward up from the side of Secret, they're going to take him away from the Zeus. That's why Nisha wanted to go up here ASAP.
They're going in for Puppy. Get any backup, Puppy?
Taking towers.
Quite a lot of towers.
He kills Mira. Oh no.
Alright, but it's solo XP for Puppy. He's going to try and run this one off as well. Look for some jukes, but that's will find him. Something for Puppy on the way out there.
He's cool with that.
Or Dream Coil. If anything here is...
He's got another orb. It was an Arcane Rune, so...
Posher's away.
He's gone?
He's away, so...
It was an Arcane Coil?
It was,
but
40
yeah, still.
seconds. Well...
Full EMP.
Zai's still trying to bully Yatoro here underneath the tower.
He glyphs. They've got 3 heroes.
Any help for Utoro coming in?
Collapse has a TP.
Oh. He didn't stop. I mean, Utoro is already dead. Puppy able to put a stop to that with a blast. That will beat it. Nick's tower taken out. So Zai has had a pretty good time up in 3 kills and a tap.
Trade. They didn't want to risk anything, like if Collapse goes up and then like a 3rd, 4th hero shows up and they just wiped. Matu had gone bottom. Is Matu about to have his Maelstrom finished up? It's got, as you mentioned, all those crazy stacks. The Medusa does not have those stacks. 1 hard camp stack.
Start seeing that network leap for secret.
Anisha just keeps walking into the enemy jungle, so now it's a DD, triple null, so all about the early fighting timings, and he's sacrificing quite a lot. He's level 7 on Anisha. Not as high level as you'd expect him to fuck right now, but he's just looking to play inside the enemy jungle and deny that away from Yutoro.
Collapse, and you've got to start seeing some action. Taking the tower.
They're 6 now. Got to relocate as
well. They've got to start looking to fight somehow. Probably stop Zai from getting away with this. Zai's just been having a world up here on the top lane.
He's cutting the path.
Uh-oh!
He knows Miposhka's here.
Oh!
The next one.
Is he gonna find him? Oh!
I'll check other places, make sure we're not missing it. Miposhka knows. He knows something's up.
He was like, hang on.
He's like, wait, this tree. Yeah. Why are these trees cut?
This tree wasn't cut before. Ooh.
TS not. We had a couple of
unlikely story. Kill Matu. Boop. TS like.
Okay,
there we go. Same. Secret's got it as well.
So confirmed. Now we're gonna have to just go to jungle as top. I think whenever Yapsor's there, I don't think he wants to lane there, as we've seen now how much Zai can do. But lane on all top.
And Suzanne foil is up. Yes, got Zai and Yapso on their way over with the smoke.
Zai's got the blink too. Limited mana here on Nisha. Enough for spells at the moment. More than enough. if the toss combo gets on everyone. They're aware.
Yeah. So they go now. Quite yet, at least by this movement. Back to farming, but yeah, really after that death, the picture starting to fall behind Splinters.
Matu's getting all the space in the world. He's got a Tiny who's just hunting for him non-stop. He's got a travel puck who's also, well, anywhere on the map. Miposhka's been top lane for, geez, God knows how long now. He's level 8 on the Lion. Die.
Kill that. Dally here. Die. 3.
Left. About to have his full BKB done.
Yeah,
so
massive.
He's going to be huge just to walk through, but the rest of his team much. It's not for the Midas on Tokyo too, so it's going to take him time to walk in beside literal tornado.
Sort of feeling that they can hold and postpone the end of this game. Midas and Voka looking to scale, so is the Medusa. I mean, they have only, of course, lost one tier 1 tower in all of their majority of their objectives.
They're not hard though.
They are, yeah. And Nisha. Well, all 3 of the cores. See how Secret all around the same level. Farm.
And Puppy now has Veil. So we mentioned in the beginning about how the high burst of Secret is there. You know, your Puck, your Tiny, your Snapfire, your Ogre. Throw Veil on top of it too. Quite an overwhelming amount of damage now on. Matu.
Grab the stun of the finger. Burst is there. Reactions coming in. Coil looking for the kisses as well, but collapses in, drops the arena, is able to get back over the walls to Snapfire, take down Yap. See if they can get out though, Mirror. He's going to be out. He is indeed. Takes the two of them straight back out to safety.
Collapse does the high five as they're about to leave. Quick relocate though. I like that play. Amira very aware that the follow-up was going to come in, and he's right on top of the set. Kisses would have been...
Anyway, it could have killed the Invoker for sure.
Yeah.
From the Arsenal duo, and they need to keep that up. Make sure that the carry isn't getting killed off by this coil.
Yeah, and Collapse did not use the beacon either, so he's able to save it for the next fight. You get a lot of farm, still top net worth, right? And he'll always have, I mean, sure, you can't block Barrage, you know, you can't absorb Barrage with your Bulwark, but he'll be able to help a lot of his teammates versus just regular attack. In some situations, attacking the eye. Finally surpassed the fleet.
That's pretty huge. He was about 2k behind like just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and he will always have double. He will have two different types of steroids, right? If the eye always attached to him, and then once he starts getting alacrity later on, the only going to really have a bloodlust, which can be dispelled. With Poshka on the other hand, though.
He's the easy kill on the stop lane every time. He's trying to find some farm towards him like a but
now Yatoro's also found.
Oh, and take the coil snap there just before Mira would have turned up.
Not have Mars with him.
Pretty much turning into the tier 1 tower mid going down as well. Won't be able to do anything to hold this there. Won't Zai's in, couple of hits, the tower's gone. Trying to find more. More in the combo. And the kisses are going to have pretty big flop. Capsule, jump forward from Zai. He's got the combo onto Mira. And Collapse has the BKB, but he's having to run and he's lost his two teammates. He's trying to get out of the side, but they've got it. The controls there as well as the damage. Secret, they've hit back with some a very bold lead in there from Nisha. Cost him his life, but it absolutely pays off.
Worth it, yeah. And even almost not getting caught. If he gets the phase shift off, but he gets cold snapped into the spear, so he can't get it off. But if he does get it off, it's a chance that he even survives there, and they.
Yeah, painful move there for the Spirit. Caught out by Secret's ability to turn one move into many more. Yeah, they don't slow down.
Spirit, as soon as they're able to start getting that like catch up for themselves too, Secret just go hard. As we said, so much magical damage. I actually like that Puppy's able to farm off both of these.
Smoking it. So
feeling how strong they are.
Very, very powerful.
The only thing they have to work, it's literally just Mars. There's no one else who's strong on the enemy team right now, on the side of Spirit. Like, Secret can just commit and just kind of ignore the Mars until he's alone. Everyone else is fairly weak because they have this Midas Invoker.
Slides in. He's going to be able to find. Gets the avalanche off. The Hex is down. Zoro. Stun gates to try and separate them. Arena's down. Spear to the wall. Zai should die this time.
They were nicely prepared for that. Tokyo now also coming over.
They're going to catch Puppy as well by the looks of it. Nisha maybe seeing if he can help out, but I don't think he can. He's jumping out inside, he's away. He's in an attempt to chase it. Collapse, he's found it. He's been able to get in with the catch. But also Nisha Hex on the follow from the Poshka. They get the kill. The Poshka does die, but the setup's there to stun him to Tornado onto the Timberman. Do they have detection on these heroes? It doesn't look like it. Matsu's able to sneak away. TP out comes there from Yatoro as he looks to back off. Jump forward, or Collapse, he's still going for Matsu. Matsu's cookied off to safety by Yapsor.
3 for 2. Matumbo gets the, I think, the Maelstrom proc on the uphill on the last final touch to the DD rune. But this time Spirit was prepared. They're prepared to hit back, and it does survive. Have some gonna be like a race of timings here. To get like 1-2 more items, then that's gonna be the point where Secret might just have trouble with the burster. But Clinks also gets to a point also where maybe he gets that, like, if he gets his BKB, if he gets, who gets the Scotty first is gonna be the one taking over the game that much. But I'm really worried because of Tokyo. He went.
I mean, he probably caught. BKB not too far off for him. So then there's this sort of threat of being caught by the damage that Yaps was able to kick off from a mile off is much less. And Collapsy's still been playing perfectly aggressive. Seeing in these fights, he's just keeping the fight going, basically, jumping on them, making sure the Secret don't have an easy time getting together their backline.
This is just like the last game too. They take a tier 1, while Secret's taking a tier 2 and taking.
Jump in and stop Yapso from laying down the Mortimer's kisses.
Big. Nisha's just going for the old puck build that we saw some games when you just score versus the disables. Okay, on this, having some laps. Black ready to come on, Poppy.
They want to go. BKB Ash coming out as well as the ult. Dropping a lot here for. Oh! No! Get him! Oh, we needed, I think, just one more hit!
Oh, I don't expect the stick.
He did
I think he thought the Sunstrike would do more as well.
Did.
That's a BKB and a Marzel, and now Secret's like, okay.
Get the support gift.
Is that what? How much is it? Go for the kill on the puppy.
Oh no.
Secret goes into the rush. This is literally the exact same thing that happened last game. They're small. They need to take the fight. Yatoro is strong.
They don't have Arena.
Got Stone Gaze. No Arena is gonna make something on Lion. Well, not on him.
That's on Korean.
Nah, he's standing still.
Oh, he's not.
He's not
They're bringing it.
I don't know,
I mean,
maybe he's
he
dead.
knew he was going to die. So he's like, well, I'm not going to bother the courier to make the journey. I'm going to die.
And now without the Lion, they can go back into the pit. 30 seconds until Rina is up.
Yeah, can they just really not stop? They can still try and stop that time, right? Right. Four of them.
There to blanket.
Yeah, just going to stop Collapse from being able to close over in the river. They've managed to get the jump on Toronto. Tokyo steps down in the river. They get the jump on him. The Invoker's gone.
Oh, and yes, BKB too. He just got the BKB, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Off in the air.
Secret gets the Roche Aegis on some Zimmerman. And Coil. Pop it. What a run. No fight to be had here for Square into the Aegis.
That just looked, I looked exactly the same. Still top of the network.
Close.
It's pretty good timing for the Deuce. I'd say the Clink Scotty is the scarier one because the Deuce splits. Gosh.
It's easier to get it.
I can do anything.
What's he doing now, Nick?
Like, oh, on the IO.
Gonna be another one. Wait, Red is
like looks one, yeah. Just you can't. One mistake. Team C.
Be ready to have some sort of backup plan of way to. Not easy. Not.
So yep, he just secured that last hit and that the last kill, so he's got his Aghanims finished up too. So even more things to throw from a distance onto the opposite. And that's how he's gonna look to fight. Just play super far back. And yeah, Tokyo is just very quiet in this game. Too. Not able to do too much. Going through Midas, not having that BKB, but Secret's just got his number. Know what he's looking to do it.
anybody.
He's like, it's like Midas is great because you want levels, right? But like when you look, he's level 15, he wants so far.
His eyes looking at jumping.
Yeah.
Miniatura. Everybody's coming in. Not wanting to let this tier 2 tower down.
Scout the dome. Orb and immediately. And they're just pulling Spirit around the map. They have this Aegis advantage that the Spirit has to just react to.
The smoke out. The smoke play is not easy for Spirit.
No. You make one mistake with the Mars ulti at this point, you know it. Take over the whole fights, and who are you gonna go on now? Puck has Neon Disc, Tiny has BKB, Clinks has BKB. You have to go on a solo. And they're just throwing Puppy in. They're baiting it.
Going straight in. He's got the initiation on Toronto. Tokyo Toronto took his and put the BKB with the coils down. Are in trouble as Matu takes out Mirror. Puppy should die. I say that. He's put the 6. He's still alive. He's not even gonna die. Puppy's out and walking up. The arena's down. It doesn't matter. They have to run Spirit. They can't fight Secret like this. They lose 3 heroes. They don't get anybody.
And immediately just start pushing. It's big Puppy is just 1800 HP with a Veil, with the Fire Shield. The Yapster's like, alright, get in there. They'll throw some spells on you, and then that's the initiation. The Invoker almost dies before he gets a single spell off, has to be kicked.
Well, Moth and Secret, they're not backing away.
No, it's really like mastered. It's really been like beautiful team fights from Secret, just knowing how they want to take the fight. Yapster sitting back to get the corner onto 1 or 2, just have a target to go for on this Spirit. They want to look through the clip. They don't get the opportunity. It's really masterclass.
We'll see it again, this initiation. There you go, Captain, in you go. Trade over.
Look at this, the Tokyo's like, my god, I have to literal BKB, I get a tornado to disengage and stuff like that, but I'm not really doing a whole lot here. I get the Alacrity on my Dusa, but my Dusa's just dead.
Continuously stunned there for that fight, it's alright.
Back finishes up his Deso, but he's around the triangle.
Starting to come out. Yeah.
Sai always has no chance of surviving in the fights. Go.
Straight Shadow Blade, pretty much. Yep. Picked up in the last few moves.
Yep, and he's got the Shard up from before, and he has Bloodlusted, so powerful. They will play patient anyway. Aegis, 5 seconds. Morning. 27 minutes, so we have some items as well.
Kill on Collapse, and it was taking a advantage of the face there. But yeah, so delivering him straight on top of Collapse.
They're still just trapped. Like, this is right outside the base. They're just still looking to hunt.
He's in with the combat, trying to Tokyo, poke the BKB. The right click was is it going to be enough? Trees out? Doesn't matter. Trying to Tokyo's able to Tokyo will escape. Jumble, Collapse in with the arena. Zai cookie down, and Blantu, he has the BKB popped and ready to fight. Turns with the Bra. Onto Yatora. Nisha will die here, but they've lost Collapse, lost the Poshka. Up from the Lion side. Range of the EMP, but Skadi slow will get it. Cookie trying to set. But Zai has been caught. Poshka able to step buyback, allowing him to set another kill. Do manage to hit back.
Yeah, nice fight from him. I didn't see what caught Nisha, because I saw his Aeon Disc got proc, but I think he just got like instantly stunned and up afterwards or something. See what caught him, because he was the important one for. No, on the Link, so doesn't want to play too.
Yeah.
And they're hunting.
Top here, you're looking for some gold on the map. See if we can just take this tier 1 tower, but case.
As we mentioned, the Skadi for the Clinks is just stronger because one